Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. Things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and medications are hard to pronounce, so please bear with me. Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready.
Antidepressants and seizure meds. I'm going to a new therapist. He's actually a psychiatrist, and long story short, I'm worried with had I been through and how depressed it has made me over the years. I know antidepressants and seizure medications interact. So those who take antidepressants and are on seizure meds, what do you take and how has it affected you? I think we could all answer this one. I take lamotrigine and it's affected me a lot. Yeah, my sleep pattern is way off. Insomnia. Yeah, and they say it makes your hair grow fast. Also, and yeah, I don't need that, but can't control it. Anybody else?
I went on lamotrigine as well, but it's helped me tremendously, and I don't have those problems. But I started on lamotrigine coming off of Keppra, and I was having such horrible problems with Keppra. So, hey, hold on, cat on the counter.
Hey, AJ, what are you guys taking, and how has it affected you?
Okay, go ahead, AJ.
I'm taking Keppra and Cenobamate, or I don't know how to say it. It's a new medication, and I feel it's getting worse.
Phenobarbital.
Excopri.
I was going to say, I think
Exactly. Yes. It's with O or something.
Kate, you there?
Yeah, I'm also on the generic Keppra and way less of it than 6 months ago. And now I can say that the levetiracetam was probably what was keeping me so drowsy, sleepy, fatigued all the time, because that's gone. Now that I'm taking next to nothing. It's like half of a 250 milligram in the morning, or no, a quarter of it in the morning, and then just half in the evening. And now a lot of side effects have gone away. Happy about that. What about you, Jeff?
I'm taking lacosamide and Fycompa, and up until probably 2 weeks ago, I was dizzy all the time and couldn't walk in the street. I used a walker wherever I went, and I'm just starting to get over that. I was very unbalanced for a long time. I haven't slept great in a long time, so I can't blame the meds. I mean, I go to sleep, but I'm restless all night. So I don't think that's from the meds. I've always been like that. And that's basically it.
Poster, how's your medications affecting you?
I am on, oh, this is interesting. Okay, so I am on Depakote and I am on Excopri. I'm ambivalent about the Depakote. I'm not quite sure how it affects me, if that makes any sense. And I've kind of been on Depakote for as long as I can remember, which technically is like 3 seconds, but I remembered it. And the Excopri, I'm kind of like Jeff, where I've never slept. And the Excopri is just heaven when mixed with Ambien. And 30 minutes, I am passed out. And I know it's the mixture because if I just take the Excopri, I'm still up all night. If I
Really?
just take the Ambien, I am still up all night. It's the mixture that gets me to sleep and keeps me to sleep.
That
If that
must be
makes any
why I
sense.
sleep so much.
Yeah.
I sleep
it's-
great, but I'm on 4 meds.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It takes a lot to get to that point
As soon as I
of
take my,
sleeping great, and I
as
am
soon as
glad
I,
I do.
yeah, as soon as I take my night meds, it's like I take Excopri, oxcarbazepine, zonisamide, and lamotrigine. And as soon as I take my night meds, like within 30 minutes to an hour, good night.
Let's put it this
And
way. In Duke, they stopped me from having a caffeine, not because they wanted to keep me awake. Well, they usually let you have caffeine, but after 2 cups, they stopped letting me have caffeine because I was too hyper in the bed. I don't know why I thought that, and I'm sorry I spoke over you.
that's okay. No, I just, other than that, like they've kept adding meds with me. They started with the Keppra. That one made me angry and suicidal. Then they put me on the lamotrigine, and I did pretty good with that. Then they added the zonisamide, and then they added the oxcarbazepine, and then they've added the Excopri, and just like pretty much maxed out the dosages on all of them. So now we're getting referred to the next level epilepsy center to be evaluated for surgery.
Should I say congratulations for that, or is that a bad thing?
It's a mixed feelings thing, I guess. I don't know. It's scary. The way I started it, then I put it off, and now I'm starting it again. I put it off partially, like I put it off and put it off and put it off, and then I finally said, okay, I need to do this. So I started it, but then because my life exploded, I put hold of brakes on it, you know. I was like, wait on that referral for now because I got too much going on. I can't deal with that on top of it. And but then I just like sent him an email a couple weeks ago. I'm like, hey, go ahead and start that again. I think I want to pursue that now. So I figure I can at least go up and get the testing done and see what they say.
I hope the best for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hope you heal soon and all that stuff too. Is it what kind of surgery is it again?
Now I have to be assessed for surgery. We don't know.
Uh, okay, we're gonna go back to this antidepressants and seizure meds. A few of these comments. One says Keppra and 2.5 milligrams of Lexapro. It's basically a placebo dose, and it's so small, but between the Keppra and some lifelong things out of my control, it was needed and is helping. I'm on Keppra 500 2 times a day and Zoloft 50 milligrams 1 time a day. Everyone is different. Every med is too, but I've had no problems being on both at the same time. Carbamazepine I take for my seizures is supposed to make the mirtazapine I take for depression less effective, but I haven't noticed it. Got one that says I think I had a seizure. I'm not sure if this is the correct subreddit for this, but I don't know where else to ask. Basically, I believe I had a seizure. I'm 18 years old, and last night while I was high, I want to preface by saying that I have greened out before. And those moments were nowhere near as bad as last night, and I've smoked much more than that before and never had a seizure. So late last night, I was laying in bed after my last hit of my pen. A bit after, I started kicking and started to feel off. I was shaking and felt like I may have just been greened out, but it got worse. I started whole body shaking and my entire body felt everything. I couldn't move. One limb would jerk into a different position and then I would be stuck and shaking again. It was probably like my whole body kept convulsing and I felt like I was gonna throw up everywhere. I didn't feel like I was getting enough air and my heart was beating so hard and fast that I thought it was gonna explode. I kept thinking, oh my God, I have to move. I need to sit up a bit and get help, but I couldn't, no matter how much I wanted to. I may have lasted 5 minutes. I'm really not sure. It slowed down enough that I was able to text my friend just so I wasn't alone. I would then pick up. It would then pick back up again, just as bad as the first time. I hated it. Was in and out for it for like 30 minutes before I calmed down and fell asleep. It happened multiple times during that period. I slept for around 9 hours last night. Whatever happened to me was so scared and I felt awful. I felt like whatever has happened was going to kill me if I didn't stop. Does that sound like a seizure? From smoking pot? I wouldn't say, I don't know.
The only time it
Sounds
ever happened
odd.
right after smoking, I was thinking dehydration.
It sounds really odd, but it doesn't exactly sound like a seizure. He did say the kind of convulsing, but that's hard to point out. Convulsing doesn't exactly mean a seizure that we've all come to find out. Go ahead, Toaster.
I want to preface this by saying cannabis is different for everybody. It's a medication that affects everybody differently. That being said, coincidences happen. You could have just had a breakthrough seizure. Oh, wait, no, they've never had a seizure before, have they? Wait, I can't remember. I'm assuming
They
this
said they think
person,
they had a seizure when they was high.
but they've never had one before.
Doesn't say if the person has or hasn't.
Oh.
Yeah. Doesn't specify if they had epilepsy either, so they're just asking, was this a seizure, I'm guessing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm sorry, I can't really help unless I see it. I mean, it sounds like one with the convulsing. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
sometimes
grasping
it
for
can be
things
like
now.
maybe a small
Another,
one, but nothing to worry about too much. Maybe it's maybe a small one, but it doesn't exactly say epilepsy. And they did say they were gonna throw up everywhere. That's how I was feeling this morning at like 3 this morning. I had like that impending doom feeling just out of nowhere, and I was asleep. Anybody ever got that in your sleep? Oh, okay. That's the first time I got that in my sleep, and
Yep.
I was going through problems this morning at like 4 a.m. I almost called Jeff and Kate, but I didn't know what to do. Yeah, and then I got up and I found my pen, and that helped. It's crazy how much weed actually helps. Like, people don't understand. Yeah, it helped the nausea go away. And like I said, I wanted to call someone. It was just too early. I got some of the questions. One question from this is, this doesn't sound like a seizure to me. There's typically no memory of the seizures at all. The seizures I've had in the past, I didn't even know happened until after the fact. It sounds like anxiety attack to me. Can cause almost the same symptoms described. However, that being said, trust your body. If you think it was solely related to the weed, then seek medical attention. Not the best to lie to your doctor, but you can keep the story the same without including the smoking part if it will help you seek care. You guys, as doctor, know you smoke? Hey, Jeff, go ahead.
First of all, yes, my doctor knows I smoke. You can't, I mean, it's stupid to hide from your doctor what you're doing. How can he help you if he doesn't know? But one thing maybe you didn't think of, when it's 4 o'clock there, it's 7 o'clock here. And I've been up for hours. So anytime you want to call at 4 o'clock, it's not an issue. And Kate, the same. She's been up.
I was
And
experiencing
Toaster's
something
been
I
up.
didn't understand. I didn't know what was going on, and it was like 3 in the morning. It's crazy, 4 or something like that. But yeah, the weed helped me not throw up.
Yeah. And the other thing is that weed helps.
Yeah.
I mean, it may not help everybody, but it helps everybody that I talk to. And that's all of you.
For the most part.
Right.
I got something. It says undiagnosed and misdiagnosed guilt. I don't know if anyone else has had this, but before, but just feeling like you're faking or symptoms, or wait, hold on. Just feel like you're faking or your symptoms aren't bad enough to be diagnosed, and that's why you got a diagnosis that doesn't seem to fit. I don't know if it's my OCD thinking, but it's what it's makes me feel guilty. Obviously, no, I'm not faking, because like if I was, I would know. I wouldn't be doing when I'm home alone. But then for some reason it feels like it never happens when I'm around people or when it actually matters. Like when I had my video EEG done years ago, or that I didn't just see it as a big deal or act like it's just that good old ADHD zoning out thing. Someone says, I get it. I'm not even formally diagnosed with epilepsy, just in quote seizure-like activity that is being treated with epilepsy meds, which definitely feels impostery. Anybody ever feel impostery?
I wanted auras so bad before that sometimes I wake up feeling tired and confused. I have in the past told family, but then they get worried and start asking, "Are you okay?" every 5 seconds for the rest of the day. So I stopped doing that. Just accepted not having auras and never tell anybody that anything's wrong unless I'm positive or it's after the fact.
I got something. It says, not gonna tell my epilepsy to my workplace. I'm not having any type of seizures for 2 years. My doc is planning on decreasing my dosage. I'm gathering my documents needed for a job right now, and I'm also filling out a form about health. And I'm not gonna tell about my epilepsy. This will be my first job. I'll be an ERP consultant, which is actually not dangerous, and I don't want my epilepsy to cause any problems. I had a bad experience 2 years ago at my internship. I studied mining engineering, and internship was related to that. Got fired in 1 week. I do not suggest not telling your workplace. Sure you guys would agree. Not telling them could be bad. I had a seizure and I fell on the fryer, so it could be that bad. Especially if no one knew, it could have been worse. You guys tell your job about your epilepsy?
I didn't have epilepsy, and I was the owner. So, but I can tell you as a business owner that I would want to know so I could know how to handle an employee if he has a seizure at work. I mean, not everybody is going to want to do that, but that's the way I would have wanted to do it. I mean, somebody has a seizure at work and they don't know what's going on. Who knows what they're going to do?
Right.
But if you're prepared for it, you know exactly how to handle it and exactly what to do and who to call. So I don't advise lying about it, and especially if you lie about it and then you have a seizure at work, you're done.
Yeah. Especially because they're going to be like, you knew and you didn't tell us.
Yep. Right.
Go through a few of these comments. One says, you don't have to tell anyone about your epilepsy, but I would advocate for keeping it a secret either. It can help if something were to happen, people would have more of an idea of what to do, etc. May I ask what happened to you at your last job you got fired from? And this person responded a decent long. Says, I've just started using epilepsy medication, but not diagnosed fully. It was super new situation for me. Also, when I applied for the internship, I was okay, not using any meds, etc. But then when I started and told my Keppra intake to workplace doctor, which already caused some trouble for me because they keep my anyways because I have to work. as intern graduate. P.S. I got diagnosed at my last year because of the mining's true nature. I had to live in a great house in guest house in mining site. Don't focus on the place. It was comfy. Whatever, I had a seizure in my room. Nobody knew. It was like all my seizures in bed or early morning. So after that, I got ready, not intending to say anything to anyone, but I was super emotional, but I know how to balance myself. So I started to cry in the front of the chief engineer and had a genuine talk. And in a few hours, HR fired me and wanted me to get ready until lunch. Seizures brought on by exercise. Is anybody exercising lately? No, I'm not. Actually, I just took a walk. Would that be considered exercise? I take my morning walk. Kind of an exercise, maybe.
Depends on who you ask, I suppose.
I take a little morning walk, about a quarter mile, go down there and come back. Half a mile walk a day with the dog.
I would
usually walk
consider that
every day.
huge walk.
Yeah, like I said, it's about a quarter mile back and then back this way. So I walk a half a mile a day. Got a post that says seizures brought on by exercise. Recently started running again and I seem to have a seizure mid runs. Anyone else have this? I have focal unaware seizures, so I must just stop running. But then I come out of a confused about it where I am and I always think I've lost people until I realize it was a seizure. Some of the posts here says not running, no, but my heart rate gets too elevated and stays elevated, then yes. The chance I will have a seizure does increase. I had one on a treadmill once. Another one says this is a trigger for me, a trigger of mine, just vigorously activity for a sustained period of time. I am able to do interval workouts safely. Go ahead, Toaster.
Hydrate, 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 hydrate,
Hmm.
and electrolytes. Because you're sweating out all your salts. Your medicines, will make those whack. So yeah. Hydrate with sports drinks and normal water. Normal water is tasty too.
Yeah. They got these things. My sister gave me a little packet. And it's just this yellow powder you put in water. It hydrates you. I forgot what it's called. It's like it has a lot of stuff in it, my sister said. And yeah.
It's filled with all bad stuff.
I think it's all good stuff actually. It's to make you hydrated. Let's see where it is. I don't exactly know what it is. Go ahead, Kate.
All right, we've got somebody asking, are my nocturnal seizures changing? Should I be concerned? Been diagnosed with epilepsy for over a decade now. Last MRI showed structural changes from, I'm assuming they meant previous MRIs, and EEGs always show left temporal lobe abnormalities, sometimes right as well. My seizures primarily happen at night, sometimes early morning. Meds have helped stop grand mal seizures, but I still experience complex partial. Have them at night. I wake up and wander post-ictal. Thankfully, partner will guide me back to bed, usually just fall asleep and wake up in the morning feeling like crap. Recently, she has said I've been having seizures in my sleep and it's worrying her. I'm at a loss because obviously I don't remember. I guess I really don't really know what I'm asking. Should this concern me? Why did they all of a sudden change? Are they even seizures or is my partner being overly protective? Okay. And then they finish it up with thank you and, support. I would not assume that that partner is overreacting, because if you're having a seizure, especially the tonic-clonics, you'll be able to feel it. So if you have all those muscles tensing at night, even if you don't remember the seizure, you will feel that it's different than these what sounded like complex partials where they just get up and wander. But yeah, seizures do develop, they change. Mine started off as focals and got to more generalized frequently. So take it up with the doctor, take notes, and definitely address the issue. Try not to ignore it. What do you think, Andrea?
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
No problem. This is somebody who's having seizures at night, and they were just asking, should they be worried about it? They only had focals before where they, would kind of zone out and wander off, but now they're having grand mals at night and asking, why would this change happen? Should I even be concerned?
Yep.
I
That's
think that's a question you should talk to your neurologist about personally.
anything out of the norm.
Right, I
can
would, it would be concerning to me. I would definitely be talking to my neurologist about it.
I can kind of explain it real quick before I leave. I have to go pick up my son. Kind of. Why seizures change. As our pathways get fried from the seizures we have previously, we have to find new ways of thinking and reaching information in our heads. Then, because those pathways are fried, sparks have to find different pathways. What's the easiest pathways? The ones that you use the most. And it presents differently because it's running through different parts of your head. It changes. And that's my toaster talk. Peace. I'll be back later.
Be safe. I actually recently found out that I think my seizures are changing, and I literally just found out about it yesterday.
Is it something you
I
suspected for a little bit, but didn't want to look into, or what do you think?
No, it was just I think I didn't really ask a lot of questions. I just assumed that they didn't really, I had a seizure in a car with somebody, and she's like, yeah, you had a seizure. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't have a seizure. I think at this point, I have talked to her more and gotten more information. It seems that I'm having focal unaware seizures as well, not just the little focal awares occasionally that I thought I was having, because I thought I was having big TCs and occasionally, and then the focal awares more often. But apparently, I'm having the ones where I'm just not even there too, because she's told me about some other ones that she's like, yeah, this happened and you do this. I'm just like, oh, okay. After a big conversation we had yesterday.
Anybody taking gabapentin or ever taking gabapentin?
I
Never
have,
heard of it.
not for seizures, but I took it many, many years ago for nerve pain.
This person is asking for advice. Said I keep getting seizures. I'm on gabapentin for my seizures. It doesn't seem to work. Been on it for a year, plus I'm still getting them. So frustrated. I don't get so frustrated. I don't get the gram all ones. I call the hiccups. So frustrating. And then they said I tried going on this medication and leaving Capra, but my doctor said Capra is better. Yeah, I never taken gabapentin. Andrea, you got some advice for this person?
I, like I said, I was on that many years ago. That was many years before I even had seizures, and I was taking it for pain. It was for nerve pain in my back. So I don't know that I just I don't remember it. I didn't think it worked all that well either. But like I said, that was for something entirely different.
That's what the drug is for. It's for nerve pain. I don't think people are on that for seizures.
Yeah, I think they prescribe it. It's just like I think with lamotrigine, they prescribe it for bipolar as well.
Mm.
It's a considered a mood stabilizer, and they prescribe it off label for seizures. If I
Okay.
understood what I read correctly anyway.
100% right.
My mother takes gabapentin and she has diabetes. How does that go?
That's used to treat diabetic neuropathy.
Yeah, it would be for
uh,
neuropathy.
So
okay, yeah,
it's the pain associated with that.
heard that word before. So yeah, I think you know what that is.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's nerve damage, feet and ankles, am I right?
It can be anywhere. You can get
Oh,
neuropathy
okay.
anywhere. It's just much more common in the extremities, I believe.
Makes sense. I got something. It says medicine. Hello, I'm not looking for medical advice, just wondering. I'm on 400 milligrams a day of lamotrigine and some carbamazepine and Keppra. Every couple of months or so, I get dizzy. I get dizzy as shit, like I'm a baby deer that can't walk. I stumble like a drunk person. Sometimes I think it's correlation of not having anything in my system, food or water, and shitty sleep. Anyone else experience this fun zone? This fun time zone? It's intermittent.
What medication is this?
Carbamazepine, Keppra, and lamotrigine.
That's quite interesting. Carbamazepine is related to oxcarbazepine, isn't it?
I think it's the same thing. Not 100% sure.
I noticed that if I take my like after they started prescribing me the oxcarbazepine,
That's what this is. Oxcarbazepine. That's
right?
carbamazepine. That's that. This is oxycarbazepine.
I
It's a
think they're like in the
derivative.
same family, but not the same thing.
Not taking it.
Once they started prescribing me the oxcarbazepine, if I take it like in the morning when I take it on an empty stomach, or if I take it in the evening before I've had dinner, I will pretty much get like this morning, I felt like I was stoned out of my mind. I could not see straight, double vision, holding onto the walls to walk.
It's a side effect,
Yeah,
and it's a
it's about
severe
it.
one.
It hits about an hour after I take my pills, and it lasts about an hour, hour and a half. Then it goes away.
Does your
Oh,
seizure increase in number?
No, it's helped my seizures tremendously.
Oh,
oh, that's good.
impressive.
I'm gonna go through some of these
I
comments. The first one said I had this happen to me not too long ago for a few months. I made sure to write everything down as it would happen again out of nowhere every day or every once a month or every in between. My solution: eating. I always ate breakfast. However, it wasn't enough. I would skip lunch because I never felt hungry, but I still don't feel hungry anywhere between 1 to 5. Now between 1 to 5 ever, but I force feed myself. I actually have an alarm on my phone just to eat. I will forget. I now make it a point to eat enough breakfast, actually eat lunch, and then I've always eaten dinner. That might make it better for you, though it might not. It says, odd question. Has anyone on debit code experienced extreme mood swings with debit code? I mean, almost bawling 1 minute and fuming the next for most minor things? Or is it just me and everything is just coming to my head? I mean, I realize I am a red-blooded American male. We bottle crap up until it explodes, but this is ridiculous.
Well, we got somebody asking here. My doctor recently prescribed me a new medication because I started experiencing breakthrough seizures again due to the side effects, dizziness, nausea, numbness, and unusual smells. He wants to switch medications again. However, he insists that I make this change at work. I'm personally worried that a stressful environment combined with going off lacosamide, which is known to potentially trigger seizures during withdrawal, could worsen my condition and cause me to have another seizure at work. Despite my concerns, he refuses to allow me to switch medications at home. What do you guys think? And oh, my doctor is just a neurologist, not an epileptologist. The first question or the first comment here is what I'm thinking. What country are you in? And how do they not have laws to protect you against advice like that? I've never heard of medical changes be suggested to take place in the workplace.
Yeah,
What do
that
you,
is very odd.
I could see why you're switching meds, but definitely don't do it at work.
Want to go through those comments?
Yeah, somebody is saying that I'm on medical leave right now from work, trying new meds just like you, switching to Xcopri from lacosamide. And this is a comment coming from the US under FMLA. They're suggesting that bring it up to your doctor and find out about medical leave and make sure you exhaust all those resources before ever making changes in the workplace. I'm happy to share more about how I took leave from work. Yeah, you initially sound perfectly reasonable. So they're giving more comments too about like trust your gut on this one. The poster replied back, I'm currently on FMLA, but my employer wants an update from my doctor. As soon as I provide them with a note indicating that my restrictions have been removed, they'll tell me to come back to work. I take one medication. My seizures were fairly well controlled, and I went 2 years without having one. But I experienced a breakthrough seizure recently. This was not due to any vitamin deficiency. Now they got prescribed a second medication, but the side effects are extremely severe, so they're just planning on switching to a different one. And the poster saying they're worried about the stress at work on top of a switch and just more likely to have one at the stressful job. Yeah, I can attest to FMLA not covering changes, but when the job called the ambulance, they let me take a couple days off and I didn't get fired. So you might have to push it, hope not, but that has worked for some of us. Do you guys have any other advice when you know you just feel like you shouldn't be working, but you don't have any time saved up?
No,
Yeah.
I had to quit my job. I was forced to, so my family, not the job. So there's that.
Yeah, I haven't worked in a very long time, so I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah, so most of the comments agree, just that this is a bad justification. It doesn't make any sense for your employer to be willing to put you at risk. I wish they would give more detail about what they did for a living, but either way, if it's stressful, your health comes first. It should be priority.
Well, and it
Anybody,
depends on is it a stress issue or is it a safety issue? Because I mean, if they're doing something where if they have a seizure and it puts people's lives at risk, that's a lot different than whether they screw up somebody's paperwork.
now they're saying I work in a factory surrounded by heavy machinery. Coworkers are great, but I have concerns about safety near the machines. So this is a person who the way the company sees it, they're probably going to end up hurting themselves before somebody else. But that could easily shut something down and inhibit production. I don't see why employers
I don't,
don't care
why
more
would
about this.
they shouldn't expect them to put their self on the line.
Exactly.
Right.
That's
Dizziness.
that's out of line to me.
Absolutely. Definitely not justified.
So
I wouldn't think they would want the liability of it, especially because then if he gets hurt and and they've been notified that he had this beforehand, they can get in so much trouble.
And here's
yeah,
somebody else who's saying that, it's hard for people who don't have seizures to understand. Trying not to sound rude, but in my life, seizures are something I've come to expect, have developed a good relationship with people who knew first aid and how to help me. You may have to push for your coworkers to learn first aid, but this is how somebody else, it sounds like in a similar workplace, actually had to adapt to the employer not being willing to work with them if you can't get a doctor's note. And at this point, the doctor sounds like they're not always on your side since they make these prescription changes. Does your doctor always prescribe the titration and things like that to take like at least a month? I mean,
I
that's what it's been in my experience.
It depends on the pills, honestly. Some of them I've had, it's been like over a couple of weeks, and others it's been, a month or so.
when I switched from Keppra to lamotrigine, uh, the titration for that was
That was complicated.
yeah, it was odd. It was like take one of these and take one of these, and then start taking more of these.
I remember that one because the pharmacist called me and he's like, I just want to go over this with you to make sure you understand this and how it's written. I'm like, okay.
Right, I can read directions.
They're an awesome pharmacy. But
Hey, so for the poster, I mean, more self-advocacy at this point. They could always come to the doctor with a suggestion of part-time. You know, only work from 7 to 12 and then spend the rest of your day at home. So, you know, that second dose is maybe wearing off by the time you take the second one or your first dose of the next day. And it's weird. They all have like 12-hour lifespans. So either way, you can't just complete a transition at home or in the workplace. So they definitely have to just advocate in this one. Get the doctor on your side. Be safe.
28-year-old NB. What does NB mean? Anybody know? They lost me. The 20-year-old. Huh?
said I'm too old for that.
I think I am too. I 28-year-old NB had it might be for non-binary. Okay. 28-year-old MB had my first seizure. I was diagnosed with front temporal lobe epilepsy in 2018. I don't believe it was really my first seizure. My seizures are mostly in my sleep. I've woken up with what I now recognize as postictal symptoms occasionally most of my life. They range from disruptive to catastrophic, and I've lost multiple jobs and relationships because of my health and issues related to it. Had to move home from Michigan to New York and stay with the family because of it. I do have some options. I'm a candidate for a very expensive elective brain surgery implant that would be likely to end seizures, though there is some chances that they would continue, and I qualify for disability. Though it has been incredibly difficult to receive in 2 years of application. I feel like it's put my life on hold when I tell any jobs that aren't minimum wage BS that I'm epileptic with no college degree. It feels like they may as well be shredding my application right there, and even half on the minimum wage aren't much better. My social life is grim. I can't count a number of people I talk to on one hand, and it always feels like I moat of them are just concerned about me. I think it's supposed to put most, say. ANS is close. Yeah. Feels like most of them are just concerned about me, and I don't really know if I blame them. Yeah, this person, as you see, they say their life is on hold. They're looking for advice, you guys. My life is kind of, I wouldn't say on hold. It's kind of, shit, it's been on hold for a long time. Yeah, just gotta roll with the punches.
I would
Put in
advise
front
that
of
they
you.
don't focus on that label. Don't think of your life as on hold just because you don't actively maybe have a routine. It's like reaching goals and doing things of that nature because you're alive, you're still kicking. You got something going on. If you want to work on something else, then get going. One step at a time. You can still live a different life if you work towards it. This is
Right.
a new diagnosis, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just one step at a time. Start taking notes, and that'll help for more than seizures.
They also said they're new to it too. That could be scary.
In that case, join us here.
Lamictal withdrawal, Alice in Wonderland syndrome. Okay, can you tell me what that is? I think I tapered too quickly on Lamictal because I started feeling panicky, but a bit paranoid along with derealization. I also started feeling weirdly big, and objects started feeling smaller and far away, which was horrible. The door frame looked smaller. My phone looked smaller. and I looked it up, and these are the symptoms of Alice in Wonderland syndrome. Has anyone had this happen to them? Was I disassociating super bad? It felt like I was in a tiny house. I've heard of it, but never looked into even what it was. But that's really interesting. Alice in Wonderland syndrome. I mean, the name is interesting. I don't think it'd be a good thing to have. So it does sound horrible.
Usually to get a diagnosis, something has to be consistent and I guess bad enough to kind of earn that diagnosis in my experience, and especially things that they use in children's conditions, because it looks like Alice in Wonderland. It's a neurological disorder distorting perceptions. So I can see why they're not sure if it's just disassociation or if it's actually like full-blown syndrome. But when they use anything in children's conditions like Epstein-Barr virus, things that children get, they definitely tend to make sure you have to like meet qualifications to have that. So that would start with disassociation, but again, like, write it down. I guess you can't really take a picture in this case, but do whatever you can to communicate to the professionals how long this is happening, how bad it is, and see if they're going to change your treatment. Because we all know that medications can play a part in distortion. Things making things look bigger and smaller and just seeing lines. It sounds like a trip.
Peter,
Yeah.
do they distort their own size as well?
Yeah. I also started feeling weirdly big, and objects started feeling smaller and far away.
Hmm.
That's scary at times, I guess I would say. Yeah, things are smaller and further away. Amygdala withdrawal. So I wonder if I take Lamictal, but yeah, tapering off of it sounds interesting. It's not something I'm gonna do, but I wonder about the Alice in Wonderland syndrome. It just sounds interesting. I'm not gonna do it, so yeah, I don't have to worry about that.
Sounds like one where you get too lost though, because it's not just visual. You can hear things differently too. Imagine, something drops or somebody's walking by outside and you hear like feet shuffling on the concrete, but it gets way loud. That I think that would be creepy. Yeah, it's way more than that, and it's perceptual thing. So if you go to play a record and you're reaching and you still can't reach the record because it's just too far away, that's your perception. Things like that can change, and if you have the syndrome, from what I understand, it can hit any time, and you never know how long you're going to be in it.
I
The
got
symptoms
something.
are usually temporary. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. We'll finish.
They were just wrapping it up saying symptoms are usually temporary. The condition is named after Alice and how they experience unusual changes in size in the book Alice in Wonderland. So it's definitely size has something to do with it. Like one of
I
the
gotta
main
watch that show or movie or whatever it is.
the book is always better.
You've
Yeah, I was
never
supposed to.
seen Alice in Wonderland?
Probably as a kid. Not that I can remember like any bits and pieces. I don't even think I know what she looks like.
You guys remember if the live action one is worth it? I don't remember how that one went.
I haven't seen all of those.
Oh, hey. God, but it says something is wrong and doctors don't listen. Hello, I have non-epileptic seizures, but there's activity in my brain. It says I have non-epileptic seizures, but there's activity in my brain. Just it's not a lot. So my doctor says I'm in a gray zone. I've been having very, very frequent seizures, and I feel something is wrong. I've been having very concerning symptoms recently, and I've been been to the ER, but they just discharged me because they're non-epileptic. I'm scared and I don't know what to do. I feel something is very wrong. It's Sunday and I'm trying to hold out, just keep myself calm as possible. The doctors aren't listening and they're looking for advice from us. I was gonna say get a second opinion, but if the doctors aren't listening, find somewhere else to get a second opinion. And a third, fourth, whatever's necessary. I'm all for multiple opinions. First comment here says, get a referral to a neurologist who can arrange a long-term EEG. They'll admit you to a hospital for 3 to 5 days and keep you hooked up. Hopefully, it'll catch some activity. Another comment says, how do they know that they are non-epileptic seizures? Damn doctors, it took me 5 years to find out. A good neurologist. If you feel like something bad is going on, try going to an emergency room. Great idea.
If you can, go to an epileptologist.
I hear that a lot lately.
Makes a difference.
What seizure medication do you recommend for a woman? I'm currently on Depakote, and while I haven't had too much of an issue with weight gain, maybe 5 pounds total since I started in May. I noticed that it's been messing around with my menstrual cycle. I didn't get my period at all in July, and it just came super late into August as well. Also, my hair is starting to fall out like crazy. I noticed today that while I was washing my hair, it was coming out in clumps. It sucks because so far this medication has worked really well and keeping my seizures at bay. I went from having a seizure almost every day to not having one since July 4th, and that was because I was dumb and looked at a bunch of fireworks and sparklers all at once. So if anyone has any recommendations for medication for women, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I kind of have. I was on Depakote and my menstrual cycle was almost absent. And after I started taking Depakote, I started having a regular menstrual cycle, and my hair also started falling really bad, like I really had cancer. And after a year or so, I end up in hospital being admitted because I had some problem with my glucose in my blood, and they discovered I had B12 deficiency and folic acid, and that was the reason my hair was falling. So I don't believe it's the medication the reason, but the medication might affect the B12 and folic acid in your body, and also it might affect your bones.
So what did they come to the conclusion in your case that all of the, abnormal symptoms were because of the medications, or did they pick and choose which ones could and which ones couldn't? That's another frustrating thing about doctors.
I had a status epileptic in hospital, and my blood sugar was extremely low, like under 17, and they have no idea why they could not raise my blood sugar up to 80, and they keep administrating me pure glucose through IV, and after they gave it to me in oral dose, and they say you might be diabetic or have some issues, and I end up going in the specialized hospital for diabetes, and they run some blood tests, and there I found out. In Romania, the system or the medical system is completely different
Say
At
that
from
least it
again.
sounds like they're trying to get to the answer.
yeah.
You said completely what?
The Romanian medical system is completely different from the American one. So
Yeah.
basically, everything is for free if you are employed or you're a student. So everything is covered, but some medication might be half covered from your insurance or fully covered or not. It's depending. So if you're chronically ill, all the treatment is fully covered. And
So when all
also,
those tests like dead ended, did they suggest that maybe doing those tests at a different time of the month for you would make a difference?
can you repeat?
When those tests, it sounds like, didn't really reveal why your body was having so much trouble processing the glucose, did they suggest or anybody want to like keep you inpatient to see if it would make a difference at a different time of the month?
No, they put me to wear Dexcom sensor on my body for 90 days, and they discover I was completely sensitive to citrus and honey, and there was a reason why my blood sugar was spiking up to 300 to 40 in like 15 minutes or 30 minutes.
Wow, that
And
must
that's
have
why
been a lot
I
to go
was
through.
having seizure. And after
Okay.
that, I was instructed to not consume any more fruit and honey, and my blood sugar was stabilized eventually. But the problem occurred again. They were like, okay, there is something more. And they continued to monitor me, and they realized that I was not able to get my B12 vitamin through injections because I was allergic to it.
And that's how they discovered the allergy.
I discovered by myself because I started having a rash on my body. My spleen was getting bigger and my kidneys were not working. And eventually I realized maybe I was having a Dress syndrome. And also I discovered that the Dress syndrome was caused also by the zonisamide I was taking.
So you've actually had that Dress syndrome take place when they prescribed two medications that actually induce.
Actually, I was taking zonisamide for almost 2 years, but the firm, which was I don't know how to say it, was delivering in my country, decided not to do it anymore. The ASI production or the product, and I was getting from German firm, and when I eventually change or switch on the different, my body did not accept anymore the new provider of the medication. And the medication itself did not work anymore.
That's suspicious. You think it was actually the same medication or coming from a
Yes,
different place? It definitely could
same
be produced
medication,
different.
same substance, but it did not work for me anymore. It was only right now, from what I know, it's only in USA
Hmm.
available, the original one. Because right now I taking for hard capsule. It's, I don't know how to say it. I mean, you can
Yeah,
see
it sounds like from
it
a
here.
brand name to a generic thing.
Yeah, it's a new brand. But it's not working for me. And I
Yeah,
believe
medication
many
changes
of
are
us
can definitely be inconvenient.
happened the same.
Um,
Once
from
again, glad you got through it.
Yes.
from Andrea and Kate. I was asking the thing also about you guys didn't get a moment in when the person asked about good medication for women.
I really don't know what to recommend, honestly.
I don't recommend any of them.
Right. It's all kind of you it's gonna it's pretty personal to each person, I think.
Well, I think a big factor is if you plan on becoming pregnant, then you're
Yeah.
definitely going to want to make the priority of, how much of the medication will definitely get to the fetus and, breast milk and all that.
I had a grandchild before I had seizures, so I'm not too worried about having more kids at this point in my life.
At this point, even if it threw off your menstruation, whatever.
I don't have that anymore.
Oh, bless you. Well,
It is lovely.
I bet.
Any of you guys having focals?
4 times a month.
I am not.
I think mine stopped because of you.
Me?
Yeah,
Shout out
Really?
to Nature's Made.
possible. I started taking some B12, like you
B12 by
said.
Nature's Made.
Yep, like you said, and I had focals that day that before I took it, but I haven't had one since then. But I wasn't having them like daily, so it's only been a couple of weeks. We'll see
Shout
how,
out to Nature's Made.
fingers crossed.
Yeah,
It's looking good.
it's been about 4 months for me. So yeah,
Congratulations.
thank you. Um, yeah, so the post says, how often do y'all have focal aware seizures? I have them about once a month, maybe 2 per month. I don't stay on top of my medication. How often do y'all have them? Is once a month a lot? When do I talk to other epileptic? It sounds like they have way less, maybe 1 or 2 per year, but that's including various types of seizures. How often do you guys have focal aware seizures? Someone here says the first comment says, I have one every other day on average. I don't mind them too much.
Mine have varied quite a lot.
Someone says every day I have severe TBI and EEGs all show seizure activity all day long. Some days it's more noticeable than others. Someone says an average of 5 days a month. That's why I always say, like Jeff tells me, put one foot in front of the other because things could be such worse. Things could be way worse, especially when we're reading. Someone else says, I have one every day. Don't mind me. I'm sick of clusters. So sick of this benzo break. I still have almost a month to see the epileptologist. And since mid-July, I've had maybe 5 seizure-free days. Just in August, maybe 3 seizure-free days. Maybe 6 days with no clustering. I'm blessed. Not all my focals are doom panic-inducing, but having about 8 focal seizures a day for a month tires you out, especially ones I rather have. The only thing that bugs me is if to think or move, but then they can they can take hours away to recover. But as long as I'm not taking any benzos, right? Oh, because these are more likely than originating from schizenophilia cleft. I still need an SEEG to officially diagnose these. So, yay, sorry, sick of seizures. suggestions. I don't take
That's the
benzos,
point.
and I'm sorry you're going through clusters because I went through that earlier when I started doing this. Yeah, was not fun. It is fun going back and looking at it on tape though. First comment says, I can't even imagine focal awares are so scary. Have you told your neurologist the clustering? Explain how you can go no longer keep this up and it's interfering with your ability to do your job. If you are a mom or dad, tell them you're feeling uncomfortable holding your kids because you feel like you might drop. That is what I told my neurologist when they tried to take me off of the benzo. Any of you guys taking benzos right now? Personally, I'm not. Which one are you taking?
It's the one I stopped taking, so I can't remember it anymore. Started with a C.
Clobazam?
I can't remember it anymore. Yes,
That-
and that's the one that definitely gets to the fetus, gets in the milk and all that, and that I felt really guilty about for, the whole, like, last 3 years basically. But at this point, it is what it is, and I know for the rest of my life, I want to do my best to just let the RNS do its job and get off the meds because I really feel like they just shorten our lives. So do what we can do, and I'm glad to stop taking medication at this point. For what they posted though, if you can prove that the benzos don't work, I think it was 3 medications that have to fail before most insurance companies will accept a recommendation for surgical evaluation, just to see which surgery would even be an option if you have one. But that's the direction I would go in at that point when you really feel like you hit a dead end with any seizure medications.
I am taking midazolam, diazepam, and Xanax.
Recreational? I'm just kidding.
No. No, actually, I'm taking midazolam. I'm taking only in case of emergency. Diazepam, I'm taking only through IV in emergency room, and Xanax, I'm taking only if I feel my aura coming. But I usually don't, so I'm taking before sleep so I don't get seizure in the right time because I usually start to vomit.
I got one here and it says focal aware clustering for weeks. So not sure if anyone here has had this experience. Normally, I have nocturnal focal aware and they are very inconsistent. I'm very functional. I'm a very functional epileptic in terms of drive to work, etc. I've had epilepsy for over 30 years, but in a rare case, I get really sick, bad flu, or I have my meds reduced for a procedure, then my body has a level back out. I typically will start a cluster. It happens maybe every year or every other year, depending on what's going on, and it's brutal. My clusters are focal aware and they last for seconds. I'll be totally aware, but my side will jerk and I can't speak for about a blip. Then I go limp, but repeat all day long, and they can be accomplished by Todd's paralysis since my seizures are on my right side. They last for weeks and very slowly get less and less, 30 a day to 28 a day, etc. Then the recovery from brain fog is weeks. My body usually feels like it's been hit by multiple Mack trucks. Breakthrough meds are not working because of my high tolerance to clobazam. Does anyone else experience this? And what helped? Clustering for weeks.
For
Never been through it personally.
for almost 90 days.
19 days.
Yeah. During EEG, for 40 minutes, I had 4 seizures. And I was not aware of being in a seizure. And after that, I was like, okay, I'm having seizure. And I started realizing that every time I had a pain in my forehead or I felt my a tingling in my legs. I was having a seizure, and per day I was having around 30, maybe 40 seizures. I was kinda active. So
That's
yeah,
crazy. So what actually brought that to an end? And just real quick, did you say 90 or 19 days?
science 2nd June. So 19 days.
Wow.
No, not 19, 90,
Wow.
almost 100 around that.
Yeah. So what finally brought those 3 months to an end?
Um, they gave me a new medication, Oxton. Ox, ox, I have no idea how to pronounce it. So
Some
it's
oxy.
Cenopamat.
Excapri.
Oxcapria, yeah. But I have no idea what to expect from this medication. I'm kind of scared to increase the dose. Every time I'm increasing, I start to feel nauseous and I have a severe headache, and I'm not sure because what to do because Excopri is um, literally um, stopping the effect of Xanax. So I'm like, I need Xanax, but I also need that medication. I don't know what to do. So it's
And they can't tell so far which one is more important or which one might be doing more damage long term.
um for now I'm doing fine. So I'm still on titration, so I have no idea how long it will take, but if this medication fails again, then I don't know what to do because my epilepsy is unoperable. I mean, it can be operated. It's reaching the center of my hippocamp. So I believe I will just experience the life without the treatment and see what happens. Russian roulette, I believe.
Okay, that's one way to look at it. But either way, you're definitely taking notes for yourself, and at least you know that when you need treatment, you know exactly what you're taking because it sounds like the doctors don't always pick up on the medication interactions if you've already had
Um,
stress.
right now in my country, the best doctors, the the three best doctors in the country, two of them said I don't have epilepsy. Only one said I have epilepsy, and one of my doctors said I need to stop my medication, which was zonisamide. And after I start lowering the dose, I start having faster seizures. And after that, I told her that I'm not okay. She said, okay, you need to do a EEG. I did an EEG. I fall asleep, so I was completely fine. She says, you're fine. You don't have anything wrong with your brain. So she says, you're good to go. It's only in your head.
And that's the end of that one.
Yeah.
So a lot of your journey is definitely finding the right providers that'll even believe you.
Yeah. It's fine.
But
As
have
long
you
as
ever
I'm
been able to
doing,
record a focal?
I actually don't want to record one of those. It's kind of embarrassing. Um,
It might be the thing to get the doctor's attention though. Anybody who's around you, if they know
actually,
you're not there, then start
yeah,
recording.
but during the EG, the doctor was right next to me because he insisted on being right next to me because there was no video EG, so he insisted on being right next to me to see what is going on. and he saw what I was doing.
It's just hard to believe that any of of your providers at this point can brush it off as you're fine.
Yeah, but I still don't understand how she can say I'm fine after she saw me having a grand mal in front of her, and also she three, three, 3 years ago she became my doctors because I was sent her from the emergency room to her because she was the greatest epileptologist in the country. She's teaching at the medical university in our country, epileptology. So, and I was sent to her because I was having a epileptic status in the hospital. So I still don't understand. At first, he said, "Yeah, you definitely have epilepsy," and maybe 1 year. She says, "Nah, don't have."
So was this doctor who actually saw you because of status epilepticus trying to say that that was a one-time event by the end of your
Uh,
treatment, that you didn't actually have epilepsy?
She saw multiple seizure of mine. She even admitted on her hospital section because she was kind of the chief of the neurology in the
Department.
hospital. Yeah, the department. So a fly on my wall. So sorry. Um, she was like, "No, you don't have epilepsy. You're just stressed or emotional. You're faking." And I'm like, how can I fake a seizure and broke my collarbone and scapula? How? How can I fake that? And find out after 2 weeks that I have a broken bone inside me.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, people
Well,
are starting to fake them and stuff, so they gotta making it hard for us to get checked.
Yeah, I found out there are people who make pranks on having seizures. I don't find funny.
Me either.
It's ugly, especially because there are people here who believe having epilepsy, you are possessed by evil spirits, or you are worse, drunk or drugged or whatever.
You get that here every now and then. Not every case, but too often, I'd say.
Yeah, I got even a case where they bite my fingers or put needles in my or try to open my jaw. Guess what? You can't. I bite one half of my tongue. I'm missing a piece of my tongue.
I got something here though. It says advice required. Hey guys, I'm 17, about to turn 18 this year. Recently got a seizure while playing Valorant. This has happened to me 3 times. First and second ones while playing Dark Souls 2. The first and second ones were weird because it was like my vision was cut off. I was unconscious and didn't remember it happened. The fainting and seizing. My parents were in shock, and I was taken to a neurologist after 4 months of seizures. Happened, and the doctors did an MRI and an EEG. Tests both came back normal, and he had said I didn't have any problem. I wrote some medications in case of repeats, supposedly to be to be used forever and was expensive, and my parents left it at that. The recent seizure happened this month. I don't know what's the cause, as I've been playing both Dark Souls and Valorant for years, and there was no problem. My parents think that I'm going too much into game. There's only one signal that was occurring, and it was a partial vision. Please let me know if anything or everything has been relatable to this issue, and how can I hope and playing video games, it doesn't occur again. I play video games for hours till sun comes up sometimes. Never bothered me, but everybody's body is different. Don't take my advice for it. And then you're 17, you have to listen to your parents. I don't have to listen to my parents. I can play till sun up any day, 5 days a week if I wanted to. I
When
don't
you were
suggest,
17, did you listen to your parents?
uh, mm, there wasn't
We
much to
both know
listen
the
to.
answer to that.
I wasn't like, I guess there wasn't much to listen to. Like my mom, I was just kind of more privileged than I knew I was. There wasn't any rules. I wasn't doing anything, just living. There wasn't anything I've ever done wrong, like get in trouble. That I could, as a teenager now, especially at 17. One says, stop playing. The other one says, who cares? Wow. You're by yourself, maybe in a car or in the shower. Oh no, that's something different.
Well, on that one, if they're not sure that it's what's that, photosensitive, is that the only reason that a video game would trigger it? Because that's something else to look into. Another reason to bring it up to the doctor. When I'm playing video games, this happens, but if I'm, under the fluorescent lights and anytime in a retail environment, it doesn't seem, or at a concert, fire, none of that triggers your seizures, then maybe you're not totally or photosensitive, but maybe just has something to do with how close you are to the screen even. That's something you're going to want to get the answer to, especially since seizures change if you're not controlling them and making it better. In my experience, they get worse.
Says I have a rare subtype of focal epilepsy called aura continua. It caused me to have constant aura 24/7, nonstop at all. My baseline is lingering aura, not as powerful, but it's there, sitting there slowly eating at me. It has all the traits of an aura episode, except less potent. But I can still have episodes where my baseline spikes and I get a feeling like I'm floating on water or in space and deja vu. But my biggest concern is that I'm on lamotrigine for a couple of weeks and I'm now at 150 milligrams, which is really fucked up with me recently. I usually feel emotional detachment and everyone around me. This causes me to not feel deep emotions for people at all. This mainly targets my girlfriend quite a bit. I feel emotionally detached, and with this detachment, my brain feels in the wild. My brain fills in the void with doubt and panic. It says to me, what if you really don't love her? Oh, wow. And what if this doesn't work out at all? I call this the state of mind, in quote, detachment zone, where my epilepsy takes over and causes emotional detachment from a person I care most about. That being my girlfriend. The other side is what I call my, in quote, grace period, where my lamotrigine ends up stabilizing my emotions and randomly start crying, talking to her. I'm not sad, but tears just start flowing and flowing, like my brain is trying to get my emotions out through mental ways, through physically ways instead of mental ways. Gifts, I spend so much time with her, and whenever we can, we have a clear work schedule. We spend time together. There are short circuiting. I just came here to ask all you guys if this happens to your relationships. This is mental torture. I can't deal with this much longer. I just need my brain to stabilize soon. I feel this person. I feel for you all the way. I've been told I'm not ready for emotional attachment. Been told that a few times, and I didn't feel like people said they didn't feel emotionally attached. Like I was just kind of distant in a relationship. But that also comes with the with the arousal concept, like don't have the energy for it, or the most people in a relationship are gonna expect it. And then we're young, and yeah, she was like, no, something's going on. You're taking these pills, and she didn't feel like I want her or emotionally attached. And I was on the Lamictal like this person is saying, so yeah, I feel you. Those urges aren't there, and that could hurt a person's feelings when they feel like you don't want them. Anybody else taking Lamictal and had emotional detachments?
My surprising emotional detachments happened when I was on 3 pills. It was carbatrol and two other, like Fycompa, I think was in the carbatrol days. Vimpat, I think was the other one. But yeah, when I was taking the most medications, that's when I noticed the most side effects, and that's the only time in my life when the seizures were under control, but they weren't. I was still having focals, just not telling anybody. And the side effects outweighed the benefits of all the medications, in my opinion, because those side effects really did prevent me from being who I wanted to be. As far as, mother, partner, all that, I did not feel like I was myself, and it was because of these medications. And the titration periods take so long that it's like I forgot how I felt in the months prior, and that was what kept me on this like dangerous cocktail for so long. What do you think, Jeff?
It's interesting, Kate, because I'm on 2 of those medications and I've never been more emotional in my life. I cry at everything. I see people on TV that are sick and I cry.
Same here. Over emotional sometimes. I don't get it. Like, I could see someone do something successful, and for some reason my eyes just start tearing. I'm like, okay, maybe I'm just excited for this person, but
Right.
why am I always crying over everything? Yeah, or like certain stuff like First 48, I can't. I cry when I see someone's mom cry. That's hard, especially in situations like that. Can't watch a mother cry. Yeah.
Well, in this case, I mean, I was in my 20s, and the lady thing might have something to do with it. So I was definitely more distant, though. My emotions more felt like they got shut off when I was on the Fycompa and those other two, carbatrol and something.
Yeah, that's how I felt. Felt like my emotions just turned off. I felt like I was being a good boyfriend, but I felt like it was just there was something missing. And she finally said it in the end. She felt like something's missing.
Yeah, everything felt like more of a chore. There wasn't really joy in, the usual family stuff. But
Okay.
now we know to be more advocates for ourselves, especially in
Right.
medical care.
Yeah. So that was one post. Yeah, love to doubt. That sucks. Hormonal seizures. How do you girls know? I started writing things down that appears to be related to, end quote, my period. Any girls with the same? And if so, how do you guys deal with it? One comment says, I'm currently working with my neuro and OBGYN for this. For some people, estrogen makes a seizure-friendly environment. Keep tracking your neuro symptoms in a period tracker because that does help with data. I'm in the early stages of being on progesterone, which does help some people. Another comment here says, here, catamenial epilepsy. I have PCOS too. So instead of bleeding, I'm just struggling with my epilepsy. LOL. What do I stay super hydrated and only go out when I'm guaranteed an immediate ride home when I start feeling end quote off. However, typically don't go out at all, just try to keep my mind as stable as possible. I am also upfront about it with my professor and my manager, so they know my situation and don't get on me for missing my shifts and classes. Good luck. Yes, my period is actually a trigger. It usually happens a day or two before I start. They don't give me any insight on what to do about it, but definitely tracked it. Kate, any advice for that person? Because I have no anything.
I agree with the journaling. If there's other apps out there that ask more detailed questions, that's what did help me in the beginning, because I was just writing down dates, nothing but dates of the cycle. And when I noticed that how I felt in the days leading to and just after, it was that whole week, not just the 3 or 4 days, that made a difference, especially when it's not regular. So the more information that you have over a longer period of time, you'll get closer to getting an answer for yourself. That can make a difference.
I missed the whole question, but what I heard, I think I might have some relevance to. Can you read me the question?
Summarize.
Yeah, you can just summarize what.
It says, how do you girls know? I started writing things down. It appears to be related to my end quote period. Any girls with the same? And if so, how do you guys deal with it?
I'm going off of what you were saying, Kate. I have an app that I use. It's called Dailyo, that you can kind of customize to track whatever you want, and you could put that as one of, if you wanted to put your cycle in there as one of the things that you track. You can put seizures in there, you can put symptoms in there, you can put your diet, you can put the weather, you can put your sleep, and then it has the I can't think of the word, the statistics. You can go in and it will even like make the statistics and compare stuff for you. It's
And this
awesome.
was the one you told us about before, where you can set your own criteria. So soon after a seizure, you can go through and check them off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Yes, this is the one that I was looking forward to you mentioning again. Thank you.
I got one. It says, does Keppra make you nauseous? I was on 1,000 milligrams twice a day and had a seizure, so they upped my dose to 1250 twice a day. I've been very nauseous lately, and I'm wondering if Keppra has anything to do with it. Does anyone else feel nauseous after taking Keppra?
There's been a lot of times that I've had symptoms for things and then they go away after a little bit. So
I got something here. It says, sometimes I've had mine reduced to 1,500 milligrams, ER to 100 to 500, and it's changed my life a lot. And in all honesty, Keppra would make me super tired and a little nauseous. Someone else said, only for a couple of weeks. After 4 to 6 weeks, it faded away. I'm at 4,000 milligrams a day. My stomach feels like a war zone. Going for an EEG later this month to hopefully finally change the meds. I didn't get nausea with Keppra, but I live with chronic nausea. Hope to get relief soon. Again, nausea. Nausea with meds. I'm currently on 350 of lamotrigine, 375 of Depakote, and 2,000 milligrams of Keppra daily, spaced out between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. And I don't eat something within 10 minutes of taking my meds, I get super nauseous and can't eat until like dinner time. Does this happen to anyone else? I'm on lamotrigine, and I wouldn't say spaced out for that many hours because I'm usually here and I'm not spaced out. So, and yeah, when I don't eat, I feel good. I'm usually never eating because I don't remember if I ate or not, or I'm not hungry. So there's that.
But you can live like that, because you got to know over time, chronic nausea is a dehydration, malnutrition. Living underweight gives you problems long term. Kidneys, inside, lots of digestive issues. So
I'm on a
that's the scary
specific
part about
spot.
that one.
I'm on a water diet.
Not good enough. You know it.
How do
AJ,
you
what you
make
got to
your
say about that?
how do
Okay, go
you
ahead,
make
AJ.
yourself eat when you're not like you don't want to eat? I don't feel hungry at all.
Yeah, I don't
And
have eating
I
cues.
drink
Like,
Coke.
you tell me you're hungry. My body just never says you're hungry. It just
right,
goes
I don't
on and
either.
on.
You set reminders on your phone, and in the context there, remind yourself that you don't want to be more of a burden. So come up with something. I mean, a handful of strawberries, like regular stuff ready to go.
How
So
about I
it's
order some
not hard.
sushi?
But Kate,
Or
if
you
you're
drink
not
Coca-Cola.
hungry, you can't eat. It doesn't make you feel good.
The thought of trying to swallow food literally makes me want to vomit right now.
Right.
So not even a smoothie. You can't go for those protein shakes.
Nope.
I'm drinking an
Nothing.
energy drink right now.
Mm.
That's a stimulant. That's not something that's going to substitute nutrition.
I gotta
You
stay
can
up
drink
past
energy
7 o'clock tonight.
If your
I have to
body
stay up
needs
till
sleep,
10. I take my pills
okay.
at 10 a.m. and 10 p.m., so I have to stay up till 10. Yeah.
I will eat
AJ,
Maybe you
dinner.
can take them at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. That's how I take them.
Does that contribute to you getting, better nutrition, you think?
What?
You're
Just
asking
taking
me?
them at a different time of the day?
No, I'm still malnutrition. I'm still
Okay,
underweight.
okay. So nausea is an issue for the medications you're taking too?
I don't know, maybe. But I'm I'm drinking Coca-Cola and it's helping. So that's my diet.
Oh
Oh, it
wow.
Always
pains me to
Coca-Cola
hear
and
energy
cucumbers.
drinks and soda.
I'm a lot worse in the morning, and I don't normally drink energy drinks.
But cucumbers on top of soda? There's like nothing to cucumbers but water. Uh,
It's hydration.
Exactly. I like cucumbers with
oh,
vinegar.
not gonna
It's
win.
amazing.
Not gonna
Or to
win.
drink vinegar with nothing else. I love it. Oh my God, I
Vinegar's.
love it.
I used to drink pickle juice.
Mm. I've heard of that.
Oh,
Have you heard of people
I have
drinking milk with pizza?
Yep.
Yeah, I
no,
heard
but
that
I
most
usually
recently. To each his own.
I ate jalapeno with mayonnaise and jelly.
With what?
I ate
Mayonnaise.
jalapeno with mayonnaise and jelly,
Okay.
Coca-Cola jelly.
Yeah, in the
Nice.
US they'll put mayonnaise on anything and call it a salad. So that's definitely a thing here. Yeah, for real.
Bacon jelly sandwiches are really good.
Oh, you can never turn
Bacon
down a jelly
jelly.
sandwich.
Bacon jelly?
Oh, with
Bacon?
bacon?
Yeah. Toast, a piece of toast, put jelly on it, and put bacon in there. Like,
I'm sure
oh
it's
yeah,
not peanut butter, and
you try it sometime. It's good. You get the sweet and the salty.
I don't like jelly.
Mm.
So use preserves. It's got real fruit in it.
There you go. Herbs.
I don't like the texture of the jelly.
Well,
Of
you won't
I,
notice the texture because you got the bacon.
I can notice. I'm quite sensitive to the texture of my food.
Well, do what you got to do to stay getting the vitamins that you need. Set the reminders and use some kind of motivational quote or something to remind yourself that you got to eat this because it's not going to kill you. If
I'm
anything,
eating.
it'll lengthen your life. Do some research.
Today is my diet is a very bad example.
Oh, don't call like individual
AJ,
choices
you're
into
bad.
question.
Say that again.
What?
I said AJ was being bad.
Yeah.
My epilepsy meds gave me an autoimmune disease and PCOS. I had my first appointment in 2 years with my neurologist. Told him that I was just diagnosed with Hashimoto's and PCOS. All of the symptoms started after I went on Devalproex. But when I went to my primary doctor, OBG, about gaining weight and fatigue, they all said to exercise more and eat better. I run 5 miles every other day. This went on for years until I changed doctors. I asked my neuro if there was a correlation of PCOS and the meds I was taking, and you'll never guess what he said. He said PCOS and Devalproex are associated, as in there's a correlation of developing PCOS while taking it. Apparently, it also triggered Hashimoto's. I'm so upset. I can't stop taking my seizure meds. This is the only one that works, but it's making me sick. I asked if I stopped taking my meds, if the PCOS and Hashimoto's would reverse. He said unlikely. So basically, I now have two horrible diseases to add on to epilepsy. Constant cycle of treating one thing that is also creating problems, tired of being sick, tired of taking meds, frustrated and angry. I can agree with this one.
Hugs.
Absolutely. Hugs on this one, especially to hear that the conditions that they developed are probably not going to reverse. Definitely adopt a new strategy of second opinion for any and all treatment choices, because somebody could have caught that.
With you on that with Kate. Somebody should have caught that. Does anyone else feel like a child because you can't drive? I've been struggling quite a bit lately with epilepsy diagnosis and not being able to drive. So it was 2023 when I got diagnosed. After I had 2 absent seizures, I was immediately told I couldn't drive until 12 months seizure free. I unfortunately still have not achieved that. After numerous medications, tweaks, etc., I think me and my epileptologist are finally on the right track and seem to have found a good combination of anti-seizure medications that have reduced my seizures. However, I'm not driving, just sucks for me personally. I enjoy driving and was devastated when it was ripped away from me so abruptly. It didn't take me a while to accept it, which I have, but there are days when I get very frustrated because I know I'd be 100% okay to drive. I also hate being a burden on others and also having to rely on others for lifts. It's embarrassing. I'm 28 years old. However, it just feels infantilizing at times. Sorry for the rant. Does anyone else feel like this? Yes. Man, I don't feel like a child because I can't drive, but I feel the burden and a lot of the other things the person said.
I can totally relate to it, but at the same time, it's totally not safe for me to drive because of the seizures that I have. I don't want to kill anybody.
Right.
Therefore, it's very selfish for me to want to get into a, huge missile and drive it down the road and possibly kill who knows who I would kill.
Right. That's my thing. I don't want to hurt anybody and have to live with that. I'm already
Right.
emotional as it is. Couldn't imagine.
Oh yeah.
That's
It's
why I
just,
stopped. Sorry.
I mean, I'm almost 48 years old and I'm calling my mom or my children for rides. That sucks.
Yeah. It sucks that I have nobody to count on. So there's that. Sorry if I'm trauma dumping.
No, this
Yeah,
is
it's
the only place. I was just thinking this is the only place where we can speak freely about that at any point in your life.
I think the thing that most makes me feel like a child is the fact that my mom still treats me like a child.
That's what doesn't help the most.
She's the one that does it the most.
Yep. What are you thinking going out the door? Do you have your phone? Where are you going? What are you doing?
Oh, she
I just
freaked
turned
out this
34.
she called this morning. She sent me 2 text messages and called me this morning because she couldn't get a hold of me for an hour.
I
She
don't
was
get
about
that.
ready. She freaks out if she can't get me within 10 minutes.
And
I don't
still
get
being an
that.
embarrassment. Yeah.
You should feel good about that.
I think another feeling like a child thing comes from when the neighbors or, whoever in public understand, actually witnesses a seizure. And if we not traumatized, but our seizure ends up being an inconvenience to somebody else, that's another thing that contributes to keeping the, like, I don't know, over monitoring, I think, going.
My mom has never even seen one of my seizures, been there for one of my seizures, other than seizures that she has been completely and totally oblivious to. So she hasn't even taken the time to look up what she needs to do in this account of anything. She's clueless.
And that sucks because you're with somebody who does not know what to do when certain things happen, and that could be your life, could be in life and death situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not alone.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm trauma dumping now.
It is all right. I needed some trauma to bury mine. And thank you. Hey, James.
There we go. Hey, what's up?
Not much. The icebreaker today is, how long have you been growing that beard?
I mean, I've trimmed it several times. I've had my mustache and my beard since about 2010. But I do obviously I keep it trimmed. I don't just let it go full homeless shaggy. I mean, I know it is really, really long, but if I hadn't cut it in 15 years, it would be, ZZ Top looking down to my belly button type beard.
Couldn't imagine.
You're not old enough to rock ZZ Top yet.
I think we strayed away from this post that I had, the driving, because of the feeling like a kid. I was going to go to the first comment. Since I feel like a baby and I sit at home on days when my boyfriend and parents work, LOL, trying to find hobbies at home, I make LOL to make me happy. It's hard, and I do not live in a walkable city at all. To find everything is so far away from each other. My poor car sits on the side of the house, but we will drive again. I believe in us. Hugs to you. This shit sucks. Also, why is there like zero work from home jobs? Shaking my head. I do feel this and less and childlike, but it has made me focus hard on urban planning as a result, and why our cities are primarily built around the car. One else said, move on, don't drive, get over yourself. Huh. I'll never drive again.
Me neither.
Post seizure in sleep. Hi, y'all. I'm sorry if this is a silly question, but I'm confused and a little worried. I was asleep last night and I ended up waking up because I was shivering and shaking in my sleep. I get this way every now and then, but tonight it was violent, enough to actually wake me up. I felt like I could barely control my body and I could speak properly at the same time, as I was so confused and focused on trying to get myself to the top to stop shaking, but I couldn't. I even managed to control myself enough to get from under the blanket, but then my head started hurting so badly it felt like I was splitting in half, breathing hurt, moving hurt, even the next morning. Not trying to self-diagnose, but this was genuinely scary experience, and I'm not sure if it's urgent enough to take a trip to the ER. What's your thoughts? I'd go to the ER. I can't speak and my body can't move my body properly. Those are signs. Yeah, definitely would go to the ER. Yeah, go to the ER. Don't skip out after what you're saying here if it's really true. There's a lot of life and death situations that you never know until you're dead. Yeah.
The insurance was the first thing that came to mind because I would think I would go if I have a ride. If I'm not going to get charged for the ambulance, then that's when there's no question. Yeah, AJ, it's like that.
You get charged for the ambulance? Like what? It's a ride share?
Yeah, like
It's not Uber.
it's thousands to get an ambulance ride.
Thousands.
I
Thousands.
remember I had to pay an ambulance bill. It was over $600.
I seen one that was over, I think, 1,200.
You're not normal.
But then again, I've tried to jump out and stuff like that,
I'm
so
asking.
I'm flight risk. So they know to tie me down from now on and stuff like that. Just be aware that I might try to hop out. And I don't do it because I want to. It's kind of self-consciously. My body just, I don't know why.
They serve champagne in ambulance? That's why it's so expensive. And
You
caviar.
never
or
get a
something.
chauffeur vibe in an ambulance, I promise.
Right. Post seizure in the sleep. First comment says, not saying it's 100% definitely seizures, but I would ring the primary doctor and ask to see the neuro. I have seizures, focal and bilateral, and you've explained exactly what I go through some nights, especially waking up with a splitting headache after a night of episode of shivering, shaking. Try and write down everything every time it happens, times you fall asleep and woke possibly triggers. If you're a female, menstrual cycles can be a trigger. Try not to worry too much. Hope you start to feel better. Grandma or aura, any meds that help. I've been suffering from a grand mal seizure since 16. I'm now 35. I've had over a total of 20 seizures, not medicated, just smoke weed. Docs think they're stress induced. Marijuana, I feel, is making it worse. With my oral feelings, wondering what meds beside Keppra that work. I have a family of 5 that I need to be around for. I like your attitude. Gotta be around for people. First comment says it's a crapshoot and each person will respond differently to meds. Try like 15 different ones before they finally grew phenobarb at me. And it's TBE, one that actually works mostly and is also the oldest medicine, seizure med there is. For rescue meds, I use Valtoco. Did I pronounce that right? I use Valtoco and swear by it. Within 3 minutes, it'll go away. End quote. Oh shit. Oh no, it's an aura. Okay, I'm okay now. Grandma aura. I had an aura this morning, and I wouldn't know exactly it was a grandma aura, but it was not good. And I was nauseous really bad. And I had to get up and find my pen in my sleep and smoke when I didn't want to smoke. But it made the nausea go away, so that was a good thing.
I'm still jealous of you guys with auras, man. I had another grand mal yesterday morning in the shower. So I was standing up, and then just all of a sudden just flopped, slammed over, started like flopping around. Luckily my dad was home and had heard, and he came in and was able to kind of like turn me over so the water wasn't like going, up my face and everything. I got a bunch of like bruises. My foot is bruised and cut up because I guess I was kicking around while I was, moving around in there. And then so he obviously helped me get out, dry off, get back to bed. And so I wake up and I check the time and I'm like, oh shit, this is later than I usually get up. I need to hurry up and get ready for work. I just felt like crap. I just thought I had like a headache. I went to bed early the night before. I wasn't feeling well. So I just thought it was that, right? So I go into the bathroom and I turn the shower on and the water starts running. And then I hear a knock on the bathroom door. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, I just turned the shower water on. Why is my dad like trying to talk to me right now? And then I'm like, yo, what's up? He's like, James, you already took a shower this morning. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you took a shower. You were in there for like 10 minutes or so, and then you had a seizure. I helped you get out and everything. I had no memory of waking up, like shaving, getting in the shower, getting out of the shower, nothing. I thought I had just straight waken up and had a bad headache. I remembered none of it. Had my dad not been there, I would have had no clue anything had happened.
Sorry to hear
Except for
that.
the bruises.
It was weird. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously being sore and everything, but I guess, yeah, I wouldn't known like any of the details or that I had the seizure in the shower. I thought it would have been like, in over the middle of the night in the bed or in bed or something, or yeah, it was really, really weird. I still got my ass ready and rode my bike to work and worked, but it was a long ass day. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I know those long days after you have seizure, the day just seems so much longer, like it'll never go away. Right there with you. Not that I had one recently, but yeah, I know that feeling. Makes me want to punch something. Yeah. Another comment here says, I use Lamictal, aka lamotrigine, on top of Keppra. I have dozens of seizures since I was 16. Now I'm 27. It's helped the most of them. It's helped the most with auras. Anybody feel like their medication worked better in the past, or something else that worked and your doctor switched you off of?
I was gonna say I'm currently on the Keppra and the clozapam, but I was on Lamictal and Keppra too, like that other person, and it wasn't really working. But the clobazam really hasn't either. I've still had 3 seizures since I started it about a month and a half ago, so it really hasn't. I mean, the frequency hasn't gotten worse, but it also hasn't gotten any better, except for I'm feeling like the side effects of the clozapam are really kicking my butt. I have a lot less energy and just kind of little more out of it sometimes.
The closest I come to
Yeah,
that
that
scenario was when there was a generic. We couldn't afford the brand name anymore. Insurance wouldn't cover it, so it switched to a generic and didn't work. So sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
no, it's okay, it's okay. No, it's just that's the problem in our medication. Our medication is almost all of our medication not always like not like a flu medication, you know. It's not like you drink it and 100% will be what what do I will say will zip and we will rest assured that the medication will like
Become medication resistant?
no. I mean will take will forgot about it. Sorry for my language for my language. I'm from Indonesia,
It's
so
okay.
I have
Do you mean like he like it'll heal you or fix your
yeah.
health issue?
That's right. So our medication is needs times to work on our blood, you know.
Yeah.
So
What medications are you taking? That's one of the things that we usually describe when we first join.
I have clobazam, trileptal, Depakote, Abilify, and what else again?
Okay.
I think that's all. I think.
Okay,
Yeah,
when was
I
your
think.
last seizure? You think they're controlling your seizures?
So about it's still active. It's still active in my body. It's still maybe about 2 days ago. Maybe 2 days ago. It's still very annoying. You know. It's still very active in my activity of my life.
They still happen. Yeah, that's so it sounds like
Yeah,
there's still a part of your life. How long have you lived with epilepsy?
I have around 22 years since my 15. uh, I'm 37 right now, and
Okay.
I'm this I have this diagnosis of epilepsy since 15 years old.
I'm
So
30.
it's around
I'm 30.
huh?
I'm 36, and I got my seizures at 16. 20 years
Oh
ago.
yeah.
20 years
Okay.
ago.
Nice. Sorry, nice. Not nice, but I
I
mean,
take yeah, it's not nice, but yeah, I take lamotrigine.
yeah,
It's like 200
yeah.
milligrams twice a day. Um,
What do you drink?
I take lamotrigine twice a day, twice. 200 milligrams, not
Um,
that much.
okay. Nice.
Do you have
Man,
focal
not
seizures?
not too much. Huh?
Do you have focal seizures or only grand mal?
I have focal and temporal.
Okay,
I have focal and temporal level.
okay.
Yeah, that's
I got a post here, you guys. It says, anyone
okay.
ever go say that again?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Anyone ever had benzos not work? I'm freaking out. Yesterday, I had a focal seizure around 6 p.m. and it took about half tab of clonazepam. Then at 8 p.m., I had another. So it took me another half. At 10 p.m., I had another fucking focal seizure and went bad and terrified. The entire clonopin and my brain doesn't care. How do my rescue meds not work? Because anyone else had this ever happen? No, I've never had anyone use my my rescue medication on me. There's usually no one around, so there's that.
AJ, what was your experience with this?
So my emergency medication is midazolam injection in oral, and sometimes they do not work, or it's they are administered way too late. So I end up getting an overdose of diazepam in my body, or phenobarbital also in my body. They injected in me. So
Yeah,
instead of
man.
having a simple seizure, I end up having a status epileptic.
Anyway,
Or
sorry. You go, Poki. Pookie, sorry.
go ahead.
Oh yeah. I just want to ask, is there somebody in here that uh has some kind of forgot al- is always forgotten something and like easy to forget something, something like
Oh yeah, I forget all day. I
yeah,
Yeah,
forgot.
that's right. That's
I
right.
forgot a lot.
Yeah, like just put a key in something and it's on the table and then forgot about it, all of it, and then searching all of the rooms, and then suddenly it found on the table. It's just
in the
it's
fridge.
forgot.
Yeah,
It's like a hard disk. It's like a hard disk, and it's formatted.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm
I
in it.
forgot I was cooking one time and I was making rice and I didn't know it was. I walked away. I forgot I was cooking, and when I came back, the rice was just. It was
Burnt.
disgusting. It's ugly looking, and I've never boiled rice to be that bad. There was no water left. It's very dry and yeah, bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
it's
So
My memory is
I was
bad.
just gonna
I
say one of the
yeah,
one of the
very
techniques
bad,
we use to
very, very
adapt.
bad,
Go ahead.
very bad.
yeah, I can't
Yvonne,
cook
have you
because.
noticed that like
I'll
writing
forget.
stuff down might help? Setting reminders?
Sorry?
Have you ever tried writing things down, setting reminders?
Yeah, of course, of course. Right now, start from I have this kind of weirdness. I'm trying to write something. If I afraid to forget something, and then I write in my phone and in my PC, laptop, and something like that. It's just I think I have to do that. It's not an option, because if not if not I'm not doing that, and then I will forget all my plan.
Yeah. I forget what I'm saying as I'm saying it sometimes. Forgot what I was gonna say all the time.
Yeah,
Nothing new.
yeah, that's right. That's right, Boogie. Me too. Me too. Me too. Me too. That's very very
Like
bad, man.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
like a month ago, I was just chilling watching TV, and I was like, "Oh, I'm thirsty." So I walk out from my room to the kitchen, right? And I get out there, and I'm like, "Why the fuck did I come out here for?" And I'm like looking around, and I could not remember, right? So I was like, whatever, it's just my stupid head. So I go back to my room, sit back down. Like right as I sit back down, I'm like, "Man, I'm thirsty." Oh, that's right.
Yeah, me too, me too. I've done, I've, it's almost, yeah, me too,
Yeah,
me
it's almost
too.
funny, right? Because it's just like you forget in like 10 seconds. It's like, who does
Yeah,
that?
yeah, we already planned it, and suddenly it's just gone, it's just gone.
Oh,
It's
James,
it's really,
there's
really.
one that I had, James, and I was
Uh-huh.
in bed and I was just thinking I'm thirsty. And next thing you know, I was in the kitchen, I was pouring juice in a cup, and the juice was coming out of the cup and it was overflowing. And I
Oh,
blinked for
geez.
like 1 second and that's what was going on. Yeah. Or yeah,
That's crazy.
one time I was at the BART station and I was like gonna get on. I see it come, so I back up. If you guys don't know, BART is subway for us. Um, above ground subway, I guess. And yeah, I was at the BART station and when it came and I backed up, I blinked for like 1 second, I thought. And when I came to, I was doing like this, taking a selfie, and the train was pulling off. I don't know how
Is that
long. I don't know how
that's
long I was doing
crazy.
that. The platform was empty. People had come and gone already.
Dang.
Yeah,
That
so
would be yeah, that'd be freaky. Like were you were by yourself, you said?
yeah, I
Dang.
laughed. Just laughed it off. Hey, um, shouldn't
Yeah,
have.
I mean if you've had it if we like you've had it like this long as like most of us have, then you kind of know what it is, then you can kind of be like, "Ha, okay, I'm all right. It's funny." But if that were like only like your first or second time having that happen though, like for you know what I'm saying, for somebody new, that would be scary as hell.
Yeah. Um, I try not to let it happen again. I don't know if you heard the stories, but I've walked in people's homes twice. Um, not good times.
Dang.
You ever wandered off into someone's house?
Not
No?
not into someone's house.
You guys are
No,
missing out
but
on the fun.
I might try.
Got something that says epilepsy or anxiety. Says, sorry for another post.
It's lagi in.
Okay. Anyhow, it says at this point, I don't know what is anxiety versus epilepsy. I feel like things are very unreal and like my head is a fog. It has been this way since early June and had my EEG late June. I get wired feelings in my stomach and it's slightly burning. I get weird body sensations, but they are on the right side of my body. The EEG showed abnormal activity in my right temporal and parietal lobes. So I don't know if that makes any sense. The most distressing things is that I look distorted and my surroundings feel unreal. No, I know derealization can happen from both, but I'm not sure how long it can last after focal seizures. Don't think they're fully under control either. That kind of sounds like anxiety. A little bit, if you guys catch my drift. But it could be epilepsy. You never know.
It sounds very, very familiar to my what I thought were focal aware that I'm now questioning if they're focal unaware.
Yeah, Andrea, you haven't heard my stories about walking into people's homes. Well,
Yeah, I heard one of them.
oh, okay, how fun is that, right?
I'm terrified, especially because I'm just now living alone, except for
So how
the
do your
cat.
focal aware compared to the unawares? How do you keep track of those?
I thought I was, but now I've that's the point.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So, yeah, I'm gonna go through some of these comments of epilepsy or anxiety. The first one says, "I don't have an answer for you, but it's so hard not knowing the difference. I'm in the same boat. I'm constantly like, end quote, was that a seizure, POTS, or anxiety?" Another comment says, "I'm constantly wondering the same thing about myself. It's hard not knowing for sure. Makes you feel alone or like you're faking it. It can be a little of both. Since stress can trigger seizures and seizures can cause stress, I think they often happen together. Give yourself grace and navigate this, and remember, no matter which one you're experiencing at this time, both hard or both are real. It's not okay if you're not okay. I'm hoping you find some answers and some things that will help you." Yeah, Kate, you got something there? If not, I do.
I was gonna go for a summary on this one because I still didn't quite understand what they were asking. It sounded like they were still figuring out whether it was anxiety or epilepsy.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah, they were trying to figure out if it was actually anxiety or not.
Yeah, that's another second opinion. Keep track of your own notes, and the doctor you might find the right one to help you put all the pieces together. This one, though, I know some of ours can relate. Is anyone on ADHD meds at the same time as their epilepsy meds? I'm on Lamictal, lamotrigine, and Epilium, sodium valproate, and want to know if anyone on similar meds is or has also taken stimulants like Ritalin, Adderall, or Vyvanse, and if they made you have seizures, so you had to stop taking them. I'm tossing up getting my official diagnosis and medicated because although I've been managing it well so far, it's starting to affect my work. I've often avoided tasks until the night before they've been due, stayed up all night finishing, barely getting any sleep, waking up and having a seizure. If not, just straight up going to work without any sleep and coming home in the afternoon as soon as I could cool down from the stress and worrying that I'd have a seizure mid workday, and you guessed it, have a seizure. Outside of this, I rarely have any seizures. So I would like to get this sorted, but I don't know if the meds counteract what I'm on. Okay, so that was his or their version of explaining the consequences of not taking their ADHD meds, the Ritalin or Adderall, because it counteracts the lamotrigine and the epilepsy meds. So does anybody have experience on that, or can you speak from personal knowledge of ADHD meds and stimulants and AEDs?
Personally, no.
I cannot.
Stimulants, let's see.
I don't.
Weed would be considered a stimulant, right?
Sativa
Okay,
or sativa hybrid, just not indica.
so that'd be a yes then. I've had stimulants, weed, or not necessarily alcohol because I don't drink anymore. But I have drank during, yeah. I was young and dumb at one point. I would take alcohol, take the pill with alcohol. Yeah. Dumb stuff.
I'll admit to that. I'll admit to that too. When I was younger, or a couple of times when they were like less frequent when I was like in my younger 20s. You know, I wasn't dealing with them as often, so I didn't really know how to handle it exactly as well. They weren't as well controlled. So I'd have like, the worst headache, every muscle be sore. I had no clue what was going on. So my first thing is like, I got a headache. Let's have a couple shots. That'll take care of it. That'll make it better, right?
Oh, 2020 hindsight. Gotta love it.
Yep.
So
So
can you also
Oh, to
contribute
be
to, right?
yeah,
Young
wish
and
I
dumb
could do
has so
that
many
now.
different meanings. So
Yeah,
James,
that's what
can you
I was
contribute
thinking
to
about that.
having ADHD meds in addition to AEDs?
I'm sorry, were you asking me?
Yeah, I was asking if you could contribute to that discussion as well. They're asking specifically about ADHD meds and
Oh,
AEDs.
no. I haven't ever
Okay.
taken any ADHD
The
meds.
Ritalins or none of those. Okay.
No. I was just
Yeah, so
chiming
it
in
looks
there
like
on
they're
the cookies joke.
yeah, no, it looks like these stimulants though are just well known for lowering somebody's seizure threshold. So I
I
can see
was
why that's
on
definitely a
ADHD pills
oh, go ahead,
for
AJ. What
five
was your
years,
experience?
but I found out later that they were actually toxic for me. So I was actually not on ADHD pills. So
I got a
they
post
did not
here.
work for me. Can you repeat?
Oh no, I got something here. It says, have you ever had a seizure while driving? If so, please explain. Um, I have. Shouldn't have been driving. I was turning to get on the freeway towards the bridge, and I hit the center divide. Um, yeah, that was my situation.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too.
How'd yours go?
Yeah, I I'm worse. I'm with my family, with my wife, my daughter, and then in the road in the road. I'm being a driver. Sorry, I'm mostly the driver, and then I have a seizure, and then my wife who saved us all, because I'm blackout. I'm blackout
Yeah,
because yeah, you know, seizure is blackout, and
yeah,
then I can control myself. He tried to save to save he's the superpower lah. Superpower.
yeah. Super strong.
She's the superpower. And then we hit the like what tall in English, I forgot.
Wait, say that again.
You hit
Uh,
the like the
the
middle
light
barrier in the
pole,
middle of the road?
the light pole, right? The lamp post, light pole. Is that what word you were looking for?
Okay, I'm sure he'll be back.
Oh,
What did some of your comments say?
A lot of the comments here. Let's see. Take it from the top. My last two were behind the wheel, just over a year apart. I've been seizure free for some time now, but I feel apprehensive about driving for myself and others' safety. Second comment. I've had two complex partials while driving. We thought my seizures were under control. Thankfully, I was able to pull over both times and no one was hurt. During one, my very young son was in the car. I felt it coming on. I pulled over. I said, "Talk to daddy, baby." And that was it. I don't even know how I called my husband. I was post-ictal, and my husband was so frantic he forgot he could see my location on his phone, so he was trying to get to me and tell me where I was and if I were okay. After a while, I could get it out. End quote. Blue Cash. I parked in front of the Blue Title Pond place. I've made it up to over a year seizure free in this past year. Then still had one. I'm not sure if I ever feel safe driving again. Don't drive. Don't drive. Before I knew I had epilepsy, I had tons of focal aware behind the wheel. I usually when driving straight on the highway and bored. When actively driving, I wasn't bored and they didn't happen. I would have my focal aware seizures, deja vu, extreme fear, prefixing doom, event. I would end, I would carry on. I can still have basic delayed motor control during these, so I was safe carrying on straight on a curve. If something were to have to happen, I did need quick response. I don't know what would have happened. Thank goodness a tonic-clonic never happened. Years later, after those focals started, I had my first tonic-clonic during sleep and was diagnosed. This one said at least 2 focals while in the car, but nothing happened during those ones. I had a third, sped up while driving. Thankfully, no one else was on the road or taken out, even though I hit a tree. Even though that tree had it coming, I was in the hospital for over a month, ended up having a colostomy because my colon got nicked and got reversed almost a year after that. I am back to shitting myself due to trusting a fart. Another one says, yes, I totaled 3 vehicles as many years. I took the hint and stopped driving. Someone said I pulled a Dukes of Hazzard into a shallow end lake. Somehow had to drag me out of the car, and it happened 5 days after my daughter was born. One more says, it's been a year or two, had seizures while driving. Luckily, I was coming to a stop, but I hit 2 cars. No one was hurt. 2 people in the car tried to claim they were hurt. I had been told I had outgrown my seizures. Now I have them once a month or more. I'm not taking my old medication because it made me in a rage. I can't go back to that medication, but I'm uncontrolled without it. Don't drive. Key words, you guys. Words. Don't drive. Honestly, I just need to vent. My 26-year-old sister is autistic and developmentally disabled. She basically perpetually 7 years old. She lives on her own, but doesn't and can't work or drive. My mom handles all of her money and medical appointments, takes her to buy groceries, and does so much for her, which is great. What's not so great is the expectation is for me to take over of all this at some point, and I feel very bitter and hopeless about it. I don't want my life to revolve around taking care of my sister. I don't want to spend my weekends taking care. I don't want to spend my weekends taking care of my sister and spend in her support groups, cleaning her apartment. I feel like I'm being forced to take care of a child I never had any say in bringing into the world. I love my sister so much, but the pressure to do everything for her has been looming in my entire life, and sometimes it gets to be too much. And I feel very frustrated. Like my whole life has been planned out for me, and then I get no say. My mom always tells me I can never move away because I need one day step up and completely take over my sister's care. I know rationally this is true, but I don't know. It's not fair and very upsetting. And I have suggestions, and I have seen suggestions on this subreddit in the past, end quote. Well, you don't legally have to do anything, so if you don't want to. But that's just not realistic. What am I supposed to do? Leave my sister and fend for herself completely when she can barely read, or stick her in a home where they're strangers? will be in charge of her. No, the best thing for her, for me, is basically turn into our mom. It's just hard to really accept it. I'm lucky I have a loving partner and promising career, so it shouldn't feel slighted, but I do. I'm so angry and sad about what my future is going to look like. Please, someone help me. Oh, that was a lot.
That's rough.
Right.
Sounding like you're left with someone's care and there's such a stigma about ever refusing that role. But it's going to have to come down to what is truly best for you.
One says, hey, as someone who has an autistic sibling as well, I can understand. I had same thoughts as well. Some of us don't have the capacity for such a sacrifice. With that being said, are you certain that the group homes you have in your area are bad because the ones in NYC are good? Maybe you can check some of them out yourself. Or maybe she can get a home aid that's paid by Medicaid. I am in this identical situation. I have already started a transition of care for my sister from elderly parents to me. I love her to pieces, but she is a child I never wanted to have, and this does make me feel incredibly terrible. How do you guys think you would deal with this if you just had to take care of a sibling out of nowhere?
I mean, would you agree that there's no good solution in this one?
Yeah, I guess there's no good solution. Yeah, mom has to
What are you
step up.
thinking, Andrea? Because they said there was that example of somebody who's already beginning the tradition or transition of care. But would the first thing you do be to look for long-term in-home care, or tough it out until you see how their routine really goes?
I honestly don't know because I'm not in a position to where I could help somebody. So I don't know. It's a very hard call. It's very hard with it when it's especially, with it being a family member, and it's just there's going to be feelings no matter what you do, I think.
Okay, I got something that says, how long does your aftermath last? So I've been having focal seizures for a while now, and the meds are not fully controlling them. We're going up on the dosage, so hopefully they can be more controlled. I have felt in sort of a, in quote, dreamy state, or like things are not real for months. I thought it was DPDR, and some part of it may be. But I also know focal seizures can cause that too. I have temporal and partial lobe epilepsy, and I am not sure if it's going to the frontal lobe or the occipital lobe in some way as well. I guess my question is, how long does your anxiety, dreamy state feel unreal and vision off last? Or does anybody experience it? I know some people here have said that theirs has lasted a few days, but I'm also not sure, and I am so tired of it all. Aftermath of a focal. Aftermath of a focal, usually a quick headache or migraine, then it's over with for me, personally.
My
Yeah.
focals aren't very big in comparison, compared to my TCs. They have some aftermath. The focals not so much.
Same. Well, this poster too was saying that they have depersonalization derealization disorder. That's that DPDR one. Were they asking in the post if the aftermath of a focal could have been more of that? Because it looks like that's emotionally numb, robotic, or like an observer of your own life, DPDR. I think that's what they were asking, was to tell if they might have had a focal seizure if they're feeling that way. Because that sounds like it could also be the aftermath of the focal, but the headache is always a for sure for me. If the focals go more than a minute, then that's when I think I have definitely the headache, but not always a long time confusion or nausea or any of that. And this DPDR one, it says can be triggered by severe stress, trauma, anxiety. So sometimes the same thing that triggers a seizure. All right, you're gonna hear it again. More taking notes. So you can make sense of it all, go over it with the doctor and figure out what's the difference between the after effects of a focal and DPDR.
Track it all, look for patterns.
I'm gonna go through a few of these comments. One says, yes, I hate the disassociative state. It's like I'm watching myself in a movie. I'm not controlling my actions. I'm just watching it happen. The length of the time depends. Sometimes I'm okay right away, but most of the time I recover is between 2 to 14 days, just enough to have another one. Wow. Another one says, sort of continuous for me, unfortunately. Sometimes I'm lucky I get rare moments. I get aftermath fades and I don't have something staring, and it feels glorious. Very rare though. Mine is typically fogginess and with headache and short-term memory loss. Two more. One says, I'm not sure how long mine lasts, normally for days, sometimes weeks. And also, what meds are you on? I completely feel you. I'm so effing tired at all this and post-anxiety and depression, plus so many other headaches I have to deal with while trying to live a normal life. Only 1 hour, but if it's not that bad, the weird thing is I can last a few hours as long as I have my Ativan or Klonopin. The feeling does not last all day long at all. It kills all seizure activity within minutes, plus calms the brain down.
How long do your focals last, Cookie? Like when you have them, or anyone, honestly.
I've had one to where I don't exactly know how to explain a focal because I've had some ones that were crazy. I've had ones, like I said, like I've blinked and the train had took off and I don't know how long I was standing there. But I've had focal unawares and ended up in different cities and all kinds of stuff. And the rampant sexism in epilepsy treatment. I want to make a quick post for any women out there who will probably experience the same thing. But gosh, the difference in treatment women receive from male and female neurologists is crazy. Last week I went into status and was intubated in a coma for roughly 24 hours. Obviously a very scary experience. When I came out of the coma, I had a few non-epileptic seizures, which a female neurologist said was a pretty standard reaction coming off of painkillers. I'd hurt myself pretty badly during seizures, and sedatives they'd had me on was totally fine with me. I have a dual diagnosis, which she also said, which is common. Many epilepsy patients made me feel super validated, talked through the tonic-clonics that had put me in a coma, and wrote me my discharge summary, how they were indicative of bilateral focal seizures. It was one of the most affirming interactions I had with a neurologist, and I asked to be switched from my current medication, a male neurologist, to her clinic, which she agreed to. Unfortunately, the whole time she was talking to me, there was also a male neurologist present. He would roll his eyes at some of the things I said and scoff under his breath. He completed the rest of my discharge summary letter and commented that my coma was, end quote, likely unnecessary because of all the seizures were, end quote, clearly not epileptic. It was incredibly frustrating to read after such a positive experience. I felt like a deliberate choice after a discussion. I'd had a female neurologist. I've had issues in the past with my male doctors refusing to believe I have epilepsy, even though I've had many EEGs that prove otherwise and a clear reason. Lesions on my temporal lobe for the cause of my epilepsy. If you did read all of this, thank you. And if you're a woman stuck in a male doctor's constantly doubting you, I'm sorry. It makes the whole process for treating such a difficult illness that so much harder. Please, ladies, talk to me. Ladies, talk to me.
So this one, she was talking more about the medications and how it relates to. Oh no, this one was the sexism. So female doctors feel more relatable, but sometimes they're not. If I hadn't experienced this personally, I would probably be just agreeing. But at this point, the doctor that did listen and go through with telling me, be the first one to tell me that there were other treatments besides medications, was a male doctor at one of the teaching hospitals down here. So, well, females can always feel more relatable, easy to talk to. Maybe that's why OP got further with the female doctor, because if you are just more open with the medical professional once they're actually listening, that might do the trick. What do you think, Andrea?
I've had mixed experience with both, honestly, because I've had some male doctors that are, I have still some male doctors that are amazing. And I've had some other male doctors who are, I mean, I was married with children and I had a guy tell me that I needed to bring my father to my next appointment. Yeah. He was very rude, and it's just, it depends on the doctor. You need to have a doctor that you have a good relationship with. It's about whether you can communicate and talk to your doctor. And if you don't feel comfortable communicating and talking to your doctor and being completely honest with your doctor about everything, then
That's a
you
problem.
should get a different doctor.
If you can't talk to your doctor, that's first red flag. That's a problem.
Guys can still relate to this one. What about AJ?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so how do you feel about sexism being prevalent in neurology or in doctors in general? Do you think a male or a female doctor is more likely to be good?
Depending. Emergency department, definitely female. The rest of the department, male. I mean, and yeah, that's my final answer.
Okay, so just curious, what do you think the female doctors in the ER have over the female doctors in a clinical setting?
Empathy? I mean, it depends really much on the specialty and how much luck you had. I mean, you can have in a specialty like neurology, a dumbass and a great person at the same time. So both
Okay, but
sexes.
overall, I mean, in neurology, when it comes to your epilepsy, for example, you don't think like a male or female is more relatable or dependable or something?
In my opinion, male doctors are better.
Oh, okay.
Female doctors are completely idiots.
Oh,
That's
surprised to hear that.
Says
they have no idea about how our body works when having a seizure, what's happening. I mean, I found out more from my whole body from my male doctor than my female doctor. She was like, "Oh no, you don't have that. It's all in your head. There's not. It doesn't exist or stuff like that." And I was like, "Dude, just open the network. You'll see there are multiple articles." So I don't know. Everybody is different. So
James, Jeff, any experience on this front? Whether you've ever experienced sexism?
I would think, I haven't experienced it, but I would think women doctors would be much more detail oriented than males. I think women in general are more detail oriented than males,
I have
who
to
tend to
disagree
have
there.
the attitude, fuck it, we'll take care of it.
I
And
had an
that's just my experience.
I'm sorry, were you done, Jeff?
Yes, quite done. Thank you, Andrea.
I had an experience with female issues that I fought with and fought with and fought with for years and years and years, and had several different female doctors. And I finally went to a male doctor, and no problem, it's handled.
Yeah, I had a female doctor one time, and the first time I met her, she gave me oxycarbazepine, a prescription for that, and she gave me um yeah, she gave me oxycarbazepine. Oh, then she told me that my memory was too bad to be as young as I am, and she would um order for me to get a some kind of surgery to where she puts the needle in, and I guess she said there's some little air pockets in there that she can take out, and not sure what to do with it, but yeah, I was like, nah, I'm okay.
That sounds like some like 1800s like take like the hand drill to your head to relieve the pressure from a headache, or like that sounds like some like yeah, some 1800s medical practice bullshit. Like
Yeah, not everybody bounced back from surgeries, and I don't want to risk it.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. That's what I told her. My memory is just gonna be bad. It's okay. It's epilepsy, and yeah, I don't know why she thought she can treat it better. Then she calls me and tells me, "Don't take the oxycarbazepine. It can mess with my heart." She just read my chart. I'm like, oh my goodness. So yeah, I could have
Shouldn't you have
went
read that
home.
before you prescribed it?
I could have went home and hurt myself. And yeah,
I guess I went to a good one.
yeah. So I think the male ones that I had, they've always tried to be the best there is. Not they are, but they've always tried to be the best and like been very thorough. So yeah, I haven't had a woman like you did said, Jeff. Not yet. I mean, the woman that I had to dismiss her because she tried to give me surgery first time I met her.
When my cardiologist retired, I went to a woman, and she's phenomenal. I couldn't be happier with the care I'm receiving from her, and the information I'm receiving from her, and it's actually much better than my male cardiologist, who I thought was terrific. So, but I guess that's one experience. Everybody has different experiences, and I thought that if she was that way, um, you know, she had to work harder to get her medical license. You know,
Yeah,
and I figured that would carry over.
yeah, I like good doctors. Not many, but I like the good ones. But I do have a post here, you guys. It says granddaughter is status epilepticus and being put in a coma. I'm scared. My granddaughter has a TC this afternoon and was rushed to the ER. Since then, she had 6 more. They intubated her because her oxygen was so low, and they're giving her propofol, and versed by her seizures aren't stopping. Anyone been through anything like this? What did they do? And was your kid okay? They just life flighted her to a trauma center. I'm freaking the fuck out. Tell me something.
That is kind of scary.
Uh, I'd be freaking out too. My kid's getting flown out to a trauma center for a seizure. Yeah, I'm worried too. Opinions, you guys?
I think any parent would be freaking out with that.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's natural. A parent is going to freak out over that.
So trying to stay calm would be a major priority in that situation. You need to
Right.
take a look at the facts, make sure she's going to the right hospital, and if how are you going to manage a second opinion on such short notice?
But
So
how many
that's
have
tough.
how many parents would have that wherewithal to think all that out, rather than just take her to the closest place and get her treated the fastest she can?
Yeah, I
Exactly.
do the same thing. Find the fastest, closest place that I think is going to be the best. Go with that. But here's some of the comments. Someone said this happened to me when I was 18. It's how I discovered that those strange dizzy feelings I were having were seizures. After this event happened in my life, my doctor started to be more aggressive towards my treatment. I'm 38 now, and I haven't had a seizure in 6 years. Thank the Lord. I pray for your granddaughter. I'm sorry. I have been there exactly, only I had no one by my side. She is very lucky to have you. Get with your epileptologist and review all meds and treatments available since this event was so serious. Best of luck and my sincere hope for a good outcome. This happened to me and they put me in a coma to protect myself. It was scary, but the ICU was the best place for her to be. It took 4 days for me to come out of it, but they changed my seizure meds and I've not had another seizure since. So I'm praying that she comes out of it and is okay with no damage. There's good people out there.
Yeah, 100%.
Not too many, but they're out there.
We got a funny stories post here. Switch it up.
Mhm.
I feel like oftentimes we really let the bad sides of epilepsy get to us. Obviously, it isn't funny, but has anyone had any funny experiences because of epilepsy? Would appreciate any humor from people who get it. If you don't want to joke, that's fine, but please know this is meant to be in good humor. Funny is not the first thing that resonates with seizures, but I guess in my experience, the only thing is when I do something random, the detergent in the fridge and, bananas in the oven, things like that. So focals, yeah. Acting silly during a focal is probably the only funny stories that have happened in my experience. What about you, James?
I was gonna say though, just the first thing that pops to my mind is just like a funny, I guess, family thing. One time we were, my parents, my sister and I, we were all in the car, my sister and I in the back seat, and just out of nowhere, I um I had a seizure. And so I flopped over and like fell like, onto her lap. And it was one where I was like drooling a ton too while it was happening. So I was like drooling onto her lap as as I was sitting there. And then so this was like early on when I was having them. So I think I was like 20 or so. She was probably only like 16. We were 16 or so. We were younger, right? And she was just like, she didn't know what to do. So she just kind of starts like like I don't remember this. This is what my parents said. Like my sister just kind of starts like poking me, like move, get off of me, because it was the first time she had seen me have one. So she didn't really know. I'd only had like three or four, a handful at that time, and my parents had seen them. So she didn't really know what to do. And my mom she's like, "Don't do that to your brother." She got so mad that she was doing. And then after they told me that, I was laughing. I thought it was kind of fun. Because I
That
mean, I
sounds
ended
like
up
a fun
obviously
story.
I was okay. I just fell over on her. I didn't get hurt. Nobody was hurt. But it was just funny that my mom got so upset about that because my mom was freaking out and my sister's kind of just like, yeah, my brother.
I got something. Does anyone have the same seizures as mine? I always feel like I'm the only one. I search on the internet if they are the same as me or visit different websites of epilepsy, including other subs. My focal seizures happen on my left side, on my left hand, and then will grip on my fist, and then grip in my fist so tightly. This is what my seizures look like. I want to know if anyone else with focal aware seizures have a seizure that happened on your hand or arm. So I finally feel like I'm not the only one. I don't get warnings like that. I wish I did. Yeah, no warnings.
Warnings, you said, or uh,
But
seizure?
basically, focal seizures happen on the left side of the body, and it will grip my fist and shape so tightly. That's what the seizures look like. They'll just start gripping stuff. I'm assuming that's what it sounds like.
I don't know why the Zoom keeps thinking my hand is giving a thumbs up when I just grab my arm. So, weird timing when you're talking about gripping a fist too. So, um, I don't know. Could that be kind of a kind of myoclonic, do you think? The clenching suddenly?
Possibly.
Um, I definitely feel vocals like split down one side or the other, and I definitely feel on the left side. I don't have myoclonic jerks, so I don't have anything specific to one limb like that, but I definitely have, like split down the body one side and that sudden clenching sounds kind of like a myoclonic.
Hey, Mayor Wilkins, how you been?
I'm good. I'm very good. How's everyone doing?
Long time no
Uh,
see.
Mark, you were talking about myoclonic seizures.
I'll read the post to you. It says, "Does anyone have the same seizures as mine? I always felt I'm the only one. I search on the internet, and if they're the same as me or a different website of epilepsy or other, including other subs, the focal seizures happen on my left hand and will grip in a fish shape so tightly. This is what my seizure looked like. I want to know if anyone else here with focal aware seizures or seizure happen on your hand or arm. So I finally feel like I'm not the only one."
um, uh, as far as my myoclonics, they weren't extended gripping. I might have just, snapped and let something go, but it was just a quick jerk as far as mine were. Um, but this, I, no. But every seizure is different, so I don't know. I can't diagnose that. But it's good to see everyone, and hope you're all doing well.
I am very much. I go through some of these comments on this post. This one says, "Sometimes this happens to me, but with my right hand. It's not every time I have a seizure, but it does happen." Another person said, "I've never experienced that, but it wouldn't surprise me that this can happen." One more says, "Mine have changed over time, but typically affect my leg. I've had them for 35 plus years now. Usually it's the left leg going limp, but then sometimes the left leg cramping up and rarely left arm too. It's type of a focal aware, focal motor seizures can be very uncomfortable. Before on meds, I had a couple that affected my full body and I was conscious the whole thing. Don't really have any words to explain how scary it was. Very thankful for the meds despite all the side effects. Hope you all well." Kevin, you have any seizures like that? You said just dropping things, right?
It's always the myoclonics are always just a quick jerk, a quick spasm.
Got another one. It's asking for advice. It says, "Hey everyone, I'm curious if anyone's ever taken, I think I might have read this, taking gabapentin for grand mal seizures. I recently asked my PCP, switched me off of Keppra to gabapentin because Keppra makes me extremely suicidal, foggy, tired, and overall feel like a functioning zombie. I've never taken gabapentin before, and my epilepsy is sporadic. So even though it's not a common epilepsy drug. It's either I try other options or constantly live in this constant state of duress." Never taken gabapentin. We talked about this earlier, about it being used for something other than this. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, gabapentin is, I believe it's considered a medication for nerve pain. Um, the, uh, the medication I'm on right now is Vimpat, and Lyrica, and Lyrica is considered a gabapentinoid. It has the same mechanism of action as gabapentin. So it's essentially a very similar medication. I think that the primary difference is the potency. The gabapentin takes a higher dose to have an equivalent effect, but the subjectively, it's kind of a sedating medication compared to a lot of the others. It's one that will have you um, a little more low key, better to take at night kind of a medication. But I've found that it helps a lot with my mood. It's actually kind of made me a little bit happier when I've taken it and when I've or at least pregabalin, the generic version of Lyrica. So but um yeah, it was something I had to ask my neurologist about specifically, because I had kind of looked it up in the same sort of adventure it sounds like this individual is going through. Um, and yeah, it was something that they weren't going to put me on alone. They had to have it only as an adjunct medication. So probably would be the same with the gabapentin. Um, but my experience has been very positive. I wouldn't hesitate to switch over or to try switching over from Lyrica to gabapentin. I expect that they would have almost identical subjective effects from what I've read. Uh, so yeah, I'd give it a go.
Yeah, so basically as long as you have a support team around to monitor the vitals and anything for an allergic reaction. I agree. Some of the comments on that last one, Mark, right before you got here, we were reading one about any funny stories. And this was one of the posts that or comments, I mean, that I didn't get to. Somebody saying, when I have seizures, I usually start really creepy, laughing out loud. So one time I went to the movies with my friends to watch the Barbie movie. And in one part, they made this joke that was not actually meant to be funny at all. Right when they said it, I started having a seizure. So I was the only one in the cinema laughing loudly to this really bad joke. And that sounds like a, what do they call those? Symptom of a seizure? I don't know, whatever happens, like when it first starts. Yeah, that would be an annoying one to have. Not like any noise indicating the beginning of a seizure is better, but yeah, laughing might attract more attention when you don't need it. Somebody else is saying that a lot of
Yeah,
other people saying they laugh.
people definitely all turn and look at somebody laughing alone in a crowd. So as far as noises to be making when you're having a seizure, I think that's probably a pretty good one.
I got something. Says another seizure becoming more often. 26, just had another seizure. Over the years, I've been having them more often. Besides being a partial focal seizure, doctors have been unable to pinpoint that has been causing them. After 2 years of not being able to drive as of today, I have 6 months over again, trying my best to figure out what and where to go to improve this life. Kind of hard to live in a country like this, becoming more frequently all numb, fuzzy-minded, and memory loss. This is hard sometimes. Can anyone help me? Help. This person is actually literally screaming for help.
So just a
This is
summary, what's, if we could narrow it down to like one question, what was this one asking?
support, I would say. I wouldn't say it's advice, it's kind of support. They're starting to have more seizures more often.
And that's the worst time because you literally can't do anything for yourself. It's more about having support around and people getting you back to level-headed where you can take the notes and keep track and do things like that. What's up, Mayor?
If your seizures are getting worse, you absolutely need to see your doctor right away. And I'll just, I don't know what your situation there is, but if your situation's getting worse, uh, degrading, then something with your medicine first, right away. That sounds urgent. So, yeah, fix that up right away as soon as possible. See your neurologist. Yeah.
Another perfect comment here. Everybody's gonna love this one. So remember that funny seizure stories page? My son, 18, first seizure was terrifying. It happened when he was laying in bed. I was bringing him a glass of water, call an ambulance. 3 very pretty paramedics turn up. He was groggy, looking around and asking what were 3 girls doing in his room. One of the lovely paramedics said gently, "We're here for you. We need to make sure you're okay." He gets up and starts taking his clothes off. So that was the funniest one so far. What do you
It
guys
should
think
have
you would
been a
do in
little
that
bit more
situation?
specific, maybe.
What else would you do at 18?
That's what I'm saying. How do you guys think you would have honestly handled that?
The same way.
Yeah, the same way. You guys came right on the edge and missed when I said, has anyone ever had the benzos not work?
No, they've always worked. The only thing maybe sometimes that it hasn't been as much as I wanted. So I just, you know, should have taken a little bit more. That's really the only thing.
They were giving me Ativan and I didn't know that was a benzo. For a very long time. This one says, yesterday I had a focal seizure at 6 p.m. So I took half a tab of clonazepam. Then at 8 p.m. I had another one, so I took another half. At 10 p.m. I had another fucking focal seizure and went to bed terrified. The entire Klonopin and my brain doesn't care. How do rescue meds not work? Anyone else ever have this happen? Isn't that what they call medication resistant?
I don't think
Or
that medication resistant extends to benzodiazepines. I think that medication resistant is referring to the daily maintenance meds, and benzodiazepines would be the rescues.
it's definitely one way they diagnose it if you're having a seizure and even the rescues don't get you out. Definitely sounds like a status scenario.
First comment here says, oh, that isn't the first one actually. Someone said, ask your doctor. Another one says, I have an appointment. So all this will be discussed. I'm just terrified now to have a focal seizure. It worked a couple weeks ago. Hey, do you got anything lined up? Anything at all?
There's another funny one here. The young ones are the best. He's saying, had a seizure in my friend's car, forgot who he was, and when I came to, I thought I was being kidnapped. He managed to get to my phone and show me on Facebook, look, here's photographic proof we're friends, bro. So confusion in postictal can definitely get in the way. Another opportunity to see who's your real friends, though. Somebody else saying, I love this one. My boyfriend once thought I was possessed and wanted to kill him. I found out the next morning he hid all the kitchen knives under his side of the bed. That's another revealing situation.
Red flags, red flags.
True colors.
I got something now. It says epilepsy. I got 2 seizures within 5 weeks ago. I got diagnosed with epilepsy and put on medication yesterday for Valpro. Some call it Depakote. I feel anxious and I don't want to have an episode again. How fast will tablets work and will reduce symptoms? I also believe my seizure will trigger by alcohols, and most of the years I was having absent seizures and did not drink alcohol for 15 to 18 years. But once I did drink a lot, after 2 days, I had seizure episodes. I feel very devastated. I know many people were diagnosed with epilepsy, but not that strong mentally. I have high anxiety and seizure dying. I also have 3 kids.
They had something happen while they were driving. Another funny one was somebody saying they had a seizure in the ER waiting room at like 3 in the morning. I insisted on crawling all over the nasty floor. I was that crazy person in the waiting room. I'm told no one even seemed to notice I was convulsing. It was a wild night, complete with a murdered body dumped at the front entrance. Okay. That's a night at the ER.
But I do have one here. It says what's happening to me. I'm gonna get straight to the point. I had 3 episodes in the last 4 months, spaced out exactly 2 months from each other. All 3 of them, things were common. I felt tired, went on a run the 3rd day, and had instant coffee. A couple hours before, I fainted on the 1st day and 2nd. And while I fainted on the 3rd, now the thing is I usually convulse, so there's shaking. It lasts over 2 minutes, and I feel really groggy. Can't remember stuff like 20-ish minutes. 2nd day, I had a Gatorade and felt better much quicker than 1 and 3. Now the most relevant time it became. Oh my goodness, my eyes are watering. My heart rate is 120 over 2 hours after a whole ordeal. And 2 of the days I stood and sat real quickly. My ECG, MRI, EEG, and blood tests were all clean. Has anyone else experienced anything like this before? What do you recommend?
So I heard they're having trouble with lamotrigine side effects.
I don't think I heard lamotrigine in there.
Oh.
Side effects in general.
Oh, okay.
And fainting and feeling groggy. Can't remember stuff. Just sounds like you have epilepsy. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, keep track of what's going on when you started to take the meds. If you're in that first like 2 months, they kind of go pill by pill on which ones take longer to adapt to. But that could just be a side effect that you get over.
One of the responses here says the spacing out is most certainly along with the feelings afterwards, absent seizures. The one with the convulsions may have been a possible grand mal or myoclonic. Where were you aware when this was happening? Keep a journal with feelings you felt prior, as much as you can remember. Anything to tell others things you were doing that all day. If you can get a camera when you were at home, I keep one in my bedroom in case of nocturnal seizures. This will help with the doctor's visits. Something is wrong and the doctors don't listen. Hello, I have non-epileptic seizures, but there is an activity in my brain. It's just not a lot, so my doctor says it's a gray zone. I've been having very frequent seizures, but something is wrong, and I've been having very concerning symptoms recently. And I've been to the ER, but they just discharged me because they're non-epileptic. I'm scared and I don't know what to do. I feel something is very wrong. It's Sunday and I'm trying to hold out just to keep myself calm as possible.
So asking for advice for side effects. Day by day, honestly, just to get to the root cause, it's going to come down to deciding whether seizure control is worth that side effect. Whatever interrupts more is what it's going to come down to. If you have a doctor that pays attention and brings stuff like that up, maybe they'll come up with a better mixture, but it does feel overwhelming when you go back with a side effect and they try to give you another medication. So just be aware that could be what happens.
But you have to keep experimenting if you don't have the right combination to begin with. And it takes a while to get used to the side effects from each one. It doesn't happen or, immediately, but you still have to keep trying. There may be some combination out there that works.
That is right. I mean, I know the side effects are difficult, but uh, your health is the most important thing. And um, if the side effects are too much, we've all heard about Keppra, then maybe you can move over to another. There's a lot of drugs out there. So yeah, it's all about finding that balance. So that finding what's most effective and something you can deal with, I suppose. Yeah.
And we've got another one here that has kind of linked to that one. Was anyone able to get their life back after getting on meds? I'm currently taking lamotrigine, tapering up to 100 milligrams in the morning and 100 milligrams at night. My seizures definitely feel impacted so far. Went through some triggers and it seems to be helping to subdue them. I don't want to get overly hopeful, but has anyone been able to get back to normal? Yeah.
Yep.
15
Yes.
years after diagnosed.
Yes.
I think I'm almost there.
Almost 20 years back. I feel good. Got something here though. It says I'm having seizures and I don't understand them. Long story short, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. They put me on. After a few days, a discharge. I had seizures since May, about 4 months ago. I've had around 7. Apparently, these violent. The first one lasted 6 minutes total, split into 3 episodes. I don't remember anything before, during, or immediately after. Total blackout. Since then, something's changed. My memory's slipping, not just names and dates and objects and words. It's not like me. I've always had a sharp memory. Now it's glitchy and I can feel it. On top of that, I've been getting random muscle jerks, arm kicking out, weird spasms deep in the body, and it happens a lot. I can't help, but I think it's all connected. Yeah, it sounds connected. Sounds like seizures, right, you guys? Yeah.
There's a couple comments we didn't get to on that getting your life back after meds.
That one.
Somebody's saying, okay, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Or I've been on Depakote after a decade of other medications in misery. I'm now 4 years seizure free, working on bachelor's that my brain isn't mush, earned my green belt in martial arts, in the best shape of my life, and even been really optimistic. Life can get better. That's an inspiring comment.
Since seizures, this one says, since seizures a couple weeks ago, I think I have brain damage. I feel a few weeks ago, I had my first seizures ever, 3 in 24 hours. I was hospitalized for 3 days, had brain MRI, lumbar puncture, EEG, CT scan, etc. Released with the follow-up appointment with private practice neurologist in October. Please, plus prescribed Keppra. I was feeling kind of okay, but weak when I got home, but now I'm having cognitive issues with things like typing, hitting the wrong key over and over. This post is taking forever, and I know how to spell something, but will hit the same key several times. Also, the TV remote, which I've used a few times, I can no longer remember which button does what, which button functions what. It seems mostly to be those things I'm having issues with. No further seizures. I live alone. Can't drive, of course. Has this happened to you? Any good thoughts or suggestions? I'm really freaked out. What's TIA?
It's a s-
It's a heart
form
attack.
of stroke.
Say that
Oh,
again.
okay.
It's a form of stroke.
Transient ischemic attack.
When I had my first seizure, they diagnosed me as having one.
Really sorry to hear you're dealing with that. You're dealing with what you're dealing with. I'm on Capra as well, and when I started taking it, it was somewhat disorientating. It takes about a month to get used to the side effects, longer for others. My advice would be to take it easy and with a journal, everything that seems off to you. And you have a neurologist appointment in October. I would address the concerns. I hope you get to feeling better soon.
It's more like loss of control for me. I can feel it, but I can't control what that hand is doing.
Okay, I'll read this. It says, hey. So my partner had a seizure on July 31st and a mini seizure on August 9th. What's alarming to us is that she lost her sensation in her right leg. She had multiple MRIs, CTs. She saw a neuro that specialized in MS, and she ruled out MS. My partner starts an in-home PT soon and is currently using a walker. She's taking her meds, and we've added magnesium to her regimen. I'm wondering if anyone else went through this and what's the best way to get her sensation back. I haven't been through any loss of sensation of any limbs. Haven't had a walker yet.
Sounds like nerve damage.
Okay, that makes sense. My sushi's here.
Enjoy.
My
Enjoy.
dog is barking at him.
That's a good warning sign. And what are we talking about? There was, oh, okay, I kind of like some of these successful comments about getting your life back after meds. Good to hear. MRI tech. Yep, I'm hoping to go back to school and get certified to be a tech. Ironically, an idea that spawned from all of this misery. I don't know, I would just be so skeptical about starting a career again. How would you guys ever feel comfortable getting back into the workforce? I mean, would you venture it by going back to school, getting certified, like literally starting a whole career all over again? Or what do you think?
Well, strange enough, I actually went back to school right after college, but I just never used the degree in IT. I don't know why. I just don't know why. But I am well versed in IT, and but then I got certifications, and one's going to expire soon. I don't know if Kate can hear me, but it doesn't matter. I'm talking now. All
If
you.
you
Um, yeah. So yeah, I need a few more certifications to be really, really qualified. Um, and
if you didn't use the schooling, what did you go on to do? If you don't mind me asking.
I didn't do anything. So
You
I'm
didn't do
not.
anything?
Uh, it's it's a very competitive field, let's say. So getting an entry level job is just having that certificate from a community college in IT is not good enough. You need further things like you you need
Specialties?
you, no okay, so what I got was an educational certificate, and then there's certifications, which are what are they called? It's
When you put the
industry.
hours in.
That's industry certifications. There's educational certification that was or it goes certificate, associates, bachelor's. I got a certificate of proficiency, uh, and then I went on to get several certifications, but whether that's enough is I have not gotten any responses from my resumes, or just something like a desktop assistant, which is a very common job, and that's like a very good entry level job.
You looking to get that job?
Oh, that would be an excellent job. That's you can do that remotely. You can do that. Yeah, that would be a fantastic job to get.
To this last post I was at with the loss of limb sensation. First comment says try water therapy and just slowly as possible and maybe try grounding reflexology.
I float,
It,
which is different than water therapy, but it's just like floating weightless in a small pool filled with Epsom salts and water. And that's great for my back.
I'll just
Yeah, especially if
Can you
hot water
explain
is not a
that?
trigger for you.
I didn't quite understand. You said you float on your back. There's a tub big enough where you can do that and Epsom salt and all that?
Yeah, it's they I forget how much. I think they use like 3 pounds of Epsom salts in the tub, and it's more than big enough for me to float in. You could, it's more than comfortable. And you just lay there for an hour. It's really one of the best therapies I've ever had. But that's different than water therapy. Water therapy is one of these or old new age things that they did. I don't quite understand it.
Got another post here. Says looking for any help. I was wondering if anyone has experience with Trileptal or oxycarbazepine. I've been on it recently and I feel like I might be more irritable than usual. But I'm also dealing with a lot of life changes, like not being able to drive anymore. So I'm not sure what's causing it. Just looking for any insight or shared experiences. How did you guys experience not being able to drive anymore? It was easy. I was a teen. I wasn't driving yet, and it's just like, hey, well, I guess I won't drive.
It was really an easy decision for me. I'd been driving all my life. Since I was 17, I've been driving. And as soon as I found out that I was having episodes during the day, I just put the car in the garage. I couldn't even think about driving if I had the possibility of hurting someone or killing someone, not to mention myself, but I would rather it be myself than someone, that I'd have to live with for the rest of my life, having that thought. So it was kind of easy. Uh, of course, on the other hand, I'm a lot more fortunate than a lot of people. If I need to go somewhere, either my wife can take me or I can take an Uber. So, that makes the decision a lot easier.
Exactly what we want to have, options. I'm glad it worked out for you. Gotta face the
yeah.
facts. Time to stop driving. Do what you gotta do. Come on, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I was fortunate to have a lot of people help me through the years, and also very fortunate to have a good public transportation system. Very excellent. So it was easy getting around the city. Uh, that's a good thing to have, and I know many people around the country don't have that, and that's yeah.
I got one here, you guys. It says how to fight Depakote fatigue. All I want to do is sleep now. I used to take Depakote, switched to Keppra. Now I'm on both. I'm on the lowest dose of Depakote, taking it once a night. I can sleep for 10 hours. Then all day I'm so tired I just want a nap. I'm not doing any hobbies I usually do anymore because if I take a nap, that turns into sleeping till 9:30 at night. Then I eat and pass out again. I remember this years ago, but I didn't think it would hit me the same way at a low dose. Coffee doesn't work anymore. And I know energy drinks aren't safe for us. How do you guys live when all you want to do is sleep? I take B12 by Nature's Made. Gives me some energy. Shout out to Nature's Made.
Shout out to Nature's Made.
Right. Check
Exercise
it out.
helps too. I mean, you
B12
need
by
the
Nature's
energy
Made.
for that.
Twice a
Lack
day.
of
And the gummies, it's easy. Yeah, the fatigue is bad. I know what you mean. Nature's Made though, gives me a lot of energy back. So yeah, fatigue isn't there as often. I feel like I do a little more these days now that the fatigue is actually gone. Kevin, you were on Depakote. How was that?
Make you tired, and I think I was taking a lot of naps over the past couple of years, but I've lowered just a little bit, and I think I went from 2,000 to 1,500 milligrams, and I've slept less. You know, I'm not like taking naps all during the day now, and I don't know if that's the lowering or maybe just placebo effect. I couldn't tell, but yeah, I think I'm still tired because I'm taking a lot of other medicines. Uh, and Depakote is a very tough drug because over time it affects your muscles and your body, and yeah, I'll just say you can all look up the side effects. It's just tough on your body.
Did doctors ever warn you or inform you of that over the years that you're on Depakote, that all right, we're getting to, over 5 years now, so let's start talking about other alternatives?
They never do. I mean, I think they warn me about my liver and stuff, and they 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 get worried when my liver started to get really fatty. I started to get fatty liver disease. As I came to that point, I was on the precipice of getting that,
So they
and
just assume all the warnings on the box were going to
uh,
be enough.
I just changed my lifestyle. I I don't know what I did exactly. I think it was the drinking mostly. I stopped drinking, and that you know maybe I started eating better. Yeah, I started eating better a lot in my 30s. When I turned around 30, I started eating a lot better.
Now that I think
Mm.
about it, I don't think I really read the boxes on my meds either. Definitely not to see what the long-term effects are.
Uh, it's just uh, a lot of foods are really heavy on the liver, and I think I cut out red meat pretty much, and I know red meat is actually a lot of that. What B12 is made of is pretty much all animal fat. I mean, this isn't, it is. So, I mean, okay, Cookie, you go. You're up next.
Yeah. So this is what happens when I forgot what I was gonna say. So it'll come to me. Give me a second. I got something here. It'll come back to me. Says, can an undiagnosed infection cause seizures? Probably had a seizure at home, and my sister found me very confused. She took me to the hospital, and I had 3 more seizures. Blood indicated infection, and I had been ill for months prior. I hadn't been eating anything but yogurt and oranges for monthly. Antibiotics made me feel so much better. CT scan was clear that I had a lumbar function and no infection seen on that. They continued to give me IV antibiotics for 4 days and then discharged me. Feeling a bit lost while I wait for a neurology appointment. I feel better, but tired all the time, but that could be the tablets I'm taking. To add to that, I woke up this morning and I was sweating profusely, and I had some kind of nodule. Looks like nodule in front of my ear. When I woke up, I've never seen the word nodule, but it might be. I had some kind of nodule in front of my ear. When I woke up from the seizures in the hospital, the nodule disappeared. The nurse didn't know what that might have been. I'd also been suffering from my whole body being tense for weeks prior to that. Then checked my blood sodium, very, very low blood pressure. This person is asking for advice. Can undiagnosed infections cause seizures? Have you ever heard anything similar to like this being true?
Undiagnosed infection could result in a fever. A fever could definitely cause a seizure.
Lyme disease is an infection, and it definitely can cause seizures. So that's one that I know for sure, even though my neurologist won't admit that mine come from Lyme disease. That's a conclusion that I've reached on my own.
And we'll always encourage that you know your body best.
I don't suggest not going to get the infection checked out. But I do have something there that says possible seizure in sleep. I'm sorry if this is a silly question, but I'm kind of confused and a little worried. I was asleep last night and waking up because I was shivering and shaking in my sleep. I get this way every now and then, but tonight it was violent enough to actually wake me up, and I feel like I can barely control my body or speak properly at the time. I'm so focused on trying to get myself to stop shaking, but I couldn't. Eventually, I managed myself enough to get from the blanket under the cover, but then my head was hurting so badly. I felt like I was splitting in half. Breathing hurt, moving hurt, even the next morning. Not trying to self-diagnose, but this was genuinely scary experience, and I'm not sure if it's urgent enough to go to the ER or not. Seizures in the sleep, sounds possible. Next post says, the smell of rotten eggs. My 4-year-old son woke up yesterday throwing up, and it seemed like foam. He jumped up out of his sleep asking if I smelled rotten eggs, and that he thought Mickey Mouse was making the smell. He said he had to pee during the time, and I looked him in the eyes and I could see the deviation beginning. He managed to pee upright and talk to me while he was having an episode, and he then went deeper into a seizure. I gave him his rescue meds. I ended up putting him to sleep for the night for a couple hours. He has been diagnosed with CNA 1A. I was wondering if anyone can grant some insight on smelling things, prolonged seizures. His lasts anywhere from 15 to 40 minutes. It's so scary for little kids to have it.
So that CACNA1A is definitely a genetic thing that leads to, so that's a genetic form of epilepsy is what it is. It affects the brain, or they make the diagnosis through genetic testing, and treatments focus on managing the symptoms of these conditions. So there's definitely no cure that they're going to talk about when it's genetic. So it sounds like the treatment would start with kind of the same boat that everybody else is in, trying different epilepsy medications, younger in life. Another thing to consider, because a lot of the medications that we can take are definitely not recommended for children in any developmental stage. So that's definitely one of the harder ones to tackle. But definitely considering every circumstance possible for their best treatment.
Yeah, one here it says grand mal aura, any meds that help. I've been suffering from grand mal seizures since I was 16. I'm 35 now. I had over 20 seizures. Not medicated, just smoke weed. Docs think they're stress induced. Marijuana, I feel, is making it worse with my aura feelings. Wondering what meds besides Keppra that work. I have a family of 5 that I need to be around for. For my grand balls, I'm having taken, what's this shit called? Oh, lamotrigine, 200 milligrams. Grand mal auras, I don't have those that I know of. And the first comment says it's a crapshoot, and each person will respond differently to meds. Tried like 15 different ones before I grew phenobarb at me, and it's TBE, one of the actually ones that work mostly, and if also the oldest one for rescue meds. I use Valtoco and swear by it. Within 3 minutes, I'll go from end quote oh shit to an aura to okay, now okay. Anybody have any grand mal aura medications that they think that helps?
I don't have auras. For my TCs, I just wake up on the floor.
Grand mal aura medications. So you mean to just prevent the seizure altogether? Yeah, I used uh we're talking emergency medication or something.
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
Valtoco they mentioned is a diazepam
yeah,
preparation, so it sounds like a rescue med thing.
yeah, I think that's what I use. Diazepam. That's lorazepam, right? Or it's diazepam. Well,
No,
either way, yeah,
diazepam is um Valium. I think lorazepam
oh
is Ativan.
yeah, I used lorazepam as a rescue med, 2 milligrams.
I had a seizure. I don't remember shit. How do I trigger the memory? Don't say it's safe or I should take it easy. I know, and I don't care. Want to remember any tips? How do you make yourself remember things? Basically, is what this is saying. Any tips on how to make yourself remember things? I'll sit there for hours and not remember things. It's that hard. It's that difficult. That's my simple explanation. Sometimes things don't come back. Just got to give up.
Write it down.
Huh?
That's what I did. Just write it down. Make lists.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, write it down is good. Write everything down. I've read that multiple times today. Journal it. I still don't have a journal.
Make it a routine to go through with everything. You gotta study these things. You gotta go over it 100 times. And I think, once it becomes routine, it'll become more imprinted in your head. That's like I said, I studied for those tests, and that's how it was really, really difficult to remember literally almost 1,000 acronyms. And that's how I had to do it. It was just write down flashcards and stuff, and it just routine. Practice these things every day, several times a day. I know it sounds tedious and rigorous, but it is. That's what comes with the territory.
Or have a wife.
Yeah, I got something. Said meds worth than, do you think the meds are worse than the seizures? I'm gonna have to stop seizure meds between fatigue, memory damage, and spirit releasing ideation they're causing. I would rather just have one seizure per year. It's better than this, or checking out. I'll taper down slowly, but I'm done drugging myself. I don't suggest that. Thoughts, you guys?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I do believe the meds and stuff are worse than the seizures sometimes. Yeah, you gotta push on. Put, like Jeff said, one foot in front of the other. Don't give up.
Every day, keep moving forward.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's how mine started out too. When I was younger, it was like, one a year or so, one every 9 months. It wasn't a big deal, and I was like, why am I taking these meds for something that only happens like once in a while? Like, I don't take like NyQuil every night, hoping I don't get a flu. Like, why do I need to keep taking these medications? So I wasn't serious. I wasn't like really taking it serious about it or anything, and I thought that like, hey, the meds are definitely worse than having like one seizure and a headache for a day or something. But then once they start to get more prevalent and more common, like in your life, then you realize that, maybe some of those side effects from the meds are definitely not worse than constantly, having a seizure, or, being sore, breaking a bone because you fell over, or, having to buy a new pair of glasses because you broke them when you fell, or so many other things that once they start happening more often, you realize the meds aren't the worst thing.
Post TBI seizures. So my brother had an accident in January, and later on, like August 19th, he got his first seizure. Took him to the hospital, where private hospital could not control high cluster focal seizures. Took Lama from there and transferred him to the hospital where the surgery happened in the first place. They started 1 gram Levopil, 200 milligrams of bacosamide, 450 of oxetol. The seizures was controlled for like 6 days under observation. Once he reached home again, got an episode the next day, and we took him to the nearby neurologist. He added phenytoin, 300 milligrams. The phenytoin started today, this morning, and it's still evening. He again got a focal one for less than 5 minutes. I do not understand the doctor that says there is a possibility of gliosis in the brain after a TBI, but I should be controlled by medicine. Why not? It's his. Anybody have similar experiences?
Do maybe Pookie, I don't know since you're local here, but if anybody remembers the baseball pitcher Brandon McCarthy, he was on the A's for the first few years of his career. He did really well. Then he went to the Yankees for the second half of his career. He retired a few years ago, I believe. But anyway, pitched a fastball. The batter hit it straight linebacker right to his head. So over 100 mile an hour, you know, how they come off the bat, they measure it at like, you know, 110, 120 miles an hour or so, went straight and hit him directly in the head and knocked him out there on the mound. And he was obviously didn't play for quite a while, but he ended up having seizures for a little bit after that. I don't, I haven't read too much about him within the last couple of years, so I don't think it was like a constant chronic thing. It wasn't like what made him retire. It was just because it was, you know, the end of his career was why he retired. But I know he was still having some seizures. I don't know his current state, but yeah, he didn't have them before. Took a baseball to the head, and that's all it took was for him to start having them.
When it comes down to anybody in the public eye, though, you can't trust the publicists. So for them to release a statement saying, yeah, this caused epilepsy, but it's not that bad. That's not the reason he's not in baseball anymore. That's take with a grain of salt.
No,
I don't
no,
see how
no.
anybody could ever get
This happened when
epilepsy. And
this happened when he was on the A's, and he played like 8, 9 more years of his career. It was yeah. He played a long career after that. He still had him like once in a while, but he had never had him before, so it was just kind of the two together was most likely the reason that he started.
yeah, I
You know,
just wouldn't be
having
surprised if anybody in
having him.
entertainment tries to downplay any medical condition.
But
That's for sure.
yeah, yeah, definitely. But it wasn't like it was just like, oh, the next day, like, oh, I guess I feel like I retire now. Like, you know, he had a good, you know, he still played really well baseball after that and played several more years.
So those of us that have been in the workforce can maybe relate to their sense of humor in this one. They're saying maybe dark humor, but on the first day of a job I seized, and the manager at the time had childhood epilepsy, so he knew just to wait it out and drag me behind the counter and put a large sign in front of me so customers couldn't see. Then when I got more stable, he just drove me home. The comments are saying a match made in heaven.
So the
Another
comment saying
funny
match made in heaven.
Yeah, that's just another comment on the funny epilepsy stories page. Somebody else is saying they went to the at after a nocturnal. I had a seizure. I went to the fridge, got a pint of milk and watered one of my mom's potted plants with it. Yeah, that's probably not what to use on a plant. Mark would know more about that.
I got something here. It says, do you ever feel guilty about having your epilepsy under control? I was diagnosed with epilepsy about 1.5 years ago after having seizures for over a year. They put me on medication, which has completely controlled my seizures. Obviously, now I'm having to deal with the many awful side effects from that. Now I feel guilty saying I have epilepsy and disability in general because I haven't actually suffered seizures for in a while. I think it may be some sort of imposter syndrome. Does anyone else deal with what are tips to not feel as guilty? You gotta not beat yourself up about it. Something you cannot control. Yeah, I heard about the imposter syndrome. Haven't really looked it up. I think we've said it today a few times too.
Imposter syndrome is a psychological phenomenon used to describe a situation where a person who is how do I say it, like perfectly qualified for something or another feels as though they do not meet those qualifications. Even though they know it, they feel like they don't deserve it necessarily,
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think
thing.
Rick explained that to me. Got it.
Yeah, like if you um if you don't have enough seizures, or if your seizures aren't as bad as other people's, or maybe they aren't even really seizures, and you're in this group with all of these other people who have a real disability, and you're just, kind of pretending without even realizing it, is sort of the imposter syndrome. So yeah, I don't know. I've felt that both in the sort of professional context where uh, after being hired and graduating, meeting all of the passing with flying colors and whatnot, and getting in, passing all of the interviews and being selected. I felt like I didn't necessarily deserve the position I was hired for. Like, they didn't realize how unqualified I was for that position yet. And it was only a matter of time until they figured out that I wasn't as smart as they thought that I was, that I wasn't the person they thought they were getting when they hired me. So kind of, I don't know, take that and frame that in the sort of medical context, I guess, is what a lot of people feel in that regard. So
Yeah, that
I
makes
felt
sense. I'm
that like
glad you could at least come to terms with it. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, I was just gonna say I felt like that like with my first, I don't know, like handful of ones. Like I said, they would be like once a year, right? So it was like enough that I would still, get my license taken away, that I had to take medication, but not enough to be like a constant thing where you could be like, oh, I have, a medical condition or something like that. Like nobody would really, give a crap about it. It affects your life and takes away your license and your job and other stuff, right? But then nobody takes it seriously because it's something that only happens once a year. The only person that takes it seriously is the government when they want to take your license. Not really, but I'm being sarcastic, but yeah.
Yeah, I happen to tell myself all the time sometimes, and I had to stop telling myself to stop thinking down so much. And when I think about how bad my seizures are sometimes, and I'm like, it actually really isn't that bad. And I'm like, people who have it so much worse, and I don't think about that. I'm telling myself that this morning. That's really kind of self-doubt, telling myself to stop telling myself to not complain and all that stuff. It was just inner thoughts. But yeah, you can complain. Don't let anyone tell you you cannot complain. Anyhow, enough for me. How you doing, Jocelyn?
I'm doing okay. I'm tired, but I'm okay. How are you
That's
doing?
the good part. I'm good. I've been waiting for a little lunch break. I got this sushi here, cooling.
Sushi's delicious.
Yes, it smells
But you
delicious.
got to eat it before it gets warm.
Um, it's already warm. What do you mean?
You must have
Oh,
got he must have got the tempura fried stuff.
Yeah,
oh, true. Good
yes,
point.
it's fried, and yeah.
Yeah,
All
no, I
right,
was
get
thinking of
Jocelyn
the
through the
like,
icebreaker and I'll take over.
oh, okay, I'll do the icebreaker. What's the icebreaker?
All right, let's just get back to this next post. Do you always tell someone when you're having an aura? I feel lonely sometimes because most of my seizures don't turn into TC. I usually don't say anything when I get a focal seizure, but they're so scary that I always want to tell someone just so I'm not going through it alone. I feel like I have to hold myself together and be quietly strong through this struggle, but my auras are daily and it's hard. Also, seizures and auras make me so tired and sick. Sometimes I wish I could mind meld with those around me so they could understand what I go through day to day. Still, I have to a lot to be thankful for, and I am glad to have people who care about me. Yeah, that sounds like somebody who needs support. An aura is a seizure, though. So it is relevant to tell those around you because over time, believe it or not, those change. Something that starts out as that feeling used to go away after 30 seconds, maybe, but then starts to turn into something else. It could happen. So never just brush any of your symptoms off and try to keep those who truly care about you informed because they'll want to be informed. What do you guys think?
I tell people, but I mean, I'm an open book with everything. I mean, I tell people everything, and maybe I shouldn't, but I mean, I tell people about my seizures. I don't have as many as you guys have, um, but I tell people. I think it's important, you know.
Me
I think
too.
they need to know what's going on.
I tell people for my safety, just in case something happens and I'm around them, they know what to do.
I hadn't been telling anyone, but like I said earlier, I think my seizures are different or changing or s- something different than what I understood them to be. So that's gonna change and I'm gonna start telling people.
Somebody else here is, let's see, one of those comments. I can't tell them if I am. I sit there staring blank and forget how to say words. I just feel a blanket of doom cover up my consciousness and feel like an intense feeling of deja vu. Then it stops and I sweat profusely. A lot of people are saying similar to me, this is exactly what I get. So their auras are, not as aware as other ones, I guess. So everything is individual.
Yeah, I get nothing for my TCs. I just
Nothing.
nothing at all.
I seriously don't know how you guys deal with that, where you don't get any warning sign, you just drop to the floor and have a seizure. Like, that must be really hard.
Usually more broken items.
More broken items? What do you
Yeah, if
like?
whatever you're holding, so whatever I'm holding
Yeah.
gets like thrown across the room or something.
But I mean,
The
like, you must be injuring your body a lot.
Oh yeah.
last year it was my nose and my tooth.
Been a while since I broke something. So I haven't really broken anything, but I chipped my tooth. I had like what's it called? Like a scab right here, really long because I fell and I skidded. Um, yeah, I've had some bad injuries. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
no,
the
I can only
warrior.
imagine the two. I've had three TCs. One of them was in this chair where I didn't fall, and so I didn't get injured. And the other
That
two, I
looks
got
like a
injured.
safe
One of them
space.
was pretty bad. Yeah, no, one of them was pretty bad. I was on. I mean, I only it was it, and I've heard stories where people like they fall and they crack a shoulder, they crack a jaw. Like, man, you guys. I, I just, oh, it's that's what would scare me is the falling and injuring myself. That's what
Longer
scares
healing.
me.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
no,
the worst part is when you
the
have a bad
healing.
one, it's just going to take longer to come back from. More stuff is going to be put off and people have to be around and looking at you all like, is this another one?
The
Yeah.
more injured
Yeah.
you are, the more people are going to try and freak out and baby you afterwards.
Yes, I agree.
And that's a headache in addition to one you
Yes,
already have for like days after.
Yeah, yeah. You
right.
have a headache and then that's a headache.
That's why I didn't tell my mother about my last seizure until a week later.
So no wonder she babies you like that. If she can't get a hold of you after 10 minutes, you're gonna have, you know, whatever patrol showing up to your place.
Hey, I finally relented and gave her the key box code. I won't
Okay,
give
that's
her
a
a
step in the
key.
right direction. Yeah, she might still try to get 911 there sooner, but you know, family
She
issue.
about called 911 today.
Wow.
I'm
So you
telling
ever
you,
went for like the watch so that you can get any calls or messages right there?
yeah, that's what happened. She would text her, "Are you good?" or whatever, and I would just text back, "Yep," because I can get away with short one-word answers with her sometimes. So depends on the day, and it worked. I was in communication with a couple people. I wasn't like completely on my own for 2 days post-ictal.
I'm still just jealous of your independence. That's the only reason I'm digging into this so much because I wish.
It's yeah, it's making parts of it's making me nervous though. So
Cameras are useful. So if somebody actually wanted a little more reassurance for you
cameras are
not texting
creepy.
back right away. Yeah, yeah, that's true. And you're never gonna have that warning of when to turn the camera on if it comes down to that.
Right.
So
I
think
have
you
the
see a
cameras,
swallow
but
your pride day in the future?
who do we give the cameras at? Who do I give the access to my cameras? That's the question.
Only the one loved one that would not sell it.
Right?
Yeah, my
That
Although
would
mom.
be
maybe that's how we make the money.
I gave mine to my mom.
that would
Oh.
be my mother, and that's not gonna happen.
Well, sometimes we'll have to swallow our pride when it comes to these hard decisions.
I am biting my tongue and swallowing it a whole lot right now.
And
But
we
see,
all admire you for that.
maybe it would be like the best reality show ever. And
Mm.
like
Fight
we're
Club?
just like, yeah, like Seizure Club. Seizure reality show, and we're just like we should be millionaires by now and we just haven't made it. I mean,
We'll call it Seizure Island, and last person to have a
yes,
seizure wins the prize.
yes,
It's gonna be under
yeah.
the genre of sci-fi because they can't believe it.
I'm
Man, you guys, this
I'm
is how we're gonna make our millions of dollars.
Oh, this is great.
epilepsy comedy.
Yes. Yeah.
I want to talk to all the people that have had surgery because I'm considering it now and it scares the shit out of me.
What kind of
What
surgery?
kind?
Kevin and
They're
Kate.
they're it just talking about sending me up to do all the testing to figure out
Okay.
what I might even qualify for or what might work for me. But it just, even the thought of it scares the shit out of me.
Well, I've always heard from anybody in their 50s, they got denied. So they consider, like, yeah, they consider that like a really young age for being eligible. I was in awe with some of the other people at the teaching hospital saying, yeah, I'm here getting all the evaluations, but I'm still in my 40s, so I'm like right on the border. And I was like, what do you mean on your 40s with like what other conditions? And those people, literally women, men, plenty at like a really young age, just in their 50s. That's the only reason they got from the, I mean, the doctor told them, but I don't remember. It's a whole team. When you do go for these evaluations, it's a big team of a lot of specialists who I mean, I know I didn't know half of what they were doing, especially because the baseline is the EEGs where they want to see you have as many seizures as possible. And, I followed through, stopped taking the meds, had a bunch of bad ones. And then they lined me up for more consultations and things in the following day. And I wasn't there. I was totally clueless on what to ask and what they were saying. And I had to take a lot of papers home. I know that. So it's a busy process. You feel really busy because you know how time goes by after bad seizures and you don't know what's going on. So get
Yeah.
paperwork, have somebody with you taking notes or recording these appointments, and be as prepared as possible for those loved ones when once they tell you if it's a ablation or the difference between a what's that one, lobectomy, and one of the devices. Just maybe have an idea of what procedures are out there and what they might tell you. So even if you're kind of tired from like a
Oh,
long drive or wherever you had to go.
I've looked at all the different stuff they could do. The thing that sucks is I won't be able to, like you said, I'm going to be after seizures and not have a lot of my brain there to talk to people. And the one person that I'm going to get to take is my mom. And we are like oil and water, but that's who it's got to be.
So maybe genuinely recording these appointments might be more relevant for you.
Yeah.
Mommies have selective memory sometimes.
Oh,
fact.
mommies are, yeah.
Yeah.
I am one, so I know. I'm not
Exactly.
perfect.
That's the
I
only
have
reason I
my
feel
own
comfortable
issues.
saying it.
I have a lot of my own issues.
Hey, this is a strategy I get from my daughter. We started going, but when she went back to the farm for more horseback riding, she told me to, videotape stuff instead of just trying to remember it and tell her how it looked like she did on this new course or whatever. Yeah, she did not like mommy's feedback. So we have selective memory.
She didn't want to hear your interpretation.
Oh no, I couldn't even remember the horse's name. Fuck whatever I had to say. It was not true. So back to seizures. Somebody else is saying that as people said, an aura is a seizure that doesn't increase or spread the electrical problem, which is why you don't recognize those full TC feelings. Mine are epigrastic seizures, feeling of sickness rising up from your stomach. Most I've been able to call out to my wife. It is scary on your own, especially when walking on a beach. So this is back to the post that was describing the auras. Do you always tell somebody when you have an aura? And it looks like the consensus is if you have an aura, most people do. But to each his own. You know yourself best. Every situation is different.
I was just gonna say the funny thing with me about like I always say, oh, I don't feel an aura, I don't feel an aura, but also I don't ever remember like, 15 to 30 minutes ahead of time the seizure or after 30 minutes after time either. So maybe I do have some sort of like feeling or trigger ahead of time, just since I just don't remember that chunk of time before, maybe I don't know it's coming. Because every time anybody that's around me when I have one, they say I let out kind of like a weird like yelp scream type of sound, and then usually, fall over and start flailing around and moving around and everything. So there's pretty much always a sound. So I don't know if, and I don't remember any that happening any single time that I've ever had a seizure. So I don't remember if I've ever had a feeling before ahead of time of it either. So how do you guys that do have it, like how do you know, or what does it feel like to you? Is there like one certain thing that it's coming for those that have it, or how is it working?
Mine's the same. And it's like the same when I have a focal, like the feeling I had before a focal aware, it's just more intense before the TC. And it's like the stomach drop, like I'm going over a roller coaster. And and then like the weird deja vu feeling. And then like but it's just more intense. And then like this and then I get this big like dreamy feeling, and it's for me it's not negative. Like some people say that for them that it's like a really horrible feeling, and for me it's not. It's not that it's euphoric, it's just that it's not unpleasant. It's like whoa, trippy, like the world has shifted, something weird's going on, and then bam, I'm out. But with the focal aware, I don't get the weird trippy feeling. It's either like I can't understand words, I can't speak, or I can't understand text that I'm reading. But I don't get the weird trippy, the world is a different universe feeling. Those are my seizures. At least right now. And I also get like I've had like a weird big hot flash all over my body without sweating.
I've had it like a few times where it just stuff feels kind of like weird, or you're just like a little wobbly or whatever you want to call it, like, out of it. But for me, at least, anytime that I've actually remembered that, like nothing has ever come of it. Like I've it's already been like late at night or something, bed, already laying down. So it's like anytime that it has happened, like nothing has ever happened after it. So maybe there are times where, yeah, I just don't remember it, and then it does lead up to the seizure, and I'm yeah, just have no clue about it. I wish yeah, just need to wear one of those little chest mounted GoPro cameras pointed at myself at all times. So
All the time.
Sometimes you
This one
guys-
is talking about complex hallucinations
Oh,
that
Mark had his
my
hand up.
auras. Oh yeah, my bad. You good? Okay. Yeah, we took care of that. So they range from these complex hallucinations they're describing. They range from just things looking off in terms of size to things moving and colors changing up to full-blown reality perception changes like feeling or seeing things upside down, faces looking distorted, words being jumbled up. I'm wondering if anyone else has this. Usually the auras have some level of visual hallucination, but I've noticed that the more complex ones only happen before tonic-clonics. Then I'll see houses shrink and expand and change colors and move like they're waving. I'll see things turning and morphing into all sorts of creatures. Okay, I've never had anything that complex. And they have a flare on there saying cryptogenic focal epilepsy. Cryptogenic. I don't know. What's your input on really complicated hallucinations like that for seizures?
Well, the shrinking and expanding stuff, I mean, that's really trippy, but that made me think of the Alice in Wonderland stuff, but I have no idea about any of the other stuff. That's what it made me think of, but I have no idea.
Oh, and cryptogenic just means that it's a partial epilepsy where the cause of the seizures can't be found. So, shoot, I guess I have that one too. No, that a lot of us do. Anybody ever been able to narrow down the cause of their seizures right away? I mean, other than a TBI, the
Me,
test never brought any answers.
me, um, ever since I was a child after my car accident, had the traumatic brain injury over here. I guess they had been keeping track of it my whole childhood. I didn't know I was doing all that testing, but yeah, they kept track of it. There's records that go back saying that I've had encephalopathy on the right side of my brain since I was a child. Yeah, so once I had the seizures at school, was it 15 years later or something like that? No, 11 years later. Yeah, they already knew what it was. Like, well, they were just waiting for it basically. You got epilepsy, it's there. Not gonna avoid it. Eventually, it's gonna get its head out there.
One of the comments is saying my brother can't watch paranormal activity movies or anything about possession anymore because on my second episode, in the middle of the night, I apparently walked into his room, knocked on his door looking like I was possessed, eyes glazed over, mumbling things. When he opened the door, I then walked over to the next room, our mom's, who wasn't there that night, and walked in and proceeded to have a seizure. It was funny to hear about it later on, at least. And they said it was definitely a seizure that landed them in the hospital, so it was one of the worst ones. So that's something that can definitely look trippy.
I guess with
But
me,
that's
they're
more traumatic,
theorizing. With me, they're theorizing it was the brain hernia that, but well, my skull, I don't remember what it's called, but the skull didn't close properly, so there was an opening and that led to the brain hernia, so that's probably what caused my epilepsy.
Best you're ever gonna get it, or in theory, is that theory.
That's the best we're gonna get, exactly. Do you know
Medical
what caused
professionals will
yours?
never admit. Nope,
No.
no
Oh.
idea. They chalked it up to whatever I did in my teens because I
What's
couldn't
that
remember enough to
mean?
tell them that that's what I was wondering too. Are you gonna seriously try to get me to believe that like those couple of shots that one time, like
Like
yeah, they're
shots
chalking
of
it up to
like
that kind of stuff.
like you meaning like you did a couple of shots of alcohol and that's what did it.
Oh, we were stocked on the Captain Morgan, I know that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
so who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But no, I mean, okay. But I also thought that like they also just don't know a lot about epilepsy and that brains can just malfunction. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And being diagnosed in the like later pediatric years, I think they were very picking their words very carefully with when parents are
Okay.
involved, because if there's any suggestion that maybe the parents could have prevented this, or some of the activities that they let me do throughout childhood could have been an
They don't want
influencing
to
factor.
blame. Yeah, they don't want, and they want parents to feel bad, like they did anything wrong. That makes sense.
Exactly.
That
Even when
makes
they did.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, even when they did.
Oh no.
No,
Not at
no,
all.
no, no. The thing is all parents, no one is perfect. No parents are perfect. I'm
Mm-mm.
not a
But
parent.
you try telling any parent who's done like 30 years in law enforcement that, and they'll shoot you. Yeah. So
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I've screwed up my kids.
See, and we can willingly admit that. But some
And I
careers
got
out there,
pretty darn good kids.
Well,
that's
I've been to
true.
therapy and I learned the difference between big T trauma and little T trauma. And basically, every single person that exists has little T trauma because we were children. And we've all been traumatized by our parents because no one is perfect. No one can be perfect. No
That's
parent, no one learned how to be a parent. They've, anyways.
they don't come with instructions.
Exactly.
And
No
then
one
try
ha
learning how to parent on your own when you don't even remember your own fucking childhood.
I'm not a parent. I would have been horrible at it. I would have screwed up kids even I would have been I like children. It's not that I don't like children, but I would not have been a good parent. I would have tried hard, but I would have screwed them up, not on purpose. I would have tried very hard, but anyways, I don't need to go off on another rant.
I think you would have been a great mom.
I would have tried very hard to be a good mom, and I would have still done things wrong.
There were some people who I was like, I don't know. Then the baby just turned her into a different person, and I've never seen this side of you.
I would have been really stressed out.
That mother side,
Yeah.
it'll kick
I am
in
a
right
good
away.
cat mom.
Yeah, mom.
I have a cat, but I
Okay.
had two and then I had to give one of them away. So
Mm.
I don't know what that says about me.
That's
Hey,
making tough
Jason,
decisions with a level head.
Hey,
Yeah.
Pookie.
how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I just took a nap and just woke up. So I'm feeling all right.
The icebreaker is, what if you were Batman? I'm just kidding. I forgot what the icebreaker was. But yeah, what if you were Batman? And then I'll get the icebreaker for you when I remember.
Uh, I would I would literally fly anywhere across the world.
Batman can't fly.
What? He can. I mean, like, have you saw Batman and Superman lately?
Batman doesn't fly.
Batman got gadgets. He can
Oh,
go
is it cape?
aerial if he wants to.
Yeah, over the
He doesn't.
Atlantic is a lot.
He doesn't
But
need to. He doesn't need to fly. The Batmobile goes fast enough on ground.
So do you have your bat mask on?
I got something here. It says my friend robbed me during a seizure. I had a seizure yesterday at my best friend's house on his bathroom floor, and rather than help me,
The
she
fuck?
took the money out of my wallet that was for my birthday to use for drugs. She was sober for a while too. I busted her when I noticed it was missing, and her boyfriend ended up telling the truth. I lost my only friend to my birthday money. Have any of you ever had anything stolen from you while in a seizure? I mean, you can literally die from a seizure, and people are more concerned about money for drugs. I thought this was my best friend. The question is, have you guys ever had anything stolen from you while in a seizure?
I think that's one of the
Not
facts
me
that I would try to
personally.
forget.
Come again?
I was just saying that if it had happened, it's probably one of the facts that I would choose not to write down or try to forget. Easy enough after a month.
Yeah. My best friend, I haven't talked to him in years. Finally got in contact, said hello. How you doing? Okay, this, that. Next call was, can I borrow some money? Give it to you when I get back paid. Haven't heard since. I know paydays happen at least once a month. So today took the risk. So essentially my friend robbed me too. But the first comment is, I've been lucky not to ever have that happen. But the anger and betrayal must be awful. Not only were you extremely vulnerable already, but her actions are ludicrous. Another one says, I'm so sorry this happened to you. This is a problem with addictions. Even if it's been several years of sobriety, relapse is always possible. My brother was an alcoholic, drug addict who stole anything that wasn't tied down. This is just sad. Consider ALANON or NARC, Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous. If you have been in your life around addicts, it will help you understand what's going on. Be well. Yeah, I guess I'm the only one probably been robbed.
It wasn't during a seizure. It was, there was the guy who first told me that I was having seizures, but I don't know if he would necessarily think of it as robbing me, and I didn't necessarily think of it that way at the time. But I was separated from the entire nest egg windfall that I had from selling the house that I owned um, back in like 2020, just before I had moved up to South Dakota. Um, Not really comfortable talking about the number, but it was painful to lose that friendship. And my house and my retirement. Yeah, I guess that was my retirement technically. So yeah,
Sorry,
that,
Mom.
yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Damn,
Yeah.
man. Sorry to hear that, bro.
Damn.
Jason, the icebreaker is I still don't remember. Kate, you got it? Come on, somebody has to remember.
You're asking a group of epileptics, man. Come on. I honestly don't remember either.
Well, like, well, like, I think, what was the question? I think that was, I think I heard well, I don't know about the question, but I think it was a question before. I was gonna actually say something about that, but y- just like, I think it's part of me the reason why I moved and didn't tell anybody because like just like I never just like it was just I mean like just I mean like there were like friends of mine that actually were talking about like some political stuff and at first I didn't want nothing to do with it and at that time at that time like one of my family members had just died and and I had to sit through that all day and just like I did all day and just was just and I was completely paranoid. Didn't want to be on my phone for a whole day. Didn't want to be on my computer for a whole day. I just woke up around like it was like like it was just like the Nightmare on Elm Street.
What I hear about Nightmare on Elm Street?
Was that scary?
Uh, n- no, no, it's not scary. Like, it was a movie like back then. I mean, I think they have it now on Tubi. I think they do, uh, but it's not scary. I believe.
So, got what this says: 8 months seizure free after epilepsy surgery and accepted into graduate school. My 23-year-old son had his left hippocampus removed 8 months ago, tomorrow, and hasn't had a seizure since. He was just accepted into grad school for math last week, and he is ecstatic. I'm so proud of him. He's been through so much and has been so strong. I'm a happy mama here. Someone talk to me. Got one that says boyfriend blaming me for seizures. I recently started dating someone who mentioned seizures. I've asked what can I do to help, and if you ever have one, he didn't want to talk about it. Yesterday after a walk, he texted me saying he had a seizure during the walk and that I caused it, and my vibes negatively during the walk. I was feeling anxious and hopping around with the dog with a lot of energy. I had no idea. I couldn't tell he had it. He was just very silent the whole time, saying his chest hurt. I feel terrible, but I'm also very confused that he didn't communicate to me that he was having a seizure, so I could not stop to take care of him, which I would have done immediately. Any help or advice from people who experience seizures is welcome. I don't think she did anything wrong. She didn't know.
I'm sorry, I was honestly reading something else. I really did not. I
Um,
really did not pay much attention. Do you have a quick summary of that, or is it too long?
no, it wasn't too long. It was too long to read again, but I got a decent summary for you.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
a
My
girl,
bad,
she
my
was
bad.
having seizures.
Yeah.
She was spending time with her boyfriend, and they were doing stuff that I guess could take a lot of energy. So he said she caused a seizure because she wanted to do things like run around playing with the dog. And yeah, she didn't know a seizure was going on, but he just kept saying his chest was hurting. So yeah, after that, she's like, he's blaming me for seizures, blah blah blah. So
Yeah, that's not fair to her at all. I don't
uh,
see how that's her fault at all. If anything, that would make it better. It should make it better, right? Like if it's a good relationship, that should make less stress in his life and kind of have his mind relax. Like if he's still having them, he's obviously, yeah, talk to a doctor first. Don't just blame the person closest to you, which to be fair, we can all be like that sometimes, right? Like post seizure, or like right when we get grumpy, we get, or maybe it's just certain me, maybe that's me. Anyway, you just kind of get angry at the person that's closest to you right after a seizure,
yeah,
sometimes. So maybe that's why he's like he says stuff and he doesn't actually mean it, and they haven't fully talked it out. There's a lot of ways that sounds like that could go, but it sounds like they definitely need to talk about it and pair up on it a little bit better, because it sounds like they could work it out for sure.
yeah. Let's go to some of these comments. First one says, "Hey, this man is abusive. Run away now. No one would ever blame a seizure on another person unless, like, the other person was in charge of their beds or something. This man is not someone who you should be dating." These are epileptics telling someone with epilepsy, I mean, without epilepsy, for advice. I have seizures. I have never blamed my girlfriend. That is awful. I also feel it's very important for your partner to know what to do, to help you. So I'm baffled he didn't at least give you a resource to learn about about what to do, and that he didn't tell you what he was having when he was having a seizure. This sounds really abusive and manipulative, and I would bring it up to him. And if he continues, you should reconsider your relationship. Feel free to reach out to me. One more comment. It says there are great resources for seizure first aid on the Epilepsy Foundation website. Please be aware that having a seizure disorder does not necessarily make you somewhat kinder person or a good partner. If your partner is blaming you for your seizures, for their seizures, he will likely blame you for other things that also not communicated poorly about. Anybody ever had anyone blame them for their seizures?
And that's a really easy thing to agree with if you're just kind of playing that part in the relationship of taking the blame and going along with it and letting the abuse continue. So I'm with what a lot of those comments said.
Yeah, like if you're with, like if you're with somebody for so long, then I could see a reason why, but at the same time, you shouldn't blame somebody for your seizures because when you blame somebody for your seizures, it's gonna make like a lot worse for your seizures. I mean, I don't know if someone been through that way, but like I've been through that way since 2018, the in the beginning of 2018.
Yeah, I guess it depends on like the exact words that he's like saying to her. There's different ways to blame people, right? How vicious I guess you can be with your, with your words.
He said it was her negative vibe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's hard to say exactly. He's just saying like you're causing me a little more stress. I think you're adding to it. Then that's not as bad as just him being like, you're a this and this, and you're the reason I'm this, and yelling at her. And there's a big difference between that. You can't say it's an abusive relationship. I mean, the human mind is kind of like technology. You only, you don't know until you know. Like obviously all of us know how to turn on a cell phone and know how to like turn on a computer, but when we were 2 years old, we didn't. Now it's completely common knowledge, right? So for right now, this guy has no common knowledge about like what causes his epilepsy. He either needs to talk to his doctor, talk to his girlfriend, or realize he's just straight up an asshole and let his girlfriend live her life.
Let's start with an apology.
Well, yeah, I think it's if this happened outside of a seizure state, outside of a postictal state, um, then
that
I
too. I forgot
think
about
that
that.
it's kind of, even though it's about a seizure, it's probably indicative of the nature of the individual and their dynamic, their relationship, and what things might be like moving forward. So I would consider that kind of a warning flag, a red flag being raised.
Yeah, I mean, like I've mentioned a couple of times before. One of the reasons I'm no longer married, my wife just straight up told me I'm a burden to everybody around me because of my epilepsy. I'm like, really? This is the relationship I'm in? This is the person I married? That's why we're no longer together, but hey, yeah, exactly. That's why I was trying to give the other person the benefit of the chance, just benefit of the doubt, because I don't fully know their situation, and I guess I went kind of through that in a similar way. So I gave that person the benefit of the doubt for a while. It didn't turn out well, so hopefully it turns out better for that person. That's all I'm hoping, really.
Says, do you freak out when you get an aura? Only had 2 seizures, but it's pretty clear exactly how I feel about after an hour or 90 minutes before the seizure. And I have Ativan to take when I get an aura, but the second I feel any of those symptoms, and the first one feels almost like hunger, but not quite, basically just panic. It could be an impending seizure. It could also be actual hunger, or just got a headache or nausea from the morning pills, but I still freak out, still freak the hell out. I also just moved out on my own and I'm terrified of having a seizure alone, but times before, I've been very lucky that someone was there with me. Does the panic ever end? I know it's vague subject or vague question, but this is really scary. I had a seizure in November and one in March. I'm hoping there's just a fluke, but they're still recent enough that they're really scaring me. I did last night, and I had to get up and find my pen because I felt nauseous and had the impending doom feeling. And it was in my sleep for some reason. I woke up out of my sleep like this, was nauseous and all that. I had to wake up just to smoke because it was very, I think the word be unnerving.
I've woken up just incredibly nauseous before. I don't know how severe your nausea was last night, but I've been to the point where I've had to postpone taking my morning medication because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to keep it down.
Yeah, that's how mine was. I was like, whatever I have down, I feel like it's coming up. And I feel like I could smell it for some reason. That's a weird thing to say. I could feel like I could smell what I ate earlier. And I was like, yeah, if I don't smoke and this nausea go away, I'm gonna throw up. That wasn't gonna be good. Is that odd to say? You can smell it? Like I smell it, I know what's coming up if this happens. I think I ate like 4 hours earlier. So yeah.
Yeah, I could, yes.
The only comment says highly recommend getting an Apple Watch. It can detect falls and alert your emergency contacts. Alerts 911, but isn't always accurate. So I also recommend Service Dog. Wish you the best health. Yeah, so it has freaked
James,
me
you were
out.
gonna say something?
I just wanted to ask, since we were talking about nausea, I was wondering if anybody else has taken, while in the hospital, ER, whatever, Regalen as a nausea med. Regalen. Zofran is the more common one, or that's the other one that's that I'm always given now that I take. Regalen was the other one. I was wondering if anybody else took it because one of my first couple of hospital stays for my pancreatic issues back in like 2010, 2011 or so. Obviously, I had a lot of nausea from that, and they gave me that. And the first night I was there, I woke up in the middle of the night. I had no clue. It was a dark hospital room, different room, obviously, that I'm used to sleeping in. No clue where I was, no clue why I was there. Like I saw the IV hooked up to me and I'm sitting there freaking out. And yeah, it was the nausea meds that just screwed with me. I never took it again. They switched me to Zofran and I never had like that same reaction again.
Reglan,
So I was
metoclopramide.
wondering if it like messed with anybody else, like if it happened to do with like the seizure meds I was taking, or if it's just I was allergic to just that one medication on its own, or yeah.
Did you mention it was Reglan, metoclopramide they gave you?
No, there's Reglan was what they gave me as the nausea med, and then Zofran is what the name of the other one is that I now take when I'm there for my
Well, it might be
other
relevant here
issue.
that Reglan is a bad one. It says the drug is known risk factor for increasing seizure frequency and severity in people with epilepsy and is contraindicated for nausea for any epileptic.
Hmm.
Zofran is one of
Wow,
the safe ones.
I'm surprised they gave it to me to begin with then. Yeah, maybe that's why that's why it fucked with my head so much that
That's
first
an
day I
ER
was
thing.
there. Well, at least it was like, yeah, I was there in the hospital and safe. It wasn't, like the pill form that I took home and then had to wander around my house and figure out what the fuck was going on my own.
Hey, you might want to tell somebody about that because
Oh,
yeah,
like I said,
that is their stuff out.
this was like 2010, 2011. So every time I go in there, it's on my record now that I'm allergic to it and I can't take it and all of that. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely covered and safe, but
I got something here. It says I had my first seizure yesterday and I'm traumatized. I don't remember much, but my house cleaner heard me making noises and saw me frozen in the entryway. As she approached, I collapsed and began seizing. She called 911, and luckily, my small children didn't witness it. I had no warning, keep replaying what I did in my mind that I remember. CT scan clear, MRI, and without contrast clear, full blood workup. Only thing that showed low hemoglobin 9 and low red blood cells and the hematocrit. Yeah. They took my license and I need to follow up with my neurologist, which I couldn't get into for a month. Anyone else have any advice? I can barely move today and I feel like I'm experiencing such anxiety. I take Prozac and ADHD meds only, nothing new. I had eaten and was hydrated.
Those are just going to be normal feelings for now. Those physical feelings, that's very, yeah, it's pretty painful after a seizure. Um, go see your neuro any doctor, of course, obviously, and it's just wait and see from here. I mean, that's a terrible period. I always that when I was diagnosed, I hated that was an uncomfortable period. But yeah, it's just wait for the diagnosis. Even your EEG and all that. Get the full works. Do all that. Go through the yeah.
I can relate to this, but from experience, it'll get better. You simply have to live like you were before and watch for signs. Don't be afraid to reach out and let these feelings of stress out, as stress and anxiety kept in will only make things much worse. I found that when feeling super anxious and stressed, to take a few minutes to sit and think about what's happening and what I'm feeling. Usually it's just being overwhelmed and anxious and continue moving forward. You got this. Another one says I recommend seeing a therapist. I still have flashbacks to my major seizures like a stereotypical NAM vet in a movie. You live with those memories, get some help processing them. Is it normal to feel stupid after a seizure? First seizure in 7 days, I feel stupid, like I'm objectively dumb. It's taking a lot out of me to understand basic things being taught to me. I'm a high school senior and had my first actual class today post seizure, and it was in English. I'm usually 2 steps ahead of the class, but today it took me a lot just to stay on track. My head started hurting like crazy halfway through because my teacher asked me to hand out some worksheets to my classmates. And 32 sheets, and only about 11, 32 seats, and only about 11 classmates present. I gave the sheets to the 9, and the 2 that left were like, WTF? We didn't get our sheets. So I'm utterly useless and I can't even hand out worksheets. My body is also twitching. Neurologist says that it's normal, headache and twitching. But I did, but I didn't think to talk to him about feeling dumb. Sorry for the wall text, but I'm scared right now. Is this normal? It's normal to be scared, yes.
Yeah, well, it's also normal to have a bit of cognitive fog immediately after a seizure. Um, and a little bit of a little bit difficulty, absorbing learning new issues. It sounds particularly difficult to handle in this specific context in high school because it's unavoidable to compare yourself to other people around you and to be, acutely aware of how different you have been from before the seizure to after the seizure and compared to all of your peers. So that, I don't know, that must make it that much more difficult to deal with there. I didn't have to deal with um, such an abrupt issue back in high school. Mine kind of built up to a more of a crescendo later in life. But it's kind of an easier said than done, but don't compare yourself too much to your peers. Focus more on your own brain, your own mind, your own healing. That's what's most important at the moment immediately post seizure, more than catching up to your classmates, more than, being the top of the class and all that. You just need to um, um, recover and heal. So, um, kind of a cliche statement on my part, but don't I don't know. I lost it. Maybe it's not so
It happens.
cliche. Maybe that is the cliche. I lost it. That's kind of a cliche for epileptics. But yeah,
And if
living
anybody chooses to
example
focus on
right
that,
here.
then they're not for you. Yeah. I still think that was an excellent point.
I got something that says, oh, this was a comment too about feeling stupid. A few of these comments. One said, yeah, it's common to feel this way after one. I always do. Hope it clears up quickly, and I hope you feel better soon. It's okay to take some time off of school too. Don't be afraid to let teachers know what's going on so they can give you a little break from anything as well. Same thing happened to me. Don't be afraid to tell your teachers, classmates what's going on. People will be much more understanding of silly mistakes you make if they know you have a literal brain damage. Another one says, after my last seizure, I was terrified, like clinging to my spouse and my sleep terrified. When we normally sleep under separate blankets, I'm still trying to work past it. So last year on July 25th of 2021, this is old, I went into Big Lots behind my job, collapsed and had a 20-minute seizure and was put into a 4-day long induced coma. It was random. We think it happened because I'm immunocompromised and got meningitis the month before. I continued to have small partial absence seizures. We don't know if they were seizures because of the VEEG hasn't come back yet. I woke up on July 29th, which was conveniently my 18th birthday, with a tube down my throat, terrified that I'd been kidnapped and unable to move. I really remember having the tube pulled out and finally looking around to see if my mother was there. I'll never forget the fear of clutching her hands so tightly and having her tell me what happened. my life changing in an instant. And no one understood or thought it was a big deal that I put on strong seizure meds, had memory loss, trouble waking up. Immediately after waking up, the worst of all, my mother told my abuser, who I'd gone NC with, what's that, no contact? I've gone NC with what happened, and I was vulnerable enough to let him back into my life despite knowing how bad his abuse was. I luckily and stubbornly fought to go to college just for a month later, after I spent many nights terrified and crying on my bed from partial seizures and flashbacks of what happened. My mother told me that when I tried to get an MRI on the 27th, I went into cardiac arrest and was even giving fentanyl. Almost a year later, the PTSD persists, and I started counseling for a few days ago, but I knew that I wanted to go into big lots and allow myself to feel emotions, however intense they are. 2 weeks before the 27th, and I looked at the calendar and realized I'm scared. This is like trauma from abuse because you never know when an event like this will happen again. I'm having trouble surrendering my emotions and don't want to resort to bad habits to cope. What can I do to cope? I don't want to cope with drug use and self-harm, but what else do I do? I can't sit here and sob for weeks. I'm sick, so I can't work out. Don't have friends. How can I cope? There was 3 questions in there, and they all asked how to cope. How are you guys coping days coming?
So they were clearly preparing for the end of their life at 18 years old, I think, if I heard that right.
I think
So,
they were just saying like the date that it happened.
oh, 2018. Okay, sorry. But at this point, if outside, not like I can speak from experience, but I guess getting any affairs in order that you can, assets that you have, children you're leaving behind, making sure care and things like that are straight might provide some peace of mind. And I mean, depending on how the situation is, maybe if a bucket list type thing allows, if you're not impatient. What do you guys think?
Eesh, that's morbid. Um, oh man, we're all going through this shit together. So, and everyone's alone. Everyone's in a lot of pain. I just don't know what to tell you. So I'll give you the same answer I give everyone else. Find a hobby, find something to do. At a certain point, I know we're disabled, but there's a crossing line where we have a certain responsibility to do things for ourselves, to not be lonely, to get out there into the real world. So I don't know. It's on you.
Couple comments here, a few good ones. One says, learning about why Jesus helped me with my bouts of PTSD and anxiety. There's great podcasts out there that made huge difference in my life. One here says, I wanted to say thank you for your honesty about this. I just recently lost last week, had 2 10-minute events in the same day, and I don't remember any of them. I was in the hospital for 4 days, and to be honest, I don't remember any of it. It's like you told this story of what happened from people that witnessed it. They don't have a reason. They don't have a reason for them. So I should be thankful, but it's just unsettling that I just don't remember anything of it. And I do feel so emotional, just like I'm struggling accepting that first it happened. Now I'm taking meds and whether they will ever happen again. But reading your posts kind of gives me hope that I may never know, but at least I'm not the only one. How do you know you're having a seizure? I'm curious and, of course, paranoid in my own sake. What is the experience like and the effects you notice? How do you know you're having a seizure? James. James. Hey, James. How do you know you're having a seizure?
When I wake up on the floor, really, really sore and just with a headache. I honestly have no, like I was saying with about the one from yesterday, I had no clue I had even taken a shower or anything. I don't remember like a half hour ahead of time or after or anything. So I honestly don't know. That's what I was thinking, like, when you guys brought up the emergency meds, and I was like, why haven't I heard of these? Blah blah blah. And I'm like, my doctor probably thought it was never really like a major thing for me. I never know when they're coming on. So what's a rescue med gonna do?
Prevent
Right? Like
you from going into
it's
status
just
epilepticus.
what was that? Sorry.
A rescue med is intended for even those who don't know get auras when a seizure is coming on, because if your seizure is going on for more than 5 minutes, I think is the standard, they tell you to have someone prepared to know when to administer the rescue med to prevent you from going into status epilepticus.
No, I get that it'll still physically work for me, but who who would be around me
No,
to do that? Like I'd have to, I mean, physically, yes, it's possible, but I'd have to go around to like everybody that I work with and every time I hang out with somebody new, be like, just in case this happens, here's this. And I mean, yeah, it's a thing that can be done, obviously, but once again, it's just one more thing that, is a drag for this whole situation, right? Like,
yeah, the only time I considered administering it to myself was during cluster. Everybody was out and, checking in consistently. And I knew I had more than 2.5 hours, and it was just focals. I came back, nothing was, injured, but the headache was there.
yeah,
And if they're happening that consistently, that's the only other time I would consider it is if the cluster of focals can go generalized.
yeah. The best I would, yeah, probably be able to do on my own is once I finally came to after a while after the seizure, then I would probably just finally maybe, grab it, use the nasal spray or, whatever form it is, and then do that real quick just to be safe. But yeah, if there's nobody else around me really, then there's what's the point of having it on you, right? Like you can carry a gun, but if you have no bullets.
Well, the next best thing is the EMTs.
Yeah, of course. That's if they're there. And yeah, I have the little medical bracelet, like I've mentioned before, since we had talked about. I got that on my watch chain now and everything that I always have with me. So, um, little more help.
Hey, Andrea, you have to keep us up to date if your new cat gives you any kind of behavioral, I don't know, indications of a seizure after it happens or something. Cats can definitely pick up on that just as well as dogs.
I'm mostly just hoping that it helps give me a reason to get out of bed in the morning.
I'm gonna come wake you up every morning.
I don't have any problem waking up. That's not the problem. It's the matter of whether I want to get up and do anything.
No, I'm saying it's gonna come in there and wake you up for food.
Yeah, that's the thing with a cat. I have to get up now.
It's gonna be like meow, meow, meow until you get up.
They are very particular about their food habits. They want their meal times.
My mom's dog has a metal bowl and she'll just flip it, and you'll hear it hitting the cement a bunch of times. Then, until she tells you it's time.
That's motivational.
I find it quite rude.
She's just a motivational speaker.
Um, Jason, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
How do you know when you're having a seizure?
So like when I know when I have a seizure, I believe that like when I get up, like when I wake up, and then like I actually like felt like I actually fell down, or I actually fell down, just I mean like not as like felling, like not like falling down, but like as if like I hit something, and then like if I hit something, and then like as if nothing happened. But and then after when I get the seizures, I would lay on a sofa.
Me, I don't know until I wake up and I'm like, damn, I had a seizure. There's no signs. Um, just happens. Few of these comments. One says, for most of us, we simply aren't there when it happens. It starts with the loss of consciousness. Part of the seizure that people see, I don't experience that. The agony comes later. Another one says, I can't tell about I'm about to have one. It's an overwhelming sense of deja vu washes over me when I'm actively having one. Well, I'm just gone. There's no end quote me to know I'm having one. Yeah. Once it's late, it's too late. Another one said, I just only know I've had one when I notice I'm on the ground and have a ring of people around me. Right. I just had my first 3 in 2 days after age 60. All 3 times the left side of my mouth started to quiver. My head and eyes started turning back and forth, and one of my arms started jerking. I could tell it was happening, but couldn't stop it. Stayed conscious through 2 and lost it during 1. Yeah. It's a way to know if you're having a seizure or not. Has anybody ever told any of you guys that you scream or you make noises? I've been told that I screamed.
Yeah, let me, there we go. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I think you might have been eating or something, but every pretty much anybody that's ever been around me when I've had one, they say that I always let out this kind of like a higher pitched like yelp or a scream real quick. Just kind of like, I don't even know how to describe it, because they don't know how to describe it to me, so it would be like third hand, hearing the sound, but just kind of like like type of weird like loud scream. And then they end up usually hearing like, a thump or a thud, or, if I'm standing up, or like, like I said yesterday morning when I was in the shower, clearly that's a loud, slam onto a hard surface. So that's when my dad heard it. But generally they can hear, yeah, at first, because I usually let out the scream, and then they're just like, oh crap. And then that gives them like a heads up to like go down the hallway and come see what happened to me.
Yeah, I have not been screaming. I've heard about like whining and stuff afterwards, but the screaming, no. But there is a post here about it. It says, does anyone else scream before collapsing into a grand mal seizure? I've been told before collapsing and going down to a grand mal seizure, I typically scream. I have no memory of this, but it's happened twice now, and I was curious if anyone else has experienced this. I know people typically describe a sense of heightened fear prior to the seizure, but I don't get any forewarning or anything. I just wake up and get told everything.
That sounds like my twin posting right now. That's like my exact that's me right there.
Let's get
I,
to a
I
few.
I scream before it happens. I have no memory of before, after, during. I just get told what happens after, and that's the exact same thing. That's crazy.
I wouldn't say crazy, but it's got something here. It says it's called an ictal cry, and happens because when your muscles tense up during a seizure, it forces the air through your vocal cords. Another one here says it's normal to make a loud groaning noise before a grand mal or a tonic-clonic seizure. Essentially, what happens first is your entire body stiffens. So think of it as times first thing in the morning when you stretch and everything kind of tightens up and you might make a noise during that. But in this situation, more so a sound of relief. But during a grand mal, after the stretch, in quote, stretch, your body goes limp, you drop to the ground and convulse. Hope that makes sense. Does
Jeff,
makes a
what were
lot
you
of
gonna say?
sense.
I just wanted to say that my love is coming home with sushi for me. So I'm going to
Nice.
say goodnight to everyone, and I will see you all next week.
All
Okay,
right.
you gotta
Have
use
a,
that selfie
have a
stick
good
next
night.
week.
Night,
Dragon
Jeff.
roll next time.
Right.
Dragon roll
Yeah, right.
next time. It's eel. It's delicious. We're in the comments right here. One says my brother makes a loud scream out every single time. Another one says I lose consciousness, but before I seize, but people have told me that I make a loud, scary noise at the beginning of it, so I guess it is. My first two seizures were super bad, grand mals in my sleep, and apparently before each one I screamed bloody murder like I was being stabbed. Nowadays, I apparently loud groan more than a scream. My son doesn't scream per se, but has a loud groan grunt. Yes, I would call it a scream. It's more of a fearful groan. One more. It says, yeah, I hate it. Like in public, people are always staring enough without me going ill. It's normal to pee on yourself after a seizure. I have recently had a seizure. I've never had seizures before, but I had one. And one I was admitted to the energy room. I peed on myself twice. I asked my family to bring clothes and hid them, never telling them I peed. I never got a chance to ask the doctor if this was normal to do that before I got discharged. To anyone who has seizures often, is this normal to pee? I don't do such
Maybe not
things.
after the seizure, but during the seizure, plenty of people, do
I'm
that.
gonna say it's completely normal for people to pee during seizures. I know that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've done it. I've done it a couple of times during seizures, but a lot of times too, I wake up like really sweaty. So like the first time it happened to me, I just was just like, man, I am super sweaty this time. And then like, I tried to like finally stand up out of where I was laying, and it was just completely way more damp down there. And I was just like, oh, okay, I
Damped.
don't think I don't think that's only a sweat there. So
Damp down there. Okay.
trying to be proper. But yeah, I mean, I guess obviously it's different for everybody, but I wouldn't say it's something that you should be afraid that's going to happen every single time you have one, but it's a possibility for the person asking the question at least.
It's definitely not abnormal.
So do you guys anybody collect vinyls or vinyl?
I was just about to ask you if those were vinyl.
Yeah.
I don't collect them, but technically my parents still have like their original albums from like kids. So we have like original prints of like Beatles, like Magical Mystery Tour, Sergeant Pepper's Band. Got
That's
like
what they want to
original
cash out.
like from
I want
back
to
in the
get that
day.
too.
they have this one, it's a Led Zeppelin one. I can't remember which one it is, but I have a picture of it, dude. We broke this out with one night with my friends at a party, and it's like this, like literally, it's like 6 by 4 foot, like paper poster that came folded up in the record of Led Zeppelin like on stage like playing. It's a picture of them, and it's literally like it took two people to hold it. Like it was wider than my arm span. I'm not the biggest guy, but I mean still that's a big that's a big poster, right? So it was, yeah, they got some old stuff in there.
Okay. I was gonna do the unboxing, but it's not necessarily boxed, so there goes
Come on, you
nothing.
gotta let us see what color that one is.
It's so pretty. It's beautiful. I haven't even seen it in person yet, but yeah.
You're gonna have to excuse my ignorance, but who is that? Yeah,
It's the
I'm not.
weekend.
Oh, okay. I never knew what they looked like, dude. I just always listened to them. I never like watched them
Never,
or seen them. That's hella funny.
never know what he looks like. Oh my.
Damn.
Okay, okay, I got it. I got something.
When'd you pick that up?
Came in the mail yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Oh, how's the
Dude,
package?
I had no clue what that dude looked like. Holy crap.
Yes. Come again. Come again. Oh yeah, this is nice.
Nice.
Which is that? And then of course, he always has the ones that come from one of these angles.
You actually break them out and play them?
Yeah.
Nice. Ooh, that looks awesome.
There's the beauty behind the madness. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, I was trying to put it away, not hold it up. I don't know if you
Nice.
listened to the weekend. You probably wouldn't know what album it was if I just named it. The Kissland album. I don't know if you know that one, but it's very colorful. Uh, James.
Right. Yeah, what's up, man? Sorry about that.
Uh,
Ooh,
yeah.
nice.
They're a lot more colorful than they used to be.
Yeah, they are.
Is that Japanese on the side?
I have no idea what this is. I should actually look at it with the phone.
I
The phone can translate. Um,
I think that looks more like Korean to me, but I am fluent in neither, so do not quote me on that.
I've heard that Korean is more like roundy shapes, like curvy. That's a bad way to describe it, but
Yeah, it's hard to describe. That's why I'm just like, I think that's what it looks like, but
what about this? Can you tell by like those words or
Another Reddit
that,
does describe it as Japanese.
I'm pretty sure
yeah,
that one's
that looks like
Japanese there.
Japanese to me.
Yeah. The other one I just
That's what
wasn't as
people on
sure on,
another Reddit
but
describe it as.
uh, Okay. The final one hasn't been opened yet. Yeah. This one is Chris Brown, but I like this album. Oh, this one is huge. I don't know if you guys know who Chris Brown is. This is pretty good.
Didn't he date Rihanna for a little bit?
Yeah. These are really decorative. That's why these shits cost so much. But where is the disc?
That is, yeah. You're not just buying the album, you're buying the artwork and the all the time that goes into that.
Well, yeah, the process of creating the dies for the vinyl records themselves is pretty difficult and time consuming. They have to create those little etches and everything on the actual metal piece that they use to stamp each individual disc. So it's even the actual disc, not just all the extra artwork, but the copy itself is really time consuming. That's why they put all of the extra work into the artwork, because compared to the actual disc itself, most of that artwork really doesn't cost them that much to create. So,
Yeah.
really,
Album
why
is dope,
not
though.
from their perspective, make it look as fancy as possible,
This is a
because
special
it's
edition.
really the process of making it that's so expensive, and that doesn't change whatever color disc they choose. They can put whatever color dyes in there that they like. So,
It's a
yeah,
special edition of some, I forgot. I think it's the second special edition, they said. 3 discs. This is a lot of songs.
those are some of the most beautiful discs I have ever seen.
Thank you. When I go find albums, I try to find the collector's edition colors. And I mean the other ones, the Kissland, that was a gift, so I didn't go look for the special edition. But I still got the special edition. And I got one here, you guys. It says, I think Keppra is ruining my wife's life. LSS, she suffered seizures and stroke from a vaccine-induced incident after a surgery to remove clots from her brain that her neurologist prescribed Keppra as effective and generally safe, particularly for women seeking to get pregnant. It's now the third year of a 5th-year treatment plan, and I'm afraid that Keppra has so affected her personality that she's losing all motivation to take care of herself, let alone pursue this lifelong desire. We have been trying since we got married in 2014 and suffered multiple miscarriages, but it's last chance. And as we are both 42, the woman I knew and married would have risen to the challenge, though not resign failure across the board. While she may have a glimmer of enthusiasm from time to time, she just doesn't seem to care anymore about this or anything. Does any of this line up with anyone's practical experiences? Does it seem worth insisting she see her neurologist and discuss options.
You said she was on Keppra?
Yeah, Kepler is ruining his wife's life.
I would say if he's noticing personality changes in his wife, then they definitely need to speak to the doctor.
First comment here says, yes, I've seen people have this reaction to Keppra. To definitely talk to a neuro about changing meds. I've also seen results for some patients who went from very strict ketogenic diet. I'm not also talking about a temporary weight loss diet. It becomes a lifestyle. The ketogenic diet was literally developed for those purpose of helping certain types of seizure diagnosis. Test urine for ketones become a regular thing. It's a really bizarre way to eat, but if it gets her personality back, it's worth it. Another one says, I got super angry on Keppra. It's known for affecting moods. Absolutely, I would. You may have to change the medicine. Hope she gets better soon. I did 2 rounds with Keppra. First time I did a 2-year treatment plan and a weekend. Then weaned off. I had no real noticeable issues. Second time, I experienced extreme lack of emotion and motivation. My husband said it was like I lost my spark. Also had intense frustration at the flip of a switch. I had since had medication changes and have found some sustainability with Briviact. But even I know I'm not 100% myself still. Any of you guys feel like your personalities change with the medication?
Yup.
Oh yeah.
How so? For the good?
Bad.
Bad,
Not
horrible.
really good.
Not horrible. Just I mean, like it brings like dark times and bad vibes.
And then it leads to more because then you say something that you didn't mean, and then you realize later when you're like clear headed that you didn't mean it, and then you feel more embarrassed, and then it just like is like a continuous circle of damn this whole thing.
Yeah.
So sometimes I don't mean like every day's like that. I'm just saying like some situations like can be that frustrating.
Definitely the lack of emotion.
Yeah.
Spark is gone. That's
Definitely the feeling of having like thoughts of really knowing about yourself. You know, like when people actually move away from you, like so far out, and even across the country, and then you really start to know about yourself, where if you want to live, if you want to continue to live, or else you want to be dead. I mean, like that's how like I'm. I mean, like that's how like my certain situations when that comes up, or and others. So
I kind of feel what you're saying too, because I'm like, I'm living with my parents now. I can't have a full-time job, and I live in the California Bay Area. Like nothing is cheap here, like a gallon of gas is $5. I mean, I don't obviously we don't drive, but gallon of gas is $5. Stuff that used to be on like a 99-cent value meal is now like $3.99. Like nothing is cheap here, so it's like I know I'm gonna struggle like when obviously my parents are gonna eventually pass away before me, right? That's just how life works, right? Like
yeah,
so someday I'm gonna have to try and do stuff. Yeah, have to figure this out. I just don't know what to do sometimes. So yeah, there's my rant for a minute.
especially like especially with Florida and also in South Florida. I mean, like I'll say South Florida is kind of expensive, but before I mean like but before pandemic, like everything was cheap, and then after the pandemic, everything was expensive. So you know, I mean, that's how I feel. I mean, like that's my rant for the thing too.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, everything jumped a lot in price over that like year and a half period or so for sure.
Has anybody actually made any, arrangements for if, circumstances change on how you'll be able to provide or survive,
Um,
or, somebody kind of, maybe family members could be. Oh, okay, I'm frozen. Oh, it says
I
I'm
got
Yeah,
frozen.
some.
Okay, there we go.
I
Yeah,
I
so
don't
has
know.
anybody actually reached out to?
I have a sister, a brother-in-law that maybe could help out or something. My parents paid off the house back in like the early 2000s. So I mean, I guess I could live here, but I really don't know what I would, yeah, take care of myself, do all the daily stuff all the time, and yeah. It's a thought that's always there in the back of my head since I'm getting, up a little bit up there in age, not old, but I mean, whatever. But it's something that starts to creep up there. Obviously, it's not a thought that I had when I was, in high school. We'll say that. Now that I'm, about 40, it's definitely something I think about. So
I got something. Says I had my first full seizure a few days ago, and I'm feeling pretty alone. The last thing I remember before ending up in an ambulance was eating at the table at home. According to my family, I hit the ground and started shaking, and my eyes rolled back and foaming from the mouth. I don't remember any of that, but I somehow know it was very, very sad. It was very, very real and very, very sad. It's a weird feeling. I have scars and aches to prove it. Prior to this, I only had partial seizures. I guess never thought things would end up this way. Since none of my friends really deal with epilepsy, I feel kind of alone. I don't want to make things about myself when I talk to them, but this is the main thing on my mind. Any advice on dealing with this? I'll delete this post when it doesn't seem appropriate for the sub anymore.
Anybody else remember when your seizures went from partials to generalized, or has everybody here always had tonic-clonics?
First one I
I
was ever aware of was a tonic-clonic. It
How do you guys how'd you deal with like feeling alone, the alone part, not feeling the part of just having it? But how'd you deal with the alone part? Because I did go through that, and I had kids, so that was a little better than nobody. I know they care, or at least they don't show that they don't, because the children. So I never
On the
know. I
flip
just
side, you could say shortly after I was diagnosed is when I had the children. So maybe that's how I cope too.
uh no, I was actually doing like all right until my seizures got really, really like more frequent. If they would be like once every few months or something, it wasn't really something that I still couldn't drive. I still had to ride my bike everywhere, but if I was trying to go out and like meet other people, it was perfectly fine. Like, oh, I'm a service manager at a bicycle shop. Of course I ride my bicycle everywhere. I could just, use that as my reasoning. I didn't have to explain the epilepsy until like later on. It'd be a little bit easier to like try and meet somebody or something. But going out now, like trying to have, I don't know, many relationships, friendships, it's not, I don't know, not something that works out the easiest. So it takes a lot of planning, and I just kind of don't really care anymore. I'd rather sit here and cross stitch and talk to you guys and watch YouTube or something.
yeah, Mary cross stitching. But let's go through some of these comments. Ooh, some pretty long. One says true friends will want to be there and hear what you have to say about it. If your friends only like you when you talk about positive stuff and provide fun for them, they are probably not true friends, and you can find those somewhere else. Do you regret disclosing your seizures to the state driving board? I have an appointment to obtain my new license in another state next week. I am thinking about disclosing my condition as it puts me on the right side of the law and avoids future complications. However, I want to hear from people what ripple effects did they face after disclosing such information? How did life change in this aspect?
When I had my seizure and went to the ER the first time, at least here in California, and this, like I said, my first one was 2006. The doctors told me that by law they have to report it to the DMV.
Yeah.
So at least here in California, you have no choice. If you go to the ER or the doctor and say you have a seizure, they have to tell you, or they have to tell the DMV that you've had one and your license will be suspended.
Yeah.
At least here in California. I don't know about other states, but yeah.
I hear about other states who say it's not mandatory or that their doctors don't know or something like that. Yeah. Here, though, we don't have an option. They tell them themselves, they report you. Call it in.
I think it's longer now, isn't it, Pookie? Isn't it
My
more than
doctor
6
told me
months?
it's 6
It
months.
sounds
My doctor told me 2 years, but that was back when
Okay.
the seizures were way worse than they are now.
Okay. Well, like I said, this was 2006, my first one.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm sure the law. That's why I was asking if the laws have changed, because I just really I got it once back after that 6 months, and then a few months after that I had another one, and it just became too much of a hassle to keep going back and forth between doctor, DMV, medication, everything. I just stopped at that point.
First one says I had a seizure while driving in October. Got approved by a neurologist 6 months later. Still waiting for my license from the state medical review board after submitting documents twice. Been about 10 months now. I posted about this ironically. I would not recommend. Another one says I've had seizures for 20 years according to my neurologist. As long as you are current on your medication, there's no reason to report this condition. Had a seizure 6 months ago, and ever since I've been experiencing weird things. So I had a seizure about 6 months ago, and it started with my heart pounding, tunnel vision, nausea, unsteady breathing, and weak knees. My boyfriend had to sit me down. Then I went unconscious. My whole body tensed up, and I was crying. My boyfriend told me I was. I didn't realize. It lasted for about 10 minutes. By the time it was over, I could stay conscious. I was exhausted and I felt too weak to stand. Ever since then, I had a small memory problems. My brain sometimes feel like it's shaking when I'm standing still, and my knees bend over as I'm bracing myself. And I don't want to make sense. When I talk sometimes. Kind of like someone is just saying random words. I'm just wondering if this is normal to experience after a seizure. As far as I know, I've only had the one seizure. I'm kind of also not on any medication for it right now. Just looking for answers or to at least know I'm not alone. I don't have epilepsy, but doctors keep trying to convince me that I do. At the start of 2024, I had an absent seizure a month or two after getting a moderate concussion. I really didn't think much of it. I have CPTSD, so those symptoms weren't particularly unusual, but my partner suggested we get it checked out just to be sure. After my first MRI, they found a 7.8 millimeter hyperintense flare lesion on my right cerebral pedicle. That means nothing to me. I have no clue what it is. I was then scheduled for an MRI 3 months later with the same results. It hadn't grown or changed or anything. In that time span, I started having tonic-clonic seizures. At first, it was once every couple months before, was increasing till I had 7 in 5 days. I was hospitalized for a week. They placed me on a Lamictal dosage with steady increase, and I was later prescribed midazolam. All my notes say that I have tonic-clonic epilepsy. My EEG has always come back normal, and I don't react to flashing lights. I also only just started having seizures 2024 to 2025. Can you just develop epilepsy at 20? This just seems so unusual to me. For my own research, the lesion could be potentially causing my seizures. They don't even know what the lesion is. My first report said it could be, in quote, low-grade neoplastic brain lesion, which once means nothing to me, and I'm just lost. It's been a year, and I just want answers. Does anyone have any kind of clue as to what this might be or have similar experiences? Personally, no.
The
I don't,
person
yeah, I don't know
has
what was,
epilepsy. I don't know why they're fighting the doctors on that. It's um yeah, the multiple tonic clonics alone, the absent seizure, especially the frequency of the tonic clonics, it's like, yeah, by the definition. So I don't know why they're opening that post up with, I don't have epilepsy. The doctors are trying to convince me I do. I mean, they do. I don't know why they're trying to convince the
Convince
doctors they
themselves.
don't.
Yeah. Sounds like denial.
And if the
Trouble
cause
Scott?
of it is a lesion, they have a chance of getting that removed.
You can
The
remove a
bright side.
lesion?
Depending on where it is, they'll do the test to determine whether or not they can. And if it,
I'm gonna go grab some dinner, guys. I'll be back a little bit later tonight. I'll see you guys later.
hey, fun, thanks for coming back. Did the doctors ever figure out or tell you what your epilepsy was from, or like what caused it?
No, no idea, no idea. The doctor couldn't say anything about my source of my epilepsy. He just said that maybe because of my birth or my DNA or something like that. But he couldn't make sure of it about why or how, something like that.
Yeah, that's the answer a lot of us get. Me too.
Yeah, yeah.
I got something on that same comment of the doctor trying to convince him that he has epilepsy. First comment says epilepsy is defined as having 2 or more unprovoked seizures. I'm not sure why you don't think you have it. I started having seizures when I was 32 years old. I also don't react to flashing lights. We have epilepsy and we aren't alone. I didn't start this discussion until my early 30s. Sorry, but the doctor might not be wrong. Another one says I had my first TC at 27. Both EEG had activity, but MRI was normal. It's pretty common to develop it later in life. You can look at the other subs. There's a lot of useful info out there, and it's very active sub. Another one. My EEGs have come back normal unless you have a seizure during an EEG, then it's not going to show up as abnormal. I've developed epilepsy at 26. It's possible from what you described. It sounds like you have generalized epilepsy, affects the entire brain rather than focal epilepsy, which makes sense since you have both absences and tonic-clonic seizures. Also in the med, you're helping reduce your seizures. If it is, that's even more evidence that you probably do if in fact have epilepsy. That's all it says. I feel embarrassed that people saw me like this. Doesn't exactly say they're looking for advice or a question. I'd say don't feel bad. One of the comments here says, I agree, sometimes it's embarrassing when others see it. I had a seizure where my whole company saw it, and they may not want me back at the job. There are times when I start to slur my words and no one knows what's going on. The medication did not seem to help. My doctor told me this could be stress seizure, but I am also on so many other meds for anxiety that I don't know how I can be so anxious. Another one says, depending on the meds you take, check out the side effects of any mental health meds and see if the in quote jerking is a side effect of any. I've seen folks end up at the ER because of this, not to invalidate your experience of seizure, but an idea to look into and talk to your doctor about it. I'm sorry that you have to go through this. I have grand mal seizures, so I don't really remember mine and can't imagine what that must feel like for you. Watching through your eyes, I saw my video. I saw a video of myself one time on my security camera and it didn't feel good. People tell me what I look like though, and it hurts. I can only imagine your pain, but I admire your strength to come talk about it on here. The medication helps, so maybe someone will help you too. Sending love and support. Here, someone said, this genuinely scared me. My symptoms aren't the shaking, convulsing type. My wife describes this one as finding me hunched over a chair. My blackouts usually last 30 seconds or less, with recovery lasting 5 to 10 minutes. Today, recovery was more like 45 minutes. My wife was asking me basic questions during this time, and all I heard was gibberish. My son was also there. Also, I was getting very agitated because nothing either of them were saying made sense. I couldn't remember my son's name. My wife had to tell me his name. When I did come around and was normal again, I felt very ashamed and guilty that I couldn't even remember his name. Not looking for advice or anything, just a place to vent, but advice is welcomed. Anyone have genuinely bad memory right after the seizure? You ever remember who the president was? I hate that that's the reason they take me to the hospital. Who's the president? I don't know. All right, let's take him.
Really
The
never
worst I
been in
remember
that
is when,
position.
well,
Say that
Stanley
again.
asked me, what are your kids' names? And I forget that. So that's when they make the call sometimes.
Mm. Yeah, I guess that's a good one. I'm likely not going to remember the kids' names either, so I feel like they shouldn't waste their time with that one.
I was brought into the ER for a tonic-clonic back just a couple weeks before the inauguration. So when they ask who's the president right now, it's like, uh, um, is it, have they switched yet? Or it was like adding a whole nother extra layer of confusion to the process there. I think I got it wrong again, even after I got out of the post-ictal phase, just because I couldn't keep that straight there. So yeah, I hate who's the president politically now. That's just Secret Service watching and don't come. Um, yeah, aren't they still fighting about it? Yes, that was exactly the the news. It was um yeah, the ballots and everything.
And depending on what part of the country you were in or from, then the answer was different. So for a long time, for like that whole year, the president question would have been really bad.
My girlfriend told me she was tired of seizures and sensations. While being drunk, my girlfriend went crazy and she told me she was tired of seizures. She was tired of being there for 4 to 5 seizures. I was hurt and I am I am not pretty sure what to do. It feels a bit awful. Should I break up with her and make both of us a favor? Hey Jason, you're gonna break up with a chick because she's She seems pretty mean, to be honest. Oh no, she was drunk. Actually, I think when you're drunk is when the truth comes out.
If he gets wasted and spills it like that, then yeah. If it's a no ties, then yes, that's an easy walk away.
Didn't catch it all, so I couldn't answer.
As my girlfriend said, she was tired of my seizures and sensations. While being drunk, my girlfriend went crazy. She told me she was tired of my seizures. She's been there for 4 to 5 seizures. I was hurt now, and I'm not pretty sure what to do. Feels awful. Should I break up with her and make both of us a favor? First comment. Honey, your seizures are medical conditions, and you can't help. If she is that bothered by it, she needs to leave and not make it somehow your fault. You're right, it is awful, and not someone who you should waste your time on. For better or worse, your seizures, like mine, are part of me, and I am if part of who I am. And if they get butt hurt, I would save yourself energy and find someone else, maybe who has a family with seizures or something who actually gets it.
I would say it's definitely worth a conversation.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Definitely a conversation. Another one says, bro, you can't help your seizures. You're not the one with the issue. Another one, when people show you who they are, you need to believe them the first time. I'm so sorry. This person you're dating sucks. I have a medical condition, and it sounds like they'll never be able to cope with it. Another one says, yes, absolutely unacceptable. As a father of 3 and a sister with seizures, I find this to be very selfish and borderline narcissistic behavior. Cut your losses now and let her be. Someone else's problem. Right. One more says, yes, I have always tried to tell her to avoid saying comments like that, and she told me that she didn't mean it, and she was drunk, and she was not pretty sure why they said that, but they say children and drunk people always say the truth.
But Kepra, I read in Reddit, there is so many people with epilepsy it drink Kepra. Why is it? Why is it always Kepra? Always Kepra. Is there anyone could explain to me? Is why always Kepra, 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 Kepra? It's like a default answer. Kepra.
It's what they think is best to start on, especially in the emergency room.
I think Kepler gets a lot of attention not only because it's so widely used, but also, like you said, a starter so that people who have been diagnosed with this condition are given a medication, told that this is, the light at the end of the tunnel, but this is a medication that the side effects a lot of times outweigh the benefits. So not only are you being told that this is going to help you, but then a week or 2 later, you discover that it's not working for your seizures, and you could even be feeling worse on it. And the doctor tells you have to finish out another 2 weeks before you could talk about switching it. So yeah, I think the starter med, as well as a not ideal introduction to how epilepsy care is managed.
Well, another thing to keep in mind is the kind of an offshoot of the starter med would be um, anybody who takes it and it's successful and doesn't find it objectionable, and it controls their seizures and they go on. They don't necessarily have any reason to go on the internet and start
give a positive
discussing
review.
and complaining about the
Yeah,
medication.
that's it.
So here's a
That's
post
it.
curious enough is kind of related to that. Somebody saying questions for people who got OCD from Kepra. I know this is a very niche side effect, so I appreciate that there might not be a lot of people out there able to answer this. But I have some people around me commenting on my behaviors lately, so I began questioning if Kepra is causing this side effect. I'm wondering what type of problems were you experiencing? How long have you been taking the medication when it started happening? Did your neuro make you switch to something else? And they even posted an edit to clarify OCD as in obsessive compulsive disorder induced by levetiracetam, Keppra. So this post is 100% grammatically correct. I don't know if maybe that is an indication of the OCD, not necessarily, but it is a very well composed post. And I don't have OCD, and I've never known anybody to have it induced by Keppra necessarily. Anybody else?
I don't.
Okay. There's somebody here saying that Keppra made me severely anxious and depressed. The symptoms started a month or two after taking it. Doctor switched me to lamotrigine and been like that ever since. And the only other one is saying that for them, Keppra gave dizziness, nausea, lack of sex drive, sleeping inconsistency, and sleeping jerks and paralysis. They're on 2,000 a day. But yeah, no comments even mentioned the OCD from Keppra. So I would assume that a lot of these medications, though, don't necessarily initiate those conditions, maybe just kind of exacerbate them, make them more obvious or noticeable. Okay, this is a curious one. This is my first seizure since seeing a neurologist. I'm not sure if it's important to let them know right away. I'm new to this. So after starting a medication, first diagnosed, would you contact your neurologist for that first seizure after starting treatment? It's been so long for me. I don't think I did. Go ahead, Mark.
Do they mean
Oh, I don't.
like reach out between the appointments kind of thing, just to let them know,
Yeah, they
hey,
were
this
saying,
just
should I call
happened?
now or wait a month until the appointment?
Oh, I think at the time um I was only like a week away. Um I think that I um informed them anyway because it was a tonic-clonic. And then we just watched the video in the office when we went in, but they knew that I had it when I had it, because it was the big one. But when I have the focals, that don't really, um, do much of anything except just some physical sensations. I just kind of note them and count them and show the list to my neurologist at each appointment whenever.
Does anybody agree with that? You know, let the
Yeah,
doctor know and then let them make the decision on whether to come in earlier or discuss it over the phone.
I even first time I have epilepsy. I mean, kind of epilepsy because I have maybe a little bit weird epilepsy. I even didn't know that I have an epilepsy. So it's around, maybe it takes about, I don't know, maybe around 6 to 1 year, six months to 1 year to realize that I have an epilepsy, and that my father and my mother bring me to the doctor, to the neurologist, and neurologist finally tell us that we have I have an epilepsy.
Okay, that makes sense. So that still kept them up to date. Most of the comments are actually suggesting that they just keep a log and discuss it at the next appointment. I'm surprised about that because if it's like Mark said, if it's a tonic-clonic or if the seizures get worse, especially a lot of times the doctor would want you to come in earlier. It's just because it's so early in the diagnosis. So they're still in the titration period and there's might be some changes. I think it's important for the doctor to know in that case.
I think it all depends on, yeah, what you're saying. Hi, where they are, eh, and was, um, if what type of seizures you usually have. If this is a bigger one than normal, definitely go ahead and reach out to them. I mean, it doesn't hurt to give a call, or if you have my chart, shoot a message.
I got some. It says, stop taking Keppra. Has anyone stopped taking Keppra cold turkey? End quote, cold turkey. I'm tired of being tired, and also of the confusion in thought process, plus the wobble of getting up. I am a male, 67. Thanks. First comment says male 62. Doc tapered me off, of course, over the course of 3 weeks. You definitely should touch base with your doctor, though. Another one says, my understanding of Keppra is it's a strong drug, so I wouldn't think cold turkey would be advisable. Definitely talk to your doctor. I'm slowly tapering off of it as far as for the side effects aren't too bad, and I don't want another vocal seizure. Good luck to you. Thoughts on stopping Keppra? I'm no
That's what I
doctor,
did to
but
have a seizure.
yeah, it's 2 options, meds or seizures. You choose what's best for you. Anybody else on Keppra besides Kate? How's it going for you?
I'm doing my best to get off of it.
Does your doctor have like a timeline on when you can get off of it?
No, they don't know about it. I'm just letting the RNS do the work, and every 3 months or at the last appointment, she said, "All right, sounds good. See you in 6 months."
All right.
So now I'm taking like an eighth of what she's prescribed and got a stockpile.
Okay. I have one more
Toaster.
comment here. Oh, go ahead, Toaster.
I'd never advise going or stopping a medication without telling your doctor at least that you're doing this. That's my advice.
Save
But yes,
myself.
I think I did stop Keppra cold turkey. But that was years and years and years and years ago. I
Do
remember
you
the
think that
reason
probably
why
induced? Oh, okay.
I had Keprage, but I can't remember if I was titrated off or if I stopped cold turkey.
Some more comments here about this cold turkey situation. Someone said I have unintentionally when my pharmacy ran out, but it's not like the only anti-seizure med, so we hope I'd be okay for a day or two, less than 48 hours. After my last dose of my seizures landed me in the ER. I've won like 72 hours, no, like 2.5 days. Another one says neurologist tapered me off it, and the best thing ever. Depression, anxiety, anger, rage, all of it went away. I can't believe this garbage is robbing people of their lives, and there's better meds to manage your condition. Without a doubt, I lost 7 years of my life on that garbage. So I don't suggest cold turkey. Got one here. It says, I need some help. I'm scared for a seizure tonight. I just want to make this post and hopefully get a bit of comfort or support. I feel very sick right now. Like I might have a seizure in my sleep, and now I'm scared to fall asleep. I usually have my seizures in my sleep, but the last one I had was after flying as a passenger in a commercial plane, and I'm feeling all these same symptoms. I'm just genuinely scared. How do you deal with the unknown? How do you cope with knowing you'll wake up from a seizure if you go to sleep scared of having one? I'm always terrified I won't wake up. when I do, I so cry a lot because of the way I feel and how little I remember the ugliest feeling in the world, and I wouldn't wish it on anybody in my life, not even my worst enemy. I hate waking up with a headache as if my brain is trying to escape my skull. I wake up barely able to move my body and muscles, and this last time I woke up in a puddle of my own urine, which has never happened. And I cried like a damn baby from sheer embarrassment, even though I know I had no control. I hate this so much. Yeah, that was one of the questions. How you deal with the unknown and how you deal with cope of that you might not wake up. Personally, I don't kind of got past that. You can't worry about it trying to take you out because if it is, it is. If it isn't, it isn't. And just gotta hope you're doing something, doing enough to make sure you don't hurt yourself too bad. Other than that, can't worry about it because worrying about it can cause certain people stress-induced seizures. I heard.
It looks like this person's really looking for comfort, and you got to know how much your body has gone through and survived. Your body is amazing, and you will wake up, you will hurt like a bitch, but you will wake up. You're How do I deal with the uncertainty? Honestly, I hug my dog and I listen to Jimmy Buffett, but that's my coping mechanism.
Another comment here said, I totally feel this so hard. I usually only seize in my sleep too, but I can sometimes feel it coming. So it's so frustrating to know that sleeping might trigger a seizure, but not sleeping will just make it more likely to happen. Do you have a prescription of lorazepam when I am sure I'm going to have a seizure in my sleep? I take, oh man, I have a seizure in my sleep. I take 1 milligram right after I go to bed. It often helps prevent it, or at least minimize how bad seizures are. Got another one here. It says, my son has had a few seizures, including one in his sleep. I bought him an anti-suffocation pillow, which gives us both a little peace of mind at night. Maybe you could look into something like that just to give you a little reassurance. Has anyone ever called you lazy? To be clear, I don't know anyone reading this. So technically you could be lazy. That being said, I personally take 3 different meds morning and night for my epilepsy, and they take a major toll on me. After a while, I started to think I was being lazy. I was constantly getting tired, taking naps, going to sleep, going to bed early. Members of my family even accused me of having a problem. Honestly, I partially agreed with them. All 3 of my medications said the side effect was drowsiness, but I didn't put much stock into that until recently. So I had a surgery recently, and during this process, I went off my meds for a month. So I slowly stopped taking my meds. Then day 32, I think I took a full dose. Holy crap, it hit me like a truck. I was like, wow, this is so much meds. This is what my meds do to me every day. I had no idea because I've been taking them for years. I was in the hospital with beeping and nurses bothering me constantly all the time and uncomfortable bed, etc. But that night of sleep was easy. So I felt so guilty or wasn't sure if your meds really had an effect on your energy. Trust me, they do.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Nice. Lucky you.
Very.
Yes, very.
Yeah, lucky you, Kate. Kate. Lucky you.
They call you lazy?
Uh Not exactly lazy, but yeah, you know, some people uh
They don't understand. I'll put it like that.
some people talking about us in the back, something like that. As usual.
Yeah. I got one comment here. It says side effects can be a real bitch sometimes. I take as my main, is it Divalproex sodium, which can cause weight gain. So I am going not old, but not young, and burning calories just by playing video games whenever my weight starts to go up. I think was it because I had a bigger piece of chicken or medicine? I mean, how can I take it? How can it take me gain weight if my calories are such good? As for lazy, I always thought I was lazy. I think because my parents didn't pay me on the head enough. You're not lazy. It's the medication. Don't worry. People will get over themselves eventually. Can stress cause a trigger? Can stress trigger a seizure? In the past week, I've had a blackout seizures where it looks like I'm asleep, but I'm conscious, and few convulsive seizures equaling 20 attacks in the past week. Yet it really only happens at work, right? Now, which is a bigger stressor since I was on mental health medical leave for about 6 months. We think a bipolar medicine is causing it. So my question is, can stress trigger these types of seizures? The seizures also started 3 weeks ago, so this is all new to me. The first 3 comments: stress is a huge trigger. Stress is my biggest trigger. And yes, yes, and yes. That's why I'm not a teacher anymore. Has stress caused you guys any seizures, and how do you avoid stress?
I think his neuro should already tell him about it, because it's very basic for epilepsy. I think very basic.
Hey, Twisted.
Hey,
The icebreaker today was, what if you were Batman?
Oh, that would be badass.
Nice. What would you do as Batman?
Fight the Joker.
Yeah, good one.
Oh, join forces.
That's a good one.
Because I'm the Joker and I'm twisted. See the correlation there?
I see what you're saying. I see it.
Yeah.
I'll be your Harley.
Oh, yeah.
I know Twisted is she's real talkative, so she's gonna hop in on all these questions.
Oh.
I got one that says, I can't speak since yesterday after I had a seizure. Yesterday, I had a terrifying seizure at 10 p.m. Then I stopped talking. It always happens whenever I have a seizure, so I ignored it and went to sleep. I woke up today and found out that I still can't speak. It's 12 a.m. now, and I had another seizure an hour ago, and it seems like I still can't say a word. What should I do? Type out everything. I know that probably sucks, just not being able to talk. I couldn't imagine what that's like.
Go to a hospital. Something's going on that needs to be addressed.
Yeah,
Aphasia.
aphasia. Okay, yeah. I knew you were gonna say something. First comment says, yeah, you may need to go to the doctor. You can type and communicate, but not speak. That's why ER isn't really the right place, right? I'm asking that someone who knows can further explain why, or maybe. Could it be weird concussion or something similar, for the lack of a better term? A few wires crossed? Someone else just says seek medical assistance. You were able to type this in post, but you can't speak. What do you mean by can't? Words don't come out at all. Words come out gibberish. Words come out different than you wanted. Have
Something
you ever?
wrong with the brain.
Right. Right. Is it like you can't move your lips, or can you walk and not talk? Those are things I'd like to know. So being that talk about aphasia a lot, Twisted. Can you walk during aphasia? Just can't talk? Is that something you just can't do just because I don't know why?
I can walk the walk, not talk the talk. I see a little smirk from you, Mark.
So is it like your vocal cords don't move?
I don't know.
No, the brain is connected to the right. Well,
Where is Pookie in the brain? Wow. Pinky in the brain when you need it.
The brain is connected to the neurons. But I don't know what kind of aphasia does she have? Does he have, or she, or them, they? Are we being woke right now?
Does it show up on an MRI?
Yes.
Okay, because I knew there was a reason why they always send us for an MRI when we go to the ER.
Not a CT scan.
Sticky scan?
CT scan.
CT scan. No, I mean the loud tube, not the eyeball.
I got something here. It says I haven't felt the same since my seizure. Will it go back to normal? I have felt completely different since my seizure on March 30th, and I can't focus. I can't pay attention. I can't have fun with anything. I feel completely disassociated all the time, and I feel like I have no sense of time. I want to feel things, but I don't feel. I want to feel things, but I feel empty. I feel like I can't do good at anything, and I'm usually good at it, and I just don't care about anything, and I have no motivation. Thinking used to be my number one favorite thing to do, but now I just don't want to think at all. And when I am thinking, I always end up thinking about death. My EEG was clear, though I didn't fall asleep during it, and my MRI was clear, but sometimes something feels very off. I'm autistic and I'm struggling to pay attention to things usually I hyper focus on. Like if I'm playing Pokemon, so Pokemon Go, battling, I can't even remember what their leading Pokemon was or what they just did, so I can plan my next move in the game. I usually love school, but I just didn't feel very excited about the math tests and on science tests and how I skipped 1/3 of the question and had to redo that part. I usually love doing hard things, but now I know. Now I don't want to do anything at all. I don't feel like it anymore. I just want to go back to normal. Things never go back to normal depending on what you think a normal is. Um, some things just they are as they are now. Anybody, anything about things going back to normal? How's your new norm, everybody? My new norm, it's different.
My new normal is appreciating, well, whatever I can, from hugs that I get from my son to just walking the dog outside. Small things. It's a new normal. It's things that I honestly, well, I've always loved hugging my son, but like walking the dog was like a chore. It's like, okay, fine, come on, let's go. No, I love that time. Just walking the dog, playing Go Fish with Jeffrey. That's his new game. Um, Actually, his new game is a new war game where you count out 3 cards and then add them up, and whoever wins get the cards.
Jeffrey is your son, right?
Yes,
Oh,
he's
got
my
it.
dragon boy. We also have a Jeffrey here who comes in a lot. He's Big Jeff.
Mhm. Big Jeff and Little Jeff. To the part where they said, will everything be the same? The first comment says epilepsy can seriously mess you up. It can either make you depression worse or cause it. It battles other mental disorders. It battles other mental disorders. For me, is bipolar and PMDD. Most anticonvulsants are also used to manage those as well. I have similar experiences as you do. I hyper-focus on research and I take notes and definitions so I know what I'm reading and I have something I can look back on and understand. I have an entire log. You got to put in a little work in such a different way, differently a huge hindrance, as if seizures aren't enough. Comedy is one of my favorite things on this planet, and I haven't cared for much of it in the last month or so. You're not alone. Keep on keeping on. Another one. I'm definitely going through this right now. 4 months ago, I had 4 back-to-back seizures with seemingly no reason why. I haven't been myself ever since. THC and seizures. Why are people so conflicted? Seizures are the worst. My 22-year-old had a first seizure in July of this year. THC is legal in our state, and my kiddo has been using it recreational for over 3 years. I always tell this fact to doctors, of which we've seen so many in the past few weeks, because I believe that kind of misinformation can be incredibly insightful for finding the cause of seizures. I have found doctors actually shut down when you tell them this, dismiss you, and don't consider THC use to be anything other than a trigger or a remedy, then stop considering any other causes. I've been told, end quote, oh, it's for sure the THC, you need to stop that immediately. And I've just laughed at it and told something along the lines of, end quote, marijuana is a seizure threshold lowering drug. So if anything, I would block a seizure. So if anything, it would block a seizure. I mean, I had 3 firemen and 2 paramedics in my kid's room the other day after a seizure, and they all giggled and said my kiddo is a pot smoker. They all dismissed the drug use as if I told them my kid drank some water. Would that cause a seizure? So how can I find a person to figure it out? My kiddo's seizures can come with weird auras, start a focal as generalized into tonic-clonic seizures, and have long postictal states with lots of automatisms
By going to the doctor.
after an ictal event. One more second. Sorry, I didn't go down. The other morning, my kid told me they started to feel weird, smoked a bowl, then felt things calm down. Same thing the next morning, only there was no time for smoking before it manifested. I was so incredibly grateful for any advice anyone might have. And if you are dealing with these seizures for yourself or a loved one, I really feel for you. Seizures are the worst. Yes, they are. Why are people conflicted? Some people just don't know what they're talking about. And some people just want stuff to talk about sometimes. I say weed is not bad at all. Yeah, it helped me this morning before I got nauseous. I would have been super nauseous if I didn't do that soon enough. I was just getting worse and worse, and I was laying down, and I felt like it wasn't helping. And then I was like, let me get this vape pen, and after a while, was what they call it. Basically, I was feeling like I wasn't gonna have a seizure anymore. So, hey, Toaster, your turn.
It is a medicine like any other. It affects everybody differently, which is why, as my twisted sister said, talk to your doctor. That's why there's people that are so conflicted, because some people it really helps, and some people it doesn't. And so people went into camps where there's no camps needed. If it's good, it's good. But I think I think it's helpful, and there definitely has been studies showing that the CBD strain Charlotte's Web has helped epilepsy.
Like everything, there's a good and the bad. You just can't win.
Go through a couple comments here. Says, my understanding is that weed isn't the problem. It's the dehydration that comes after.
Oh yeah.
Other thing says, the big thing with THC, you have to always remember is the bad marketing. Most people still and probably will always consider it worse than they say alcohol. Yet alcohol, when compromised, when compared objectively, is way worse. It affects you faster, harder, and more long term. However, everyone saw the stoner movies and thinks that is how THC is. Well, if all the movies where alcohol saw, if all the movies with alcohol showed them drinking 24/7, well, they would all die in the first few months, probably. So, generally, anyone who hasn't smoked will automatically see it as evil. My main advice is do not use anything man made. If you smoke, keep up with the leaves. Those vape pens have fillers. They had me dropping to the point where if I'm straight edge now. One more says, the only correct answer is probably that it is not the same for everyone. I have a pretty cool neuro that suggested weed when it was still for medical before it was fully legalized in California. On the other hand, I've seen a lot of people on Reddit.
Did you lose your place on the post?
Okay, yeah, good stuff. Someone didn't notice. I got something here though. It says, do your seizures ever feel like you're falling asleep or fell asleep? Like basically, you're doing a task and it feels like you're
Like
just
I
drifting off.
noticed, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
Was I mid talking?
Yeah, but
This one says, do your seizures ever feel like you're falling asleep or fell asleep? Like basically, you're doing the task and it feels like you're drifting off to sleep suddenly and you lose consciousness for like a few seconds and you snap back out of it for only for it to happen again and then again probably after about 10 times. It feels like I fell asleep suddenly, but the thing is, as physically, can't just fall asleep suddenly the way I just did and experienced this before too. I'd be doing something, then my head just drops down, and then I fell asleep. But it's not really asleep because it lasts only a couple seconds that I'm aware of. Has anyone else experienced this before? I literally just went through this. It wasn't a seizure, but it was a few seconds. Like I dropped my head, and I noticed I was falling asleep on you guys.
that's an absence.
Someone said this is an atonic seizure. Someone said this happens to me a lot. I'm not diagnosed. Shall I ask my GP about it? And someone says, yep, it happens. I don't think mine was an absence. I think I just happened to close my eyes and stop reading, I guess. Did I stop mid-sentence?
Yeah.
That sucks. Sounds fun. My husband had his first seizure and I can't stop. Oh no, never mind. Something more interesting. Seizure from weed. Okay, so my little brother is in high school and they both smoke weed. I never smoked in my life. Today I came home and they were both very stoned and they had to come back from the gym. They mentioned how how they hadn't eaten anything all day, so they went to go make food. Suddenly, one of my brothers begins to explain how he doesn't feel good and that he feels sick. He sits down and I focus on making food. When I look back at him, his face was pale and discolored, and his eyes were bloodshot. He literally looked like a corpse. Before I could even react, his eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he began falling back. My brother and I ran out to catch him and tried to wake him up, but he began convulsing violently. He did this for about a minute before I ran to call the ambulance because I truly didn't know what else to do. Before I could call, he came to. He was sweating and his eyes were bloodshot, but he was acting normally. This was a truly one of the scariest things I've ever witnessed, but my brothers kept insisting that it's normal. Is this normal? Should I be more concerned about my brother? Yes, because we don't cause seizures. Well, everybody's body is different, but yeah, I don't think this was weed. And that's a personal opinion. Violent seizure, and then he's turning pale. None of these are signs of seizures. I mean, of weed.
They called it la pálida. It's just a Mexican term for when you turn pale of overconsumption.
From overconsumption, you say?
Yep.
Hey, Angel,
Angel.
how are you today?
It was good. It was eventful. You know, play with my daughter and everything.
Nice, nice. The icebreaker today was, what if you were Batman?
What if I was Batman?
Yeah, like Batman. Like Batmobile Batman.
I would have. I would drive the Batmobile everywhere. No.
I need the Jeopardy music so I can do that countdown for everyone. Yeah.
Wait, did I answer?
I believe so. I can't remember.
I said a Batmobile. The Batmobile was cool.
Oh yeah. Twisted said the Joker. She said her personality would go good with the Joker. But someone here said see something about seizures with weed, and I would say doesn't seem normal.
Yeah.
Personal opinion.
That happens usually with noobs.
And then they're kids, so these are high school kids we're talking about. Yeah, convulsions. I don't know.
That usually happens, especially with kids.
Gotcha.
I had it happen twice, and you start to freak out.
Good to know. First comment says convulsions equals not normal. Definitely should call for an ambulance and get them checked out for sure. They want to make sure there was no brain injury caused by the seizure versus it being idiopathic. Truth? Sounds like he greened out from a weed and that may have kick-started the seizure. I don't know if I'd say from weed or if it was causation of the greening out, but turns still weed. So it could be quality he took. I have greened out before and it causes me to feel like a seizure may come on, but doesn't. Still doesn't feel good to green out. Feels like you're going to be sick and you're sweet like an MF. It's more than a body high happens if they did edibles, etc. But it would never happen because of convulsions. They separately and define and definitely worth looking into. That's not weed related. Do seizures trigger random memories, or am I imagining it? I swear that when I have focal aware or something similar, no diagnosis yet, that happens. It triggers random memories to happen. Does this happen to anyone else? Sometimes they give me not, well, yeah, I would say that's kind of random memories, weird thoughts, weird, funny thoughts that I should be like, yeah, this isn't something you should be thinking. Dumb stuff, especially when I was on Kepra. I was thinking, how about we just walk into traffic and see how that goes? And yeah, that tells me you shouldn't be on Kepra. It was not cool. Anybody else ever contemplating how does this traffic look from in between the middle of the street?
Not the traffic. I did get some intrusive thoughts from um um one of the L ones, not Vimpat, the other one with the L.
Braviac?
No,
Lamotrigine?
I'm on, yeah, I'm on lacosamide Vimpat, right? So it's the other one,
Yes,
lamotrigine.
lamotrigine.
Yeah. Um, I was getting intrusive, like the most um like blatantly obvious one that I can recall, like making the cat food, um, just feeling like it was a completely normal thought to wonder what it would or what it would feel like to put my hand in the uh, sink drain and turn on the garbage disposal. Uh, you know, but perfectly normal, right?
It's perfectly normal.
Those
Or
are
epileptic.
intrusive thoughts.
Yeah, I've had the inclusive thoughts, thinking of all kinds of dumb stuff. Looking over the balcony, like, do you think I would land right if I jumped a little bit to the left from 7 stories up? It's just shit that happens when you look off the balcony.
Interesting.
I did a whole podcast sitting on the 7th floor balcony. It's like 6 hours. Toaster, go ahead.
You mean intrusive thoughts as in you're not a real adult, you can't do shit right, stuff like that type of intrusive thoughts? Because I get those all the time, but that's why I have a therapist. Or let me just stick my hand in the oven without an oven mitt. Because I do that all the time too, but that's not really an intrusive thought. I just do it.
Yeah, sometimes I just do stupid shit. There was like this one time a little while back. I set the mouse trap and then I tried to see if I could touch it and get my hand out in time. It didn't work.
I've done that too.
It wasn't just a mouse trap.
Did it hurt?
Hell
Yes,
yeah,
it
it hurt.
hurt.
Mm-hmm.
That thing's supposed to snap a mouse
No.
neck.
No, Toaster. It was
What?
supposed to snap a rat's neck. I had the big trap, the one that's like this big, like the size of a brick.
How big was the welt on your finger?
And I tried to like slap it and move my hand, and it did not work. I felt like as soon as I touched it, it just took everything, just ate my hand up. Yeah, it was funny though, but not afterwards. My knuckles were
Only
swollen
afterwards.
and stuff. It was hilarious. Yeah. At the time, my girlfriend was like, "What are you thinking?" And I was trying to explain to her that I thought it was funny, but she didn't think it was funny that I thought it was funny. So there was an argument there, but
Ever
no
tried
lies.
to stick your finger out the car window and like take it out at last second?
Or
am I the only one?
that one.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
was
that's-
not the smartest teenager. As a kid, we
I
had the
wasn't the
rolly
smartest
ones.
adult. Yeah, I was adult when I did that. So that was a dumb decision too. Yeah.
James is here.
Hey, James. James was here earlier. He left for food.
Yeah, I'm back.
I didn't get to leave for food. I ordered food to
So
come to
who
me.
are you in the Batman universe? I want to know. Sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk.
Me or James?
Both of you. I missed them.
Who am I in the
I've-
Batman universe?
You
I'm
said you're-
Nightwing.
I have no
Nightwing.
idea because I've never gotten into the whole Marvel thing, so I don't know any of the characters. I mean, I know who Batman is, obviously.
Yeah,
but I don't
that's
know
DC.
I don't know like the ins and outs and all of that. So I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Wonder
First,
Woman.
If there's a guy with a beard, just
Thor,
stay on
that's
him.
the Marvel guy.
Toaster, you missed the unboxing.
Oh, what did you unbox?
See, yeah, I know you missed it then. What did you unbox?
Oh, wait, your weekend records?
Missed
Yeah.
it too. Yeah. Oh, it's a.
Nice. You said it wasn't a regular vinyl. You said it was pretty. Well,
Yeah,
Yeah.
very,
I think it's
very
yellow and black.
Yeah, the yellow one was super nice.
That's this one. It's called Beauty Behind the Madness.
Yeah,
like
I
how
hella like
big
that
it
one.
is. I don't know if vinyls were like this back in the day.
No. They were
Black.
There were some red
Single.
ones, right? There was some like limited edition red ones from a few like big groups back in the like
well, there's
70s,
always
80s,
the
right?
gold record or the white record. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I guess maybe it just cost too much more to make the vinyl that color back then or something, and they didn't do it, or
That's why they cost so much now. 'Cause they're all colorful and shit.
Because they're only collector's items. Only collectors like you play them. Holy shit, that's badass.
Yeah, I like this one.
We're gonna see that on Weekend for the Weekend.
Say that again. A weekend for the weekend.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I got one for that tomorrow. Yeah.
Pookie, we gotta somehow hook up my my 50s tube radio to your record player and listen to it.
Hey man.
I mean, I know
awesome.
I know there's no way to do that, but that would just be like an amazing sound for
Mark,
for
I
those
bet Mark
albums,
knows
right?
about tubes.
My record player has a Bluetooth. It connects to Bluetooth and it connects to the auxiliary, the plug-in cord.
Oh, that's perfect because yeah, my
the
radio
same.
is my radio is modified too. It has Bluetooth in it, so I'll play like old jazz stuff like off of YouTube, connect it through Bluetooth to that speaker and get like that kind of crackly old-fashioned jazzy sound out of it. I love it. That's why I have it.
You like James? You like jazz, James?
So yeah, so I got a cassette tape player and it sneaks like Bluetooth and stuff. But like having a record player is for Bluetooth is it's so.
Yeah, this one is nice too. This one is Chris Brown.
Too bad.
Oh, I wasn't wearing my glasses. I was like, "Is that Starboy?"
No, I thought I ordered it, but I ordered this. I really did thought it was Starboy coming in the mail. Guess what color?
Red, purple, green, red.
Yeah, red.
You got like some black splatter in there where you can't really tell. I wanted to listen to it, but I'll listen to it tomorrow. I got something, guys. It says, anyone else's mother get mad at them or get upset at them for having seizures? This is my first posting here, so apologies if I'm not too good at wording things. I had my second seizure today while I was in the bathroom and completely passed out for about a good hour or so. As soon as I woke up, clearly dazed and very confused, I woke up in my bathroom and left my room to find my mother on the phone, obviously being confused. I tried asking how long I slept because I was just coming out of a damn seizure. I will admit I should have waited while she was off the phone, but as soon as I come out of those things, I'm anxious and I just want some sort of comfort. Eventually, once she got off the phone, she immediately became snappy toward me and told me, end quote, you had a seizure and passed out in the bathroom. I tried telling her, end quote, okay, well, that's not my fault. Then she tried to pin the blame on me, and I became more upset. I didn't ask for those damn seizures, and she told me it's my fault for staying up late yesterday, but I tried explaining that I actually hadn't been staying up as late as I usually did before that. Then she continued to try to argue with me, just saying things along the lines of end quote, well, this isn't good, this is serious. And how could I possibly not wake up from a seizure? Like, thank you. I'm well aware. And I'm not sure what she wants to do since we're still trying to get a brain scan set up. All I fucking want is her not to get so fucking upset with me half the damn time and at least try to be understanding. I'm working so fucking hard to improve on those things, but she'll never understand how difficult and how hard I'm trying half the damn time. Yeah, they'll never understand. Stop arguing with her. But no, anyone else's mother get upset at them for this? Personally, no.
No.
Is my superhero. She does not get mad.
Jason.
Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like my mom would always get mad at me because like we'll get mad at me for seizures and stuff like that. So for stuff like that. So for me, like I mean, like I moved as far as I can from my parents. I won't not well from my mom because you know like because my mom would actually because my mom would actually start everything. There's this book called Growing Up as a Scapegoat to Narcissistic Parents by Jay Reed. You know, like he talks about like how to gain distance. I mean, like, and from that, like, there's nothing else that, like, his, I don't know the username, but like, well, like his mom or her mom, like, can't do. You know, like, just like, I mean, like, pretty much, they gotta be out there for themselves. That, and that's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah. So the first comment says she's scared as fuck, so because she doesn't understand it at all. Sorry, that's how she expresses it, and extra sorry if it was at the end quote this time. The day and she after a seizure can be weird. I say try talking to her in a couple days about it when things calm down on both sides. I hate that time. Too much thinking. Tell her not to make you panic. It's time to chill. Also, yes, someone else posted maybe a week ago about having mother issues with their seizures. Just scroll down. Another one says, my man told me his ex-wife would straight up laugh and be so annoyed with him. He's the most amazing man ever, and he has this medical condition. I hate seeing folks suffer seizures. Why, thank you. My mother used to do the same, blame me for staying up too late when I didn't, just because my seizures would happen later in the night. I'm sorry she blames you. Best you can do now is ignore it, unfortunately.
Not my mother, so I can only empathize, but I've definitely woken up from seizures The last thing I remember is being at the Walmart, gone out into the living room, confused as fuck, and basically told you had a seizure and somehow it's your fault. There's always variety of different reasons. You stayed up late, you got up too early, which I think is funny because, well, I'm getting up early to take care of the kids. A bunch of different stuff, but it was always my fault that somehow this happened, and
It's
so I can
never our
empathize.
fault.
But I actually had a question. Hey, Jason, did you post that book name in the chat?
I got it. Just
One more comment.
no,
There's
I
one
got
more
it.
comment
I
here
just
on
spoke
that.
with, I spoke on a one hitter, but I got you.
One more comment from the last post. It says, "I live with my wife and my mom. And I live with my wife and my mom is our neighbor. I build on family land. Just take your medicine daily. Oh, 1, just take your medicine daily. 2, learn your triggers. Mine is waking up too early and taking long hot bath or bodily exhaustion in general. 3, drink so much water your bladder will keep a part of your brain awake." Like that. So much water that your bladder will keep your brain awake. That's different. Looking to see if I'm alone. Very likely that you're not, but I am a male, 29, and have been having seizures for at least 13 to 14 years. I was diagnosed with benign seizure syndrome brought on by sleep deprivation. I went through the whole sleep test and other tests, and they just kept telling me they don't know why I have them or what's the cause of them. It's just that only kids younger than a teen should grow out of them. But here I am. I had gone to a neurologist to see a few years after I turned 21 and got prescribed meds that didn't help. And every time I would have reported to them that I had a seizure, they would push back my permit to drive over and over again. And I got sick of that, so I stopped going. I live in a big city, so I needed the ability to drive. I just got my license 4 years ago. By the way, my seizures happen only when I'm falling asleep or while I am asleep or when I wake up, feeling so alone, and it's ruining my life. My wife has been there for me this entire time for the last 7 years. I don't think I could have made it this far without her. What do I do? You're not alone. There's a lot of us out there dealing with this as you. Don't feel alone. I can't say don't feel alone. It's actually pretty hard. First comment says, "You're far from alone. This group is awesome and we're all trying to get along as best as we can. Don't ever think you're alone." Another one says, "I was diagnosed with the same exact thing as you. Have you tried taking oxygarbazepine, aka Trileptal? Some doctors try to avoid it because there is a slight risk of dependency if you take a large dose, which unfortunately is what I'm going through right now. I take 8 300 milligram pills right before bed. 8 300 milligram pills before bed.
2,400 milligrams.
I know, but I mean, like 8 pills.
Mm.
I know they got bigger doses of that stuff. Yeah, it shouldn't be 8 pills because those are 8 300 milligram pills. I got 600 milligram tablets. And they could cut that down if you're doing 24. You could do 4 of these. Yeah, I don't know why they cut it down to that much like that, but I'm not a doctor or a pharmacist, so ain't no more, I guess. Weed and tobacco caused me to have a seizure. Last night I got into my college town after a winter break. I smoked a lot of weed with my friends, started with a pipe and bowls, then we started smoking spliffs. Weed and tobacco. After a while, I began to get spins and went to grab a glass of water. When I reached to grab a cup, I lost control of myself and knocked a couple of cups down. I grabbed one with my hand and uncontrollably started smacking it repeatedly against the counter. My body was pulsing and I had no control. I then fell and hit my head on the way down. I felt myself continue to seize for a few seconds before everything went black. I have never had any sort of experience like this happen before. I'm unsure if this was an actual seizure or not because I've never had one before. I have experienced a lot of other people having seizures, and this sure felt like what I've seen before. Has anyone else experienced this? Could it be due to weed and tobacco? I don't know about the weed and tobacco thing because I doubt it's the weed. Tobacco, I don't know because I stopped smoking tobacco and I still had a seizure. So I'm not gonna say smoking tobacco, stop smoking tobacco helped me because so far it hasn't. Anybody got any thoughts on weed and tobacco being a problem?
Never done tobacco.
You ever smoke a blunt, basically?
Well, this is coming from a backward roller. I never ever take the tobacco. I always take the tobacco out of the backwood. Like so, like if if he's saying if he's saying that he's smoking the backwood, that probably. I mean, like I think the best that we taking the tobacco out of the backwood because I've been rolling back. I know how to roll backwards. I've been doing that since like 10 years now.
Go ahead, Toaster.
Well, I've always had issues with nicotine, but that's just the addiction of nicotine. Nothing, I'm sorry, nothing hits like tobacco. Vapes don't come close. Cigarettes are mixed with bleh, but tobacco, it's just nothing hits quite like it. That being said, there are studies proven that nicotine lowers the seizures threshold. Still bad for your health overall, but everyone has their own vices.
Yeah. First comment here says, if you think you've had a seizure, go to your PC. I've heard of weed causing seizures, but that's only people who've never smoked. I'm not a doctor, but it sounds like you smoke too much. Just remember, not all seizures are epilepsy, but all epileptics have seizures. Oh, and side note, keep a journal or something of the episodes, when, where, how long, and what you were doing within a 48-hour up to the episode. Hope you feel better. Another one says, oh, it's the same thing. Nicotine has triggered my seizures in the past and have been told many times by my primary care to avoid nicotine as much as possible. I've had 2 seizures immediately after mixing weed and tobacco. After I take a smoke, sometimes I will fall down and start shaking and don't remember what happened before for like 10 minutes. And I think it's tobacco I smoke. It's strong and I smoke a whole cig and a half in one bit. I'm late on this, but the exact thing happened to me when I was a teenager. I've never heard anyone else this happened to. I was dumb and I tried to make a bowl out of an apple and always assumed I did something wrong when I made it that caused it. It was also mixed with tobacco. I felt like I passed out and then I went to the ground and started uncontrollably smacking my back and my neck against the bathtub. I was almost hallucinating through that. Someone was the one pushing my head, or my brain was just trying to make sure or make sense of it. I don't know. I must have also hit my teeth somehow because my front tooth had a tiny chip in it. It happened once and never again. Anyone else sleeping their life away? Some days I can nap for 6+ hours in the daytime and still sleep at night, to the point I get dizzy and feel weak if I try to stay awake. 11 months of seizures. So much I spent a lot of it sleep. Any tips? Listen to this. Says, boyfriend thinks I'm essentially faking seizures. So I've recently started having seizures nearly daily. Last night I had two, and I've been put on Epidiolex, and I'm on 300 milligrams of Lamictal and still having seizures. But last night, my boyfriend told me that maybe I wasn't having seizures. Maybe I wasn't having seizures, even though that's what my neurologist diagnosed me with and said, and quote, maybe you're having severe hallucinations. For context, I have bipolar disorder, and this feels like yet again someone is blaming me for my bipolar and for any problem that I may be having. I have occipital lobe seizures, so I don't convulse and essentially freeze in a specific position and have an aura where the world just kind of warps in it. I see wavy lines essentially going by. Then I have an aura where the world is just kind of just the world kind of warps and I see wavy lines and essentially by going then during my seizure, I just lay in a certain place in my head and I see bright lights. Then I start seeing the same images from earlier in the day and previously in the previous day, but I see it repeatedly, which is a common symptom of occipital lobe seizures. They don't seem to last very long, and when I come to, my head is seriously hurting. My neck muscles feel tense. My body has worn out and tense, and my vision is fairly blurry afterwards for a while. But if I'm faking it, how does it explain the fact that the Epidiolex has reduced my seizures from around 6 to 1 a day or so? Also, who would choose this for themselves? I hate not driving or working, and I have to sell all my concert tickets, which I love going to concerts because I can't handle the loud noises and the lights. I wouldn't wish this on anyone, much less myself, and don't understand how he could think that I'm having something other than seizures just because I don't convulse. So I just basically told him I would hide them the best I can from now on and not let him see any of them because he obviously doesn't believe me. So I'll just have to say I'm fine when postictal and fight through it. I just feel like one of the only person who I had in my corner, I thought, doesn't believe me either. And at the hospital, they tried to put me in psych ward for them because I was hallucinating. So right now, I have no one to talk to about these, and it seems like no one believes me when I say that I'm having seizures, even though I've fallen and hit my head and fallen downstairs. So why would I do that? I'm just frustrated. I had to vent because I have no one who can vent to anymore. But has anyone experienced this with people in your life where people didn't believe you because you don't have a stereotypical seizures? And I'm older, 34-year-old male, and didn't develop it in my childhood like he says they should. Has anybody blamed you for your seizures? Was basically one of the few questions. Yeah, I've been told you should have went to sleep last night. You're not eating right lately. All kinds of gaslighting. But yeah. And you guys ever been blamed for your seizures or told you're faking it? Or there was some reason you're having it and you're like, no, just me being me.
Yeah,
Lucky you guys.
I've been gaslighted by my doctors.
Got a few of these comments. One says, tell that kid to fuck off. Seizures take so much mental and physical toll on people. If he's gonna doubt what you're going through, then kick him to the curb. You obviously deserve a lot better than that. And like you said, why would you want to deal with externalities, driving, concerts, etc., that come with it? Also, it develops a lot for people in their 20s and 30s. I didn't have my first seizure until 21. Another one. Was he saying it was was he saying it in a condescending way, or was he trying to be helpful? He may have been trying to explore options or possibilities. Another one says, you just need another boyfriend.
That would be my response.
Was it a seizure? We've heard that a lot today. Was it a seizure? Hello? I'm trying to seek some info on an issue I had about a week or two ago, but it's been on my mind a lot. A lot of stress in my life. But what happens was I live with my wife and her grandmother. She cares for her on a daily, and her sister, literal Satan, and her boyfriend also lives here. Anyway, they're fighting and caused a huge commotion. I remember being incredibly overwhelmed. My wife was helping me cut my hair, and I grabbed her hand and told her I'm fading. I remember my ears ringing loudly, my ears and my legs. I don't know what happened to them, but in my mind, I couldn't feel them. And then I woke up, end quote, woke up and sitting against the wall on the floor. I never fully lost consciousness, but I felt like time skipped. And then my head hurt a hell of a lot. My father-in-law had seizures from a bad head injury in his teens. He occasionally has freeze-ups similar to it.
Absence are like, yeah, you kind of freeze, but
Stay in the moment.
you lose awareness and everything.
Yeah. Absence.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. That sounds familiar. We had I had a family, like a family friend that had that, like that type, like where he still had his license and he still drove, but like sometimes he would just like fade out, like just completely like zone out for like, a few seconds. Kind of like Pookie was talking about earlier with like transporting from one place or just not realizing what you do.
Yeah,
Like you
those
blink
are
an eye
absence.
and yeah, you blink an eye and like 60 seconds go by or something like that. Like that, like those types. Yeah.
One of the comments here says, yeah, I've had two, but that sounds like a mild seizure. How long was it until you were back to normal? Another comment, could very well be Syncope too. You never know. I get episodes like these too, and I still don't know. It's a lot of advocating. Another comment, the sound and feeling you're describing are exactly how I felt when I had my first seizure. I felt like I was fading, heard the noise like rushing water, screamed, and then passed out. And Moore says, I have passed out and have had seizures multiple times. When I have a seizure, it's like a light switching, no warning, no fading out, very scary. When I pass out, I just get fading feelings. See you, doc. You eventually would prefer a passing out diagnosis. Like no diagnosis. Okay. How you guys feeling? You guys sleep out there?
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that. You're here.
I'm just trying to relate.
Says hospitalized yesterday. I was hospitalized yesterday afternoon for having multiple seizure-like activity and the first time ever. I was working on it with my doctor, and they basically said I was having a panic attack or my electrolytes were unbalanced. The blood work came back normal, and I ended up having 3 in one night within the same hour. I was alone and honestly felt like I was doing it to myself since I was mostly conscious. Then I had one the next to my boyfriend when I was trying to take a nap, and he made me go to the hospital where they confirmed I was having seizures. And after one in the hospital as well, I had a clean CT, MRI as well, and was a 20-minute EEG. And I'm lined up to do a 72-hour EEG at home. And I was wondering how that all went for you, if you've had one before. Were any of you also dismissed by your doctor saying it was panic attacks? It kind of feels empowering to go back and basically say, in quote, you were wrong, since I have experienced so many issues with my provider basically medically gaslighting me in the past. There's asking for some support.
I think this person needs to go get another doctor, because if they're having seizures and they're just being told panic attacks, that's not good.
It's very hard a lot of times, especially for women. I forgot if this person's a girl or not, or if they said it. To get past it's anxiety diagnosis. Once that's been made, it is really difficult to try and get doctors to listen further. But it sounds like this person is getting somewhere. They said that they're in line to do an ambulatory EEG. Usually one that, they hook you up, send you home with a backpack, and you're part of the Borg for the weekend. You can't shower, which sucks. So wear lots of deodorant. Yes. It's a victory that you're getting to that point. But if this doctor continues to chomp down on anxiety, definitely fire them.
I don't like saying it out loud, but I give up. I've been dealing with absent seizures and medications needed to deal with them that make me an absolute zombie. I have zero motivation to care about anything related to the work or being productive like I used to. I've also developed a really embarrassing stutter. Shortly after the seizure started, I also feel bad for my husband having to take care of me and our baby all the time. I don't even have the energy to enjoy time with our 6-month-old. It can only help when I've slept for hours. I feel I'm in a daze all the time, missing out on our baby's life. This sucks so much, and I just feel like giving up physically and mentally. I am not well. Just wanted to rant a bit and get that off my chest, and I hope someone has some answers or something to make me feel better.
That one sounds like a rant more.
I say you don't feel bad. You can't help it. Nobody causes themselves to get epilepsy.
You're taking care of a 6-month-old. Mama, you're okay. That's going to wear on anyone, but for people like us who have to take more rest than other people, yeah, you're going to sleep all the time, and it's fine. You deserve to do that. So in those moments when you are there, you can enjoy those hugs, because those hugs are going to keep your world rocking.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
It's hard for a parent with epilepsy.
Oh yeah.
To take care of it. Like, I'm not saying physically take care of a child, but it's more stress on the parent. And, it's like, yeah, we're going to need to rest more, but we can do it.
For me, it's I'm always feeling like guilty, to my daughter and my son, because when I'm have a seizure, they like, oh my God, sorry, I couldn't, I even couldn't imagine it. It's like, oh,
Go ahead. When you have
Yeah,
the
it's very sad, you know. It's very sad and makes me moody. uh,
I don't mean to
the,
brag, my
the,
friend, but I've I've had 4 kids. Okay, 3 of them are
yeah.
stepkids, but 4 kids. Oh, there's the little princess. Um,
Oh, nah.
but
I
oh
mean,
wait, I was going somewhere with that. Kids are resilient. They will surprise you. They will surprise you. And my Jeffrey, my Dragon Boy, always surprises me. I think one of the proudest moments I've had as a mom was we were at the Renaissance Festival and I fell over in a seizure. And my mom told me this afterwards, and he jumps up and he has his hands going. It's okay. She has epilepsy. They
yeah,
gave
yeah,
him a
exactly,
certificate of knighthood for that.
exactly,
It,
exactly.
it, kids are resilient.
Yeah, as it's mix of wonderful and sad, you know.
Exactly. There's a word for that. I forgot what it was. It's something. Wait a minute.
I need you guys' opinion here, you guys. It says, where do I
I'm
go
here.
now? Where do I go now? I've had seizures for a couple years now. It started with small, less frequent seizures and then progressed to about 3 seizures every day. Oh. I've had all the tests done, 4-hour EEG, 24-hour EEG, MRI, etc. However, they do not know what types of seizures I am having or what part of the brain they are being affected. No family history of seizures and no cause of it that they know of. I have been put on several convulsants. Also, some worked enough to cut my seizures down to just once or twice a week, but the side effects are damning that I haven't been able to stay on one for longer than a month. If I take my medication even just 1 hour late, I have a seizure the next day. My life is deteriorating in front of my eyes. I can't work, can't drive, and can't go to school because of my seizures. This is my last resort. Is anyone stuck in this place too?
Hey, Chris.
Hello.
Hello, Chris. Um, this is a hard one, Pookie, to opinion. Um, where do they go from here? I mean, you just gotta keep. There's always hope for the next doctor. You know, there's gonna be someone's gonna find out what's wrong. It's. I would go to the if you haven't done so already, go to the best epilepsy center nearest you and start from there and see what they can do. But yeah, it is hard.
Yeah, I mean, best bet's always to go to a doctor.
Where do you go now? I just say you don't give up, keep fighting. Life might be deteriorating. It might look like that, but with time, it'll get
Yeah,
better with time. Yeah. I
yeah,
hate for people who don't know why they have it forever. I'm sorry that happens for some people and they're never told the reasons why they have it. They're just going about life hoping and wishing they find out. That part sucks. I was just told I had it, already knew the reason. They already had the charts of the past and all that stuff. So it was just like, oh, there it is. We're waiting for you to come. First comment says, you're not alone. Another one says, my mom is having seizures. She is my rock and was my significant other independent. She said, and was so independent. It developed over the summer. I just cry every time I see her like this. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. Sending my love. Another one says, my daughter is having more and more seizures. Spent a day in the ICU last weekend. Started 2 Keppra 2 months ago and didn't have any until last weekend. Then she had 3 in a day. Still no diagnosis. Seems not knowing is common here. You guys might know this better than me. Well, actually, I might know. Is it possible for a non-seizure dog to learn to detect seizures? I've been struggling with seizure disorder, specifically PNES, for almost 2 years now. Over the course of this, my dog has started to seem to be aware when I'm having one. The only thing is he is not trained to do this, hasn't been taught at all. Somehow he knows before I have a seizure that I'm going to have one and will whine at me until I lay down in the recovery position and will bark to alert other people to come help. Plus, will lay across my torso after I sort of deep pressure. Is this something else? Is this something anyone else has had happen? How does this even happen like this? How did he learn to do this without being taught? Dogs are really smart. I don't even have an answer for that. Dogs, you just gotta expect dogs to do the unexpected and it'd be cool with the outcome because this dog did the unexpected and it sounded really cool.
It's wild that they can kind of expect something coming on.
Yeah.
Yes. I got a little chihuahua, so he can't do all that, but when I do look at the camera and videos when I'm having seizures and he's around, since he's so short, it looks like he's looking because he really can't see on top of the bed, and he's like looking at the top of the bed, like holding his head up, trying to look. Probably usually see my feet or
Has her
something.
hand up.
Yeah, he probably see my feet or something. But Toaster than Angel.
Okay, so you have to look at the development of both dogs and humans at the same time. We are two species that have learned to cohabitate and depend on each other for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And so they depend on us, we depend on them, and so they do learn to detect, okay, something's not right with my human here. Now, the difference between just a dog who can alert to it and a service dog is a different type of training. It's the training of going out in public and ignoring everything but the handler. That's the main difference. But if dogs didn't have that instinctual basic something's wrong, I need to say something somehow, then we probably wouldn't have thought to train them to be service dogs to begin with. But that's just my 2 cents.
Chris, where are you from?
New England.
Is pizza like New York pizza there? What's better, New England pizza or New York pizza?
No, we sell New York pizza around here. I grew up in Maine, but I've lived in New Hampshire most of my life.
Yeah, some dogs are just built in with the ability to detect it regardless. So,
And there's different species, or I don't know, not species, but types of dogs. Like border collies are really fucking smart.
like my Bowie, pretty much, me and him had a click like that from day one. And I
And
didn't have to train him or anything.
as much
And
as
he
I would, sorry, go ahead.
called German Shepherd.
Yeah, German Shepherds are pretty damn smart too.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I would like to have a dog, I always tell people I need to get my life under control before I can take care of a dog.
My Juniper has very, very little brains, unfortunately. The dog that understands my seizures is actually one of my mom's poodles. She has 3 standard poodles, and they're all so smart. It's weird. You can actually see it in their eyes. I look into the poodles, and they just have intelligence behind their eyes. I look at Judy, and she's just like, burp.
Trying to remember what my brother has for dogs. Him and his wife have two of the same kind of dogs, and
Dogs
I
help
met.
you take care of your own life, just saying.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I also where I live right now, I can't even have a cat.
While we wait, Twisted, who is the little girl in your picture?
That's a little twisted.
Twisted, you could be my sister. Oh my gosh.
We could be um
Twins?
Oh my.
Seizure twins.
yeah.
Hey, if Angel can have a twin, I can have a twin.
You do?
Oh, it was a.
An
Well, I have
inside
a
joke.
seizure twin. Annie's my seizure twin because we have similar like seizures.
Oh. Sia is my twin.
Ah. I guess mine would be Jeff then. Well, no, Jeff has a lot more vocals than I do. Well, no, we have about the same.
But we could
Still be sisters.
make it a what is it called with a triplet.
There you go,
A
triplet.
threesome.
Let's see it
I
now.
don't know if I'd go that far.
15-year-old wearing a seizure helmet. I'm 15, likely with seizures currently in diagnostic process. The diagnostic process has been so much slower than I imagined. My neurologist has been sitting on my EEG results since November, and my mom, who has medical memory issues, keeps forgetting to call when she has. We've been left on voicemail. I have these episodes every day since summer 2022, and I collapse regularly. Obviously, I hit my head a lot, and my mom is forcing me to start wearing a seizure helmet when I leave the house. I understand why she's doing it, but I'm very nervous of it. I already use a cane, unrelated, and I'm scared of being harassed in public or people feeling bad for me automatically just because I have disabilities. My helmet is obvious. It's a rugby helmet, and only a few of my hats fit over it. Anyways, if anybody has any experience with using seizure helmet or advice on how to stay confident with it, would really be greatly appreciated.
I do.
You got experience with a helmet? Talk about it.
Yeah. But since they took oh hi. Since they took uh um half of my bone, my skull bone thingy, um I had to wear it just to be safe.
They replace your skull?
Yeah.
Whoa! That is so cool.
Did it
I
hurt?
had the mark of the devil.
Did you have staples or stitches?
Staples and stitches.
Did it hurt?
No, but because I was asleep.
Like afterwards, was there pain?
I was in a lot of pain meds, so I wouldn't say. And my neuro surgeon, retired.
Is it hurt?
Mm,
The
No,
operation?
no.
How is it? Because my neuro have give me an option to operation, but I decline it because I'm afraid. Oh my God.
Um, quick backstory. I had a brain tumor. So when they took it out, they gave me a stroke. So the part of my brain swell, and they had to basically cut it. I don't know if you can see.
No,
Goes
it's
all
okay,
the
it's
way
okay,
around.
it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. No, it's okay, it's okay. I just want to ask because it's because it's related to my neuro option question.
I
That's all.
A number of us have been through resections, which is taking part of the brain out. Is that what they're suggesting?
Uh, you're asking to me or twisted?
To you.
Oh, me. Okay. They asking because I have a frontal lobe and temporal lobe. They're asking to taking. There is so in the MRI there is some kind of a little bit tumor. Some yeah, we could say that a little bit tumor, and they want to take it. Maybe I don't know the exactly,
I,
but
as an uninformed random friend, if it's,
yeah.
I think you should do it
Yeah.
because there is, even if the seizures don't go away completely, the amount of seizures and the severity, I don't want to say absolutely will, but it absolutely will go down.
Ipan, I'm curious, where are you from?
I'm from Indonesia.
Indonesia, yeah. You still live there?
Now he's in New England. Oh wait, no, that was you. Oh crap, I forgot.
So yeah, I would
Yeah.
probably agree with them. Like, it's probably good to get the surgery, and I know surgeries can be
I had it in the
terrifying.
middle.
I haven't had
Yeah.
surgeries like that, but I have had surgeries where I've had to have been on anesthesia and all that, and yeah, it can be terrifying.
Diluted. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, guys. Thank you very much for the advice.
What time is it?
Almost midnight on the East Coast.
It's almost 9 here on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's 11:53 on the east.
8:53 over here. Ipan, what time is it where you're at?
Here is still in day. Still 11 o'clock day. AM.
11 in the morning, yeah.
Yeah. GMT 7+7.
Okay. Yeah, so you're way ahead of me. We're the
Yeah,
furthest
we
back
are
country.
far away from a long far away.
We're plus 12 hours.
So is
13.
it
So
all? So it's already Saturday for you.
yeah.
Yeah, they're 13 hours ahead of me, I believe. 14. Wait, no. It's 11 there. 14 hours ahead of me.
I was gonna say a little bit more than that. So yeah, around 14.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Kind of
in
crazy
some,
how. Sorry, go
sorry,
ahead.
sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's crazy how time differences are.
I almost feel like the
You know what's the
doctor.
same? We all get seizures.
Is Bali in Indonesia?
Yeah, exactly. Bali is part of Indonesia, but I'm in Jakarta, in Java.
I know this is gonna have absolutely nothing to do, but my first job was with a museum, and we had a rainforest area where we had Bali mynas, an endangered species from Bali. They're white with
Oh,
blue markings, very, very pretty. We were part of a breeding program.
nice toaster. Yeah, that's why please be be understanding for my language, for my language handicap problem.
You're okay. We understand you just fine. If we need clarification, we ask.
I work with a couple of Spanish speakers who it's obviously not their first language, and they're speaking just as well as you are.
What do you have against Mexicans?
Me, I have nothing. I was just saying that I work with a couple of Mexicans, and I love them dearly.
My mom
You
is
twisted. I
amazing.
don't know though.
Has a Joker personality going on. Be careful,
No,
Batman or Robin.
Karen behavior.
Hey, Twisted, I'm Latino, but I'm not Mexican.
You are Angel.
Yes.
Representing.
My mom knows Spanish, Portuguese, and English.
I'm
And
Puerto
Yiddish.
Rican.
And Yiddish, yes.
Puerto Riqueño.
I barely know
¿Eres
English.
cotorro?
I know nothing.
That's basically what I was trying to say too.
I proudly took 5 years of Spanish class in high school. Ask me how many were Spanish 1.
All of
All
them?
5.
All
No, 2. 3 years of Spanish 2, and the only reason that teacher passed me was so I could graduate. I swear, but that's the dyslexia. I
Dyslexia team right
Hey,
here.
once you learn your own dyslexia, reading is easy.
I beg to differ.
Just don't ask me to read something out loud.
And that could be because of your epilepsy.
I was gonna lead into something. I forgot what it was.
Oh.
See, this is how my mind rambles. This is why I have dictation on all the time.
It's gonna be on Sunday. Starting.
Oh yes, the dyslexia. More people who experience, or I guess I should say, people who experience different, well, neurodivergencies, ADHD, autism, the Tourette syndrome, lots of the reading difficulties, speech difficulties, people with those problems. More people with those problems also, or I should say, there's a big correlation. Yeah. That's the way to say it. So there's a big correlation between the two, because again, it all leads back to how our neural pathways, well, work, how we retrieve information.
How you guys doing? It's getting kind of late.
It is. I'm about to go get some Oreos.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.